to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
The voice guy should have said, this is Brian Murphy and Marcus Dreamforce Boucher, because we're coming off a great night where Marcus and young Tony crashed Dreamforce. This is my favorite story of 2024. You guys crashing Dreamforce. Giants get a win. Niners getting ready for the Rams. Debo and Ayuk debut a podcast that was fairly low energy, and Farhan Gate continues as the Chronicle and Athletic declare war on each other. Who has the Buster Posey story correct? Lots of fun stuff to get to today, Wednesday, one day closer to the weekend, homeboy. Good morning.
Happy hump day, Murph. Glad to be back this morning with my new AI chip inserted into my arm. Like we were calling Brock Purdy the AI throwbot. Now I'm the AI radio robot, Murph.
Well, Tim Wright, yeah, I'm calling Marcus the AI host. Yeah. No, this story is
This guy's a radio robot.
It's worth retelling for everybody. I just get the biggest kick out of this. Two young guys just on an adventure. You guys are like Bill and Ted. Mm-hmm. It's incredible, man. So we got an email about a month ago from a woman we had met at the Bay Area Sports Media Mixer, which was promoting the World Cup coming to Levi's, the Super Bowl coming to Levi's. Is it the NBA All-Star Game, I think?
NBA All-Star Game at Chase this year.
So there's a bunch of events happening. So there's an organizing committee. That's what they do. Then they throw mixers. We talked about the mixer and the comedy of the mixer. And
Always love a mixer.
Just somebody's got a mixer, I'm there. Mm-hmm. So we go, it's down at the Gotham Club, and little do we know that we become, our email then goes into the system, and these people throw cool events, because about a month ago, she sent an email to me and you and Tony saying, hey, we're having a mixer to preview Dreamforce at the top of the Salesforce Tower, which is now like one of the iconic spots on the West Coast, right? Mm-hmm. Well, I couldn't go. I had something going on, but these two youngsters, they went.
Why the hell not?
And you had a ball, right?
Oh, I had a great time.
Right. And then you were there, you got invited to Dreamforce, which is, of course, if people don't know, the big, gigantic international convention being held down at Moscone Center, focusing on technology and AI and all that stuff. And yet there you guys checked yes on the RSVP, and there you were at Moscone Center last night.
And guess what? We're going back again today.
Yes.
It's a 3-day festival with lectures and concerts. There's a big concert tonight down at Oracle Park. Me and Tony are going to be at the ballpark watching Pink and Imagine Dragons tonight.
Now, this is the one that Elton John was supposed to play until he got an eye infection.
Oh,
right? Yeah.
That's news. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, Elton John was supposed to play this thing, but he got some sort of eye. What the hell is that? Eye infection? Sounds like he just wanted to stay in his castle in England.
Oh, that's interesting, because yesterday we went to go see Zed. And Zed was like, this is the first time I've been out of bed in 3 days because I've had food poisoning.
Whoa.
And I was like, well, thanks for coming out, Zed. Thanks for coming from the dead to come perform Zed.
And Zed's dead, baby.
Yeah,
Zed's dead.
Zed's dead.
Pulp Fiction, young Tony? Yes,
He's
no?
doing
All right.
Nice drop.
Zed's dead. So how was Zed last night?
Zed was cool, man, but it was definitely an interesting vibe being at like a EDM show with a bunch of techies.
Are they wearing, by the way, lanyards?
Bro, they're wearing lanyards, bro. I don't know if you saw my story. They're wearing Albert Einstein wigs, Murph.
I didn't see that.
Everybody, there was like this big Albert Einstein event, and everybody was wearing the wigs and the mustache. Even Zed threw on the wig for his performance. It was one hell of an experience. Probably the most San Francisco event I've ever been to. A bunch of techies dressed up as Albert Einstein.
You are now officially, dude. Look at you guys. You guys are on like some log cabin on a national park. This is incredible.
Dude, there was like a AI waterfall. Tony was trying to figure out if it was a real waterfall or not.
So they were setting up like a national park down. That was the theme.
Yeah, down 4th Street or Howard Street.
I got to tell you, everybody, this morning. So I come in this morning, I was checking with the boys before I go into my cave to prepare. And so I got the whole rundown from Tony. I said, so you guys going back? And he just says, without even missing a beat, he goes, yeah, we got Matthew McConaughey at 145. I was like, bro, this is
all right.
You're going to go see McConaughey riff on AI?
You know why?
AI.
Nice. You know why me and Tony are going back for more? Because we're LIVIN.
Yes,
living,
you are.
my friend.
Yes, you are. And I am a huge proponent of putting the ball in play.
Yeah, why the hell not?
I always say to my buddies, sometimes nothing happens. But lots of times something happens. It's like foosball. When you put the ball in the play, like you had to shove it in that little hole in the side. You can't play foosball unless you put the ball in play.
That's right.
You guys got to put the ball in play. Last night was maybe a calm-ish night. Nothing dramatic happened, but you guys were there with Einstein wigs, Zed.
Yeah.
An open bar, let's be honest.
Oh, that was the real reason.
Let's be honest.
I mean, what a surprise. I pretty much treated it like college. We skipped all the lectures and just went straight to the party.
So
Like, we
live
went
in college.
straight for the open bar and appetizers.
I mean, listen, we love you guys here at KNBR. We want you, but there could be a chance you guys make a break for the world of AI.
I mean, there's a real strong opportunity that me and Tony are gone in like 2 weeks.
And you guys might found some freaking company that changes the world. You might change the world.
And in a couple weeks, we might be the 1%ers, Murph. Shout out to the 0.001%ers.
Yeah, you guys might be. Wow. So anyway, this is my favorite story of 2024. The Dreamforce Waterboy, Dreamforce Young Tone. And at any point, did you look at your phone and see the San Francisco Giants winning a baseball game?
It was actually pretty funny. Tony, a couple of times during the end of the set, was like, hey, the Giants scored again. The Giants scored again. I'm like, what's going on
By
here?
the way, I told you guys, I read in this book, like those people down there have none use for sports.
No.
They think it's the stupidest thing in the world.
Sports ball.
They derisively call it sports ball. Yeah. They're like, why would you waste any of your brain power that could be changing the world and making money on something irrelevant like a baseball game in Baltimore? And here we are.
And then I turn around and say, what are you doing with that Albert Einstein wig on?
Exactly, dude.
Come on.
I'm not the one wearing an Einstein wig. And oh, by the way, Yaz went deep.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's hilarious. So, well, we should call it in. I mean, we only have a few more days of this.
Murph. Now, I had a question whether or not you should be calling in the victory this morning since your Baltimore Orioles did lose yesterday.
It is tough.
We thought maybe I'd take over the phone call and call Manfred myself to call in the win for the Giants.
Well, because we helped your Yankees.
That's it.
You're now 4 up.
So, hey, skinny boy, let it be known, Rob
Skinny
Manfred.
boy, that's Adam Silver, bro.
Yeah, whatever. Rob Manfred, yeah, you're right. He's not that skinny. That's why I let you call in the wins.
He's an empty suit.
Hey, empty suit.
Yeah, there it is.
Hey, chunk of metal commissioner. San Francisco went out to the East Coast and took down Brian Murphy's Baltimore Orioles. Put it in the books. Empty suit. 10-0 San Francisco Giants.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball. Screw you. Screw you.
Let's go, San Francisco. Let's go, Giants.
I love you.
Say hey, say Willie, that Giants kid is great.
I like that.
Thank you very much. Enjoyed it.
Oh, even Marcus got the call in. He did.
that.
San Francisco Giants 10, Baltimore Orioles 0. The Orioles have a lot to play for, and they came up empty because they're facing a guy who I think when he's on is the nastiest pitcher in all of baseball.
Oh, Blake Snell.
Is he the nastiest? When he's
Slicing
on,
and dicing.
show me somebody who's more dominant.
I mean, that's why he won the Cy Young last year with the most strikeouts in baseball. Also had the most walks. But yeah, when he's clicked in yesterday, 12 strikeouts, only 2 walks, pitching in a ballpark that he's familiar pitching in back when he was with the Tampa Bay Rays, Blake Snell was on his A game yesterday.
Not just the 97, 98 heater, the changeup, the slider. He's got everything working. You know, it's funny. Lefty on lefty changeup. I'm not an expert, but I guess he doesn't like throwing the changeup to lefties.
Most guys don't.
And he threw one to Gunnar Henderson yesterday. It was the first. StatCast is insane because they determined it was the first time he threw a changeup to a lefty since like 2018 or something like that.
Wow, that's a hell of a stat.
I know. Let me give you the
Now,
exact
the
stat for
logic
you.
behind that is
Yeah, give it to me because I'm
so lefty, righty. Obviously, when you're throwing a change, or maybe it's not obvious to a lot of people, you're getting like tail movement, you're getting arm side run.
Arm side run,
It's
yes.
kind of like a two-seamer,
Yeah.
so they don't want the ball breaking back into the barrel, which is why a lot of right-handers utilize their changeup
But what
against
about it
lefties
breaking
and vice versa.
Shouldn't a good changeup then break on a lefty changeup on a lefty hitter should break into his fists?
If you get it down and inside a lot, but a lot of times you're throwing changeups low and away, that way it kind of fades back in over the plate to a lefty.
I got you a little bit. But
Yeah, a little
I mean,
bit, yeah.
So here it is.
Like, theoretically, that's the idea.
Let me give you this stat here. It says he threw 9 changeups to lefty according to StatCast. In his entire career, he's thrown 9 changeups to lefties. In his entire career, and he threw into Gunnar Henderson in the 4th inning on a 1-2 change that caused him to swing and miss. Bro, his first lefty since he threw his first changeup to a lefty since he threw one to Brett Gardner on July 29, 2017.
Shout out my guy, Brett Gardner.
7 years since he's thrown a changeup to a lefty.
That's insane.
What?
Wow.
I know.
And I'm sure for Gunnar Henderson and the analytics team out in Baltimore, they probably know that. So all lefties are going up to the plate not looking for a changeup.
Yeah.
Surprise, surprise. Blake Snell pulling the string.
Crazy stat, crazy story, crazy Snell. What will it take to bring him back next year? I don't know. We got, of course, that's right. Well, this is what happens when Marcus calls him in. We're off our game. We forgot. Mike Yastrzemski left the yard. By the way, former Oriole or former Oriole farmhand.
Yes.
Never made it to the bigs. He's now been back twice to Baltimore, and he feasts on the earth. Look what you're missing, B-More, because the B-52s and Mike Yastrzemski celebrated Mike Yastrzemski number 16. strobe light did not flash in Camden, but it flashed in our minds at Oracle Park.
It was flashing last night at Dreamforce.
All right, yeah, absolutely. And will again tonight.
And I will say this. I'm giving Mike Yastrzemski the Mike Tomlin petty ball of the game.
Yeah.
The petty game ball.
That's really funny. We talked about the petty game ball that Tomlin gave to Russell Wilson because they beat the Broncos, even though he didn't play. Yaz beating the Orioles. He gets the petty game ball.
He gets the petty game ball.
Nice. Very good. All right, man. Listen, we got this Farhan situation, the Chronicle and the Athletic at war. I love it. We got lots of guests to go to. We got fun new stuff, too.
Ooh, bless you. Gesundheit. Keep going. Murph sneezing a couple times. He's never done this in the middle of a tease.
I tell you what, guys. I don't know what's going on. I'm sneezing. I don't know what's going on. Let's just get the hell out.
Yeah.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Hit. Hey, 6:11 in the morning, Steve Moskowitz, he's up for you. He's awake. He wants to help you on a Wednesday morning. So, Steve, you want to talk to us about how to help, especially as if you didn't get your ERC check.
That's right. ERC, Employee Retention Credit. There's so much money the government owes so many people. And you may have said, hey, and the program's still open. You have until April 15th, 2025 to apply if you haven't. But you're supposed to say, hey, Steve, I applied a long time ago. I'm growing a long white beard, waiting to get my money. Where is it? What's going on? There's been a big delay, but there's a way to hurry them up. So if you've been sitting around waiting for your ERC check, call us. There's 3 different ways to hurry them up. We'll explain all 3. We want to go ahead and get this money for you. Also, what if you got a nastygram from the IRS that disallowed, rejected your claim? You only have 30 days to appeal. We think the IRS is using some AI because they're rejecting claims that we've seen where the IRS doesn't even have the information to know if you qualify or not, or if you're being audited. We want to represent you. The bottom line is anything with ERC, give us a call. We have a free consultation. Let us explain everything to you. Let us show you what we want to do for you. And the only thing you have to do is give a call and talk to us on our free consultation.
There it is. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. Should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We have tickets to give away to Kevin Hart, who's back on tour. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR to win 2 tickets to see Kevin Hart acting My Age at the Paramount Theater on October 26th. We love our loyal KNBR listeners, and we want to reward you guys, so stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away at 9:15 this morning. It is all furnished by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Yeah, and the pitch. Grounded right back to Beck. He's got it, runs it toward first, underhands it then to Lamontway Jr. for the putout, and the game is over. And the Giants take game one here in Baltimore.
How about that? John Miller back in Baltimore, where he was the voice for many, many, many years, and then until he stole him back west to his native Bay Area. And Mike Yastrzemski, former Giants farmhand, or former Orioles farmhand, pardon me, goes deep on the second pitch of the game. So just a banner night for the Giants. One of those nights you're like, huh? Where was that? They've had two of those in the last 10 days. They had the blowout over whoever it was they blew out last week. Remember they scored 13 runs or whatever?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
And,
they had the offensive explosion.
I lose track. And then they had this. And then in between, they sandwiched it with a 32-inning scoreless streak.
Yeah, and Bob Melvin had to call that Saturday night meeting. It looks like it's finally paying off in Baltimore, Murph.
Yeah. Young Tony, good morning. Dreamforce Tony. Is this
This is Zed. No Gravity featuring Bava. I'm not sure how to pronounce the name, but yeah, this is No Gravity.
Bava, isn't that Triple E's gal?
Bavna, nice.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Sorry. By the way, I believe the happy couple's still together.
Dude, still going strong.
Well, I just say God bless Bavna.
Yeah.
God bless Bavna. I don't know what to do in the garage anymore when I'm walking out and I don't see Triple E pulling in late with tunes bumping, rattling his windows.
With tunes and the cackle, Murph.
What a sweetheart kid that Labrador puppy is. Somewhere he's peeing on a rug. Somewhere.
Yeah, what a golden retriever
God bless
that kid
him.
is.
God bless him. So, Dreamforce Tone, are you pondering a career change now into AI?
Dude, this life that we live, I mean, we are like the luckiest guys in the world. This is unbelievable. I mean, it was a fantastic day, full day, 8-hour day of work, and then we're just out there in the city, Moscone Center, living it up, watching Zed.
As Dreamforce Marcus called it, Livin.
That's it, baby.
And my highlight of my day was as I headed into the cave. He goes, we got McConaughey at 1:45. So don't miss it.
Scheduled in book. And Tony was not leaving that event last night before he had answers about when and where Matthew McConaughey was speaking.
I imagine Salesforce provided those answers.
Of course they did.
After you had to shake down a question guy.
Yeah.
There's people with questions, we're flagging them down. I'm like, yeah, I got a question.
Yeah.
Matthew McConaughey is going to be at the event. We heard, what day is he speaking? Where is he speaking? They're like, oh yeah, check your app.
Yeah. Check your app.
I'm like, wait, so you don't know the answer?
Yeah.
Well, that's the problem. AI's taken over. Nobody has answers. The app has all the answers now.
I would say that guy who was supposed to be the question guy is not as good at his job as young Tony is at his.
Facts.
Which we talked about yesterday, the rapid rise of a young Tony, who you can see, by the way, on YouTube and Twitch.
That is
He's
true.
pointing at you right now. He and I went back to the quarter zip today. I'm back on my curly plan today.
Lot of quarter zips
Trying to find something that doesn't have dog fur on it, as I find I'm getting more allergic to my dogs later in life.
More allergic to your own dogs.
I have said
that
this to
you've had for like over a decade
Yeah,
now.
over a decade. Yeah. Things change. I told Ken, I can't live like this. What's it going to be? Is it going to be Flash and Trixie or me?
No, I think you're getting kicked out, Murph.
I think the answer is me.
You might be staying at the Deuce at the bottom of the hill.
I'll take that, though. I'll take that. All right, guys. Well, listen, the story of the day yesterday was Farhan Gate, Chapman Gate, Slusser and Bags Gate. I love it. As an old beat writer, I got my Michael Jackson popcorn out in the Thriller Theater, man. I am pounding it because I know exactly what it's like to be on the beat and somebody comes up with a scoop and it causes all sorts of repercussions on the beat. If you got the scoop, you're strutting around. You're feeling pretty good. If you didn't get the scoop, you are freaking knocked for a loop and you got to come back 2X. You got to somehow make up for it. And I know Sluss really well. And I competed against her for 2 years in a friendly manner, right? In 99, 2000. Me, Howard Bryant, her, the great Gary Washburn. Shout out Mark Saxon, Greg Bell, all this beat we had going on. And if somebody had a scoop, man, it caused a little seismic tremor in the press box. If you scooped Susan, there was hell to pay.
Wow.
She's competitive. So once Bags had that scoop from Sunday night, Monday morning, that Buster Posey's the one who closed the deal and ownership didn't trust Farhan to finish it, she came back blazing. She went scorched earth with a big story in the Chronicle yesterday disputing the Athletic story. Now, the money quote she got was from Scott Boras. She got Boras saying, "The Athletic never contacted me, and it's not..." Let me give you the exact quote. I don't want to misquote Boras so he doesn't charge me a commission or something here. Sorry, Waterboy. I got to find my darn Boras story. My newspaper.
Ooh, you got it in the paper today.
They actually put it in the paper.
Wow.
Because they posted that thing early yesterday.
That's how you know it's a big story.
It is, right. Curls sent that thing to us around 1:30 yesterday. I woke up from my sound slumber to find this. Okay, Boras said, quote, she says Boras took issue. Now, that's a big phrase, took issue. It's like if I said that, people are like, how was the show today? I don't know. I took issue with Marcus.
Yeah, I took issues with John Joe Curley's rundown this morning. He said talk 5 more hours on Brandon Ayuk's contract. I'm like, Curley, he already signed the contract. We don't got to talk about it anymore. I got issues.
We already went through that this summer when I snapped on him. Boris took issue with that, saying the Athletic did not contact him for the story and that any report that suggests that Farhan and I did not negotiate the financial package is inaccurate. Ooh. Dropping the I-bomb on you. So now you're Andy Bagley. You're being told your story's inaccurate. Like, oh, really? Mm-hmm. Oh, really? I heard Bags last night on KNBR with Kerry Crowley driving home from Novato High School late last night. By the way, cold and windy. How was Salesforce, Dreamforce?
Oh, it's actually a pretty nice night.
God. Nevada's supposed to be the warm part of the North Bay. Freezing cold and windy H2O polo match that spilled into the late evening. So driving home, listening. And by the way, shout out, dude, you hear this yesterday? They shut the Richmond Bridge down to 1 lane. Oh, bro, no. The repercussions throughout the Bay Area were massive, and I got caught in them. I was just trying to get from Mill Valley to Novato. Bro, forget it. It was a nightmare. But anyway, we slogged our way up there, coming back, listening to Crowley. Now, do you have the Bags sound? We don't. Okay, well, anyway, Bags, we'll play it for you later in the show. Bags answers Slusher's story, and at the end he goes, the story stands.
Yeah.
So
now we have conflicting reports from 2 of the best beat writers on the case.
So I'm seeing it this way. I'm guessing that Buster Posey's camp is nearer to Baggerly and Farhan Zaidi's camp is nearer to Slusser.
I think that's a good read.
So when you read each story, you're reading each one. This is my, what do I say here? My instinct that this is when you read each story, that's the lens you got to read it through.
That's a good perspective to have. And I think it's important to note that somebody from the organization leaked this information to Andrew Bagley.
Yes.
That might be key. That might be the most important part of the story. Not just the fact that it got out there that Buster Posey had to step in to kind of help Farhan Zaidi. Now, Susan also put in her story yesterday that Farhan Zaidi was hospitalized twice during these negotiations with Scott Boras. And Scott Boras talked about how they did this deal over 2 weeks with Farhan in and out of the hospital. But going back to the original point, that this was leaked. And Andrew Bagley has credible sources, Murph. He's a credible beat writer. So I don't think he's just out here making up these quotes about the frustration between the negotiations. Like, this has legs, and it shows you that there is some distrust and some back and forth going on, not just with the beat writers, but also inside the organization.
You know, I will say this. In Slusher's story, even though I look at it through a Farhan lens, the Chronicle did take kind of a hard line towards Farhan. Here's the phrases that you need from this story. The Chronicle wrote that Farhan is, quote, on the hot seat. That, quote, ownership is, quote, taking a hard look, unquote, at the Farhan situation. And it says, our ownership has been, quote, puzzled by how players have shifted on and off the roster.
Yeah.
So she did get some ownership stuff in there, kind of the Bagley stuff. I think we can officially say that the Farhan watch is on. Now, I said yesterday this guy's goose might be cooked. I might be right. His goose might be cooked. It's on. I'm just saying right now. And Andy actually says in that interview with Crowley yesterday, he said this could be resolved pretty quickly, is what he said. It's like, oh, man.
Pretty quickly, huh?
So anyway, just wanted to get that stuff out there for you guys. Let's get the guest list going on a Wednesday, 9/18/24. Scott Boras, Susan Slusser, Farhan Zaidi, Buster Posey, Andy Baggerly. This is the fun stuff.
Yeah, don't forget to throw in McCovico Dave into the booth also.
That's right. Where was he in that story?
Yeah,
what's up, Young Tone?
What's up, boys? We got a Kyle Juszczyk replay at 6:30 this morning, early replay for anybody who did not get to hear the 49ers Player of the Week.
So we like to do this as our Players of the Week because, you know, you get a 49er player, it's our Player of the Week. The late crowd got him. We need to hook up the early crowd with some Niners.
Yes, indeed. He was awesome. You will love to hear that at 6:30. Mike Krukow at 7:30. The Big Hit at 7:50. Cooler Content at 8:15. Matt Mayoko joining the show at 8:50. We'll see if we can get him on the stream. And then Andrew Baggerly, a guy that's, going back and forth with a fellow coworker, let's just say, at 9:30 this morning.
The story stands. I love it. All right, 49ers talk we shift to next. Kyle Juszczyk, our Player of the Week on the Sports Leader.
His helmet is off.
Here we go, baby. 9 on 3. 1, 2, 3.
And his mic is on.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
Time for our 49ers Player of the Week with Murph and Marcus.
Sorry I stole your sackaroonie, buddy. But hey, there'll be more.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
Straight drop by Brock. Throws left. Juszczyk wide open. Inside the 10. Inside the 5. First and goal, 49ers on the 3. Can we all do it now?
Juice! That is the ISO bob pass. So they fake the ISO lead, the fullback lead, and Juice. Kyle Juszczyk just keeps going on a wheel route. Got the linebackers and the safety to suck up. Brock Purdy is not going to miss when they get nosy like that. Dropped it right on the money to Juice. First down and goal at the 3.
All right, fun memory from the opening night win over the Jets. Less fun in Minnesota on Sunday. Maybe more fun this Sunday in L.A. Either way, we'll talk about it with our 49ers Player of the Week. He's 49ers fullback Kyle Juszczyk, and he's sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Kyle, it's always great to have you on KNBR, the morning show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. How you doing this morning, Kyle?
What's up, Juice?
Hey, I'm doing good, guys. How are you guys?
What's you up to today, man? What's the game plan?
I'm on my way into work right now. It's a recovery off day, so we got some acupuncture, we got some weightlifting, we got some red light therapy, hot and cold tub, all that good stuff.
Nice, dude. What's red light therapy? What's that?
So we use this brand. It's called Juve, but basically you stand in front of this panel of lights, red lights and infrared lights that boost the ATP production in all your cells, which, if you remember from science class back in like 7th grade, is what's responsible for energy in your body. And so just boost your energy, help you recover faster, turn skin cells over faster, all that kind of good stuff.
Damn, how long you been doing that?
You know what? I've actually been doing it for probably like 7 years now. I think we got them maybe my second year with the Niners, and I've been pretty consistent about it. 10 minutes a day, twice a day, every day.
Wow. Do you think is there any way to tell the effect of it, or is it just mental kind of and trusting it?
Well, each year when, we get new young guys to the team or, rookies, and I tell them how old I am, they're always blown away by the number. They can't believe that I'm actually 33. So that's proof in the pudding for me. Enough. I'll take those results.
You are the man who's defying the aging process. I love it. So get that red light. I need some red light therapy. We get up at 4 in the morning. We need red light therapy.
We can all use it, Kyle.
Oh, man. All right. Well, tell us, listen, you've been around a long time. You've been to Super Bowls. You know the deal. Week 2 is week 2, but still, can you give us a gauge of the mood of the team after the loss and flying home on Sunday night from Minnesota?
Yeah, I mean, obviously nobody's happy after the loss, but I definitely wouldn't say that we weren't down in the dumps by any means. I think we all see it as something to learn from, one that we let get away, but we also understand that it is a tough place to play. I think they're a pretty good team. They offer some really unique looks on the defensive side. And I just think that there's stuff to learn from, but I by no means are we panicking or, sounding the alarm.
Kyle, we got to ask you what the feeling's like in the locker room right now. Obviously, with the news that Christian McCaffrey's on the IR and Debo also scheduled to miss a couple weeks. You're close with the guys. What's the feeling around the locker room and how those guys are reacting to the injury news?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we want those guys out there. I think those are by far 2 of the best offensive players in this league. So it's always better to have them out there than not. But they've handled it very well, I think, especially, Christian's been dealing with this all training camp. But he's stayed very positive, very supportive of everyone. And, it's given JP a chance to get more reps and really hone his craft. And we've seen that carry over to the games on Sundays. He's been playing pretty lights out these first 2 weeks. And Debo is that's new news that we all learned yesterday. And, that's definitely going to hurt with just how dynamic he is and how we've been able to use him, as a running back with Christian out and all that he offers in the passing game, going over 100 yards receiving last week. So definitely not ideal not having those guys, but, we have a full week to prepare with them out and get the guys ready who need to step up and, plan on them doing exactly that.
Kyle Juszczyk is the voice you hear on the UMA guest line, our 49ers player of the week, and he's a great guy to talk to for perspective after a tough loss in Minnesota. Are we talking to somebody who will get an increased workload because of these injuries? Kyle, you ready? You ready to carry it? Ready to tote the rock?
Oh, come on. You guys know I'm always ready, and I'm always lobbying for that. I don't know how many carries I'll be getting, but we've already seen in the first couple weeks, I'll step in there on third downs here and there to try and lighten the load for the running backs a little bit. But I'm always ready to carry more. So whatever Kyle needs me to do, I'm always willing to step up.
Yeah, and we were taking a look at some of the stats earlier from your guys' backfield, and Jordan Mason is actually tied for the most carries in the NFL right now. And it's funny, Juice, because we were discussing about how the NFL is always labeled a passing league. But so far through 2 weeks of the NFL season, passing numbers are down. So does it feel like there's a shift back towards old school football and running the ball again?
I do kind of feel that. I feel like, you've been seeing that with us for, a number of years now, and I feel like that's why we've been one of the better offenses in this league for a while. It's because we're able to run the ball so well. And I think other teams, they start to recognize that and try to do the same for themselves. And so I do think you're seeing that across the league. And I really say this about so many things in the NFL of what a cyclical league it is. And, people always ask me about the fullback position and how, is there going to be a resurgence and all that kind of stuff. And it is always interesting to see how, the league was really moving towards, basically all 11 personnel, 3 receivers on the field. And then, defenses responded by getting smaller, faster linebackers. You have, all these nickel guys that can play in the box. And then now I think you're kind of seeing a little bit of the shift back to, all right, let's put some bigger guys back on the field on offense, run the ball, because we have these lighter guys inside the box. And, eventually you're going to see bigger linebackers start coming around. And it's a constant balance, ebb and flow of, one side reacting to the other.
Yeah, it's a great observation, and it is playing out right before our eyes. Passing numbers are down, and listen, a guy like Jordan Mason, people have it. We started joking like baby Marshawn, kind of. It's so physical, right? If he's different than McCaffrey, Christian wants to make you miss. Does Jordan want to run through you?
Yeah, two very different styles, but both very effective. JP is no BS. He is, put your foot in the ground, get downhill, get an edge on the defender and run through him. And that's what really has fit him so well. And he really, I think he does such a good job of just being decisive and not trying to do too much. He's not out there dancing and trying to make guys miss like that. But he knows that if he can just get on the edge of a defender, he's fast enough, he's strong enough, powerful enough to break those tackles and get those extra yards. And, you look up at the end of the game and an extra yard or two at the end of each run, that really adds up, especially over, 20 carries. You're looking at an extra, 30, 40 yards at the end of the game.
Yeah, and he also has the benefit of running behind great run blockers like yourself, George Kittle, Trent Williams, and all the boys in the trenches. And then even on the outside, whether it's guys like Juwan Jennings or Brandon Ayuk, I love how you guys embrace this no block, no rock mentality. So tell us more about that, Kyle.
Yeah, I think it's just something that's kind of infectious in this offense, because it really is. It's our identity. Like we spend so much time talking about the run game, so much time like in meetings when we're watching film, hyping up good blocks, and it's across the board from wide receivers, offense linemen, tight ends, running backs. Like everybody is bought in, so that if you want to be a part of this offense, you got to get involved in the run game, and you got to be willing to block. And, you see your brother do it, and you want to do it for him. And so it just everybody works off of each other, and everybody gets hyped for one another. And honestly, it's so fun to be a part of.
Brent, a couple more minutes here with Kyle Juszczyk here, who's getting his way into some therapy and recuperation as the Niners get ready for the Rams on Sunday, who have their own injury problems too. But before we ask you about the Rams, we got to talk about Brock Purdy. I mean, I know he's been great about blocking out noise. There's going to be noise now. You don't have CMC. You don't have Debo. Brock, what are you made of? I don't know, Kyle. You've been around the league a long time. How do you block out the noise? I think that's in your locker room, right? Ignore the noise. That's one of the signs up there. And, is there extra pressure on him now without his security blankets of Debo and CMC?
Yeah. Luckily, I think Brock truly is one of the best at blocking out the noise. And I think a lot of that is just, staying off social media. That's just the world that we live in now. There's so much, unfortunately, there's so much negativity on social media, even when you're doing well. There's always people trying to poke holes in your game. So for him, I think it's always important, staying off of that. But I think Brock, he gets his confidence in his teammates and how supportive we are to him and to his face. And we'll tell him, how much we believe in him. And we'll go out there and we'll prove it, And I think that's kind of what he can lean on here going forward, without Debo and Christian is, seeing, okay, you don't have, those two elite guys. You still got Brandon Ayuk, you got George Kittle, you got Juwan Jennings, you got myself, JP. Like, there's still a lot of weapons on this offense, a lot of, tools in the tool shed. So I think Brock's going to handle that just fine.
Last couple minutes here with Kyle Juszczyk on the UMA guest line. Kyle, you're taking on the Rams this weekend. Familiar opponent in familiar stadium. It's a stadium that 49ers have taken over multiple times before. So talk to us about how big of an advantage it is to have a home field advantage when you're on the road.
It's huge. It really is huge. It makes all the difference. When you're on the road in a loud environment and it makes it hard to communicate, it makes it hard to hear the snap count, it truly does make a difference in the performance of your offense, because communication is everything. We don't have the shortest plays around the league, so there's a lot of details that we need to hear in every play call. Getting off the rock and getting off the line of scrimmage on the snap count is everything, and getting positioning in your blocks and all that sort of stuff. So for us to be able to do that on the road, it's such an advantage, and something that, we don't take lightly, and that's why we appreciate our faithful, man. They travel like nobody else, and it really, really does make a difference.
And Minnesota was it's interesting, there were a lot of red jerseys there, but I think that purple and that stupid horn, they might have drowned them out.
There was a couple times, when you're on the sideline and you see a flag come out, basically you can kind of tell what's going on during a game without even watching it, just based on the cheers when you're on the road. Typically if you hear cheering, it's a bad thing, and you figure that the other team has made a good play. But there were a couple times this past week where I wasn't sure. So the faithful showed up, pretty solidly out in Minnesota, but I expect even more in Levi.
All right, finally. SoFi, right? Levi South. Last one. You get to brag about Kristen. 1.1 million followers on Instagram. I saw she's posting some new stuff. It was incredible last playoffs, how she blew up like crazy. What you got, man? Get a chance to brag about Kristen Juszczyk and her design and fashion. What she got cooking?
Man, I can't say enough about just how far she's come and how proud I am of her. It's been, such a whirlwind in the past year, but she's handled it so well. And she had a really cool collaboration that she just came out with Gatorade, where she designed the bottle, the towel, and a duffel bag. And honestly, I want to say so much more that is coming out, but I can't give away any secrets. But just know that this girl is so busy. There's not a day that goes by that she's not working on some project or some company wants to collaborate with her or something. So just lots of good things to come, and I'm so happy for her.
Man, everybody should check it out. Designs by Kristen. You go check it out. Designsbykristen.com. That's TIN at the end of Kristen. She is the bomb, man. So you guys got it going on. You guys look like you're living your best lives. So we're happy for you, Kyle. All right, man. Off you go. Get that red light therapy and stay young, bro. That's
the key, brother.
We appreciate you hopping on, Murph and Marcus. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, Juice.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, there it was. So there's your 49er replay. We do it on Tuesdays. We try to give it to the early crowd. And, it's funny. We can kind of predict Sunday night when we have the text thread about who's our 49er player of the week. I said, I've been doing this enough to know that after a loss, they usually dispatch Juszczyk because he's like the cool, calm veteran, and he was.
Yeah, especially after the first loss of the season. I've been working with you for like 5 years now. It felt like Kyle Juszczyk is always the first 49er after the first loss.
Book it, baby, book it. So anyway, he calmed the waters, and will he touch the ball more on Sunday?
Someone's got to.
He only had, 5 carries all last year? We talked about this yesterday.
Yeah, career high 17 carries for 64 yards in one season.
So, I don't know. I'd give him the ball a little bit, and we'll see. Will Garendo touch the ball more? They got to go to running back depth. Can they give J.P. Mason all the work again?
He's got more carries this season than he does in any other season in his career.
And he's tied with Josh Jacobs for the most touches in the league right now. So
yes, and Murph, and all those stats are sponsored by Redwood Credit Union because Redwood Credit Union offers auto loans with competitive rates and personalized services because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love.
All right, we got Farhan Gate raging. Slusser says one thing. Bagley says another. What are the Giants going to do next on the Sports Leader?
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now there's a swing. Yes, it's a high drive. Deep right center field. That is headed for Utah Street. Out onto the street. Bouncing up against the old B&O Warehouse, a spectacular home run for Mike Yastrzemski to put the Giants ahead 1-0.
Like the old soundboard used to say, Utah, give me 4 bags from Yastrzemski, if you remember. By the way, it's not spelled U-T-A-H. It's E-U-T-A-W, oddly enough. It's like if a really bad speller was asked to spell the state with Salt Lake City as a capital. E-U-T-A-W.
It's like they asked a water boy to spell it.
Very good, very good. Is this Zed here?
It's a Zed Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen. We have we played No Gravity, Happy Now, and then this is Stay.
You mean it's a Zedsnay, is what you're saying.
Wow, nice.
There you go. Hey, that riff was sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. The whole reason this is happening is because Marcus and young Tony, through a series of really fortuitous events, have found themselves comped and invited to Mark Benioff's big party, Dreamforce. This is after they spent time cocktailing atop the top floor of the Salesforce Tower.
This is insane.
And by the way, when I said, so that was a pretty amazing night, huh? Yeah, Zed played, open bar, AI everywhere. He goes, yeah. We got Matthew McConaughey today at 1:45. So it's like, this is incredible. The story continues.
I mean, Murph, just walking down Dream Forest, there's a forest in the middle of the street.
Yeah.
We're walking by AI robots, and then we go see Zed perform a set at 5 in the afternoon.
Are you sure it was Zed? Or was it an AI version
See,
of
I
Zed?
had the same questions. I was like, how do we know this is an actual DJ? It might be AI up there.
Oh, boy. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Okay, we want to devote this segment to Farhan and the Giants because it is on, everybody. It is on. Andy Baggerly, listen, it's been on all summer as Giants fans have been frustrated all summer. The war with 500, 2 games under 500. The war with 500, 2 games under 500. Blake Snell's injury, the lineup shifting, Marco Luciano's struggles. Blake, we could go on and on. The lack of pop in the middle of the lineup. You name it. Name your woe with the. They didn't have a shortstop all year, right?
Jorge Soler doesn't do anything. Gets traded.
I mean, we could just go through a number, and the arrow keeps pointing back to Farhan Zaidi. Now there is a segment pointing the arrow at Bob Melvin. And he deserves it, quite frankly. And he said it. So, do we make a move? I think I kind of support your statement that you just can't be shuffling managers in and out every year. Mm-mm. He gets at least another year to try to settle his ways in. But it was not an impressive debut for Bob Melvin. And people who criticize him and criticize me for wanting him, it's fair. It's warranted. I got to wear it. Mm-hmm. I wanted the guy, and I can't make an excuse. He's putting up a worse record than Gabe Kapler. That's hard to say.
Yeah. With a better roster, in my opinion.
Yeah, which is tough. Mm-hmm. Although, here I am going to push back a little bit. The pitching situation the first 3 months was brutal.
Yeah, but also last year, Gabe Kapler was winning games with bullpen games. And I don't want to be out here kind of going to bat for Gabe Kapler like I'm one of Gabe's groupies.
You finally come around.
Yeah.
Understanding what we were working on.
Yeah.
Layers deep.
I'm just asking you if you understand what we were doing. Remember?
Really? Is that what you imagined?
And now he's out there looking for hats.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing.
Still looking for those Marlin
down
hats.
there in the South Beach region.
Yeah, but anyway, sorry to digress.
Well, no.
Wear the Marlins hats.
I'll never get tired of that. Now I just need him walking across a bridge.
Yeah, but I feel like it doesn't matter. Whether it's Bob Melvin or Gabe Kapler, we're still talking about a sub-500 team.
So here's the deal. Andy Baggerly jacked up the stakes Sunday night, Monday morning with a story in The Athletic that the Matt Chapman deal was not truly consummated by Farhan Zaidi. It was Buster Posey had to step in and finish the deal. He said ownership was frustrated with the pace of the negotiations, and Buster had to step in. And we were like, whoa, red lights. Woo, woo, woo. This is like somebody in ownership told Andy, this is how bad it is at Farhan. We had to dispatch Buster to finish this stuff. Well, Susan Slusser and John Shea, I must say, John Shea double byline, pushed back on that story yesterday, saying they contacted Scott Boras. Boras took issue, saying The Athletic did not contact him for the story, and that any report that suggests Farhan and I did not negotiate the financial package is inaccurate. Farhan goes on to say, I totally acknowledge that Buster was involved. So was Bob Melvin. So was Greg Johnson. We're a team, blah, blah, blah. So they're pushing back. However, the Chronicle, even in their Farhan defense piece, admits in their story he's on the hot seat and ownership is taking a hard look at his job status. So let's go Susan first and then Bags. We have a little beat writer war, which I'm really enjoying. Getting my popcorn out.
Is this the Giants version of David Lombardi versus Grant Cohn?
Yeah, no, because Lombardi versus Cohn gets so... No, it's funny. Yeah. I got you, but I'm with you. But that one's like so kind of juvenile and like name-calling and all that stuff. And this is more like professional, like who has the story right.
Yeah.
You know, and these guys are like trying to get a story right, as opposed to like riffing and saying Brock Purdy sucks or something like that. So here's Susan on Cut C, Tony, 917C. She was on with Papa and Lund yesterday. What indeed is Farhan's future with the club?
Yeah, it's really hard to call. This is one of those, honestly, whatever happens, I kind of won't be surprised. I think most people are kind of coming to that conclusion. Like, you can see whatever decision is made. You're like, well, okay, the team has underperformed, certainly the last few years, but they do have a lot of very good young players, including Bryce Eldridge, which, all the results of some good drafts during the Farhan Zaidi era. There have been some good and some bad, and some of it is beyond, any baseball executive's control, injuries, and, going after guys like Ohtani and Judge, who are going to be very hard to get to begin with. But, yeah, I could see it either way. It's an interesting time, but, yeah, I maybe even just a change in sort of job titles or job description or adding something to the department. I could see any range of things potentially happening, because everyone in that organization wants to get back to winning ways. Ownership, including Buster Posey, Greg Johnson, who's the chair, Larry Baer, Farhan, Bob Melvin, everyone in the clubhouse. Everyone wants to get back to winning. I think that's the one thing where everyone's on the same page.
Okay, so she left it wide open. By the way, you could tell she was on a car phone. Slush driving to Sac to see Bryce Eldridge, doing her work.
Who had a base knock last night for the River Cats.
Did he? Oh, good knowledge. I didn't know that. That's good. Okay, so Susan basically saying it's wide open. Now, Bagley came on late last night, or not late, but in the evening last night with Kerry Crowley. Happened to hear it when I was driving back from Novato High School. I was fortunate to hear it in my car. And he was asked by Bags about the piece he wrote, Buster shoving aside Farhan to close the deal. And then Susan and Shea's response to that story yesterday, as we got ourselves a beat writer war. So this is Bags' answer. Tell me what you think.
I know that there's been some scrutiny over some details in the story. I know that Boras has pushed back and said that it's not true that Posey and Chapman, sort of came to terms on the deal by themselves. What I would say to that is that, of course, there were conversations between Scott and Farhan the whole time. Of course, they were coming, closer to the terms and the financials that ultimately Chapman signed for. And I think it had even pretty much got there in terms of, years and dollars. But, they needed Buster to come in and push it over the line. And ownership felt that they needed to do that. They needed to step in and do that. And what that says about their faith they have in their president of baseball ops to close the deal, I think that's we're going to find out pretty quickly what that means. But that was the important part of that story, and that story very much holds.
Boom! I loved it. That story very much holds. He's like, yeah, come at me, bro. You best come at. If you come at the king, you best not miss, right? Isn't that what you kids like to say?
Bags dropping the gavel.
But, again, while I am having fun because they're both friends and colleagues and all that, but the truth is somewhere in the middle, of course. It's not 100 at 0, black and white, zero sum. Farhan was involved in the negotiations, and Bagley even concedes that Farhan came up with 6 years, 150. But he also says the important part of that gray area is that to finish the deal, they're tired of him muddling around and not finishing deals. So Buster said, let me finish this thing. Let me get the result on the paper, and went in and finished it. And he said, and what that says about ownership's faith in Farhan that he had to do that is the more important part.
How many times have we used the line on this show, coffee is for closers? Well, Buster's drinking the coffee this morning because he was the one who closed out the deal. And whether or not there is back and forth with the story and the sources, the bottom line is everybody has agreed, all parties. It's written in Susan stories and in Bag stories that Buster Posey was the one who worked out the no trade clause. And that is what eventually got the deal done.
And again, that he had to do it is a statement. Now, you could spin it positive, say, yeah, we're a team effort, it's collaborative. But let's think you're at work finishing a project, and Mike Kohler, program director, just comes in, rips the paper out of your hand, and says, I'm going to finish that for you.
No.
Let me get it. You just go ahead. Go to the break room, buddy. I got this. You'd be like, oh, am I safe here? Because Kohler's finishing my riffs. Kohler's finishing my takes.
Yeah, there was a lot of group projects that I was a part of where I didn't pull my weight and then came in at the last minute and took all the credit, Murph. I still got the A's.
There's that. That's been going around sports memes, by the way. Players who score 2 points in an NBA game or gain no yards in a game and then get the win. They're like, when you didn't do anything in the group project.
Just got carried.
Young Tone, by the way, Glenn Ross, coffee is for closers. Do you know it, kid? Because I'd be delighted to turn you on to it.
Glenn Ross, I have heard of it.
Okay, but you don't know
But I have not heard that saying.
Oh, the single
Coffee's
greatest
for closers?
The single greatest monologue. I will say this with great firmness. Shout out whatever, Laurence Olivier, Hamlet, Marlon Brando on the waterfront. I don't care. This is the greatest monologue in movie history. Alec Baldwin tearing into the sales staff at Glenn Ross. That'll be today's YT. You have a fair amount of profanity.
Oh, I believe we probably already have it in the system, censored, ready to go.
Oh, okay,
We've
great.
used it on the show before.
Okay. Coffee. He says ABC always be closing. He says coffee is for closer. And he tells the guys, he says they're having a contest. He goes, the winner gets a Cadillac. Second prize, and he holds up these set of steak knives. And he says it very derisively. Second prize. Third prize is you're fired. Oh, we got it? This is it right here.
Put that coffee down. Coffee's for closers only.
Coffee is for closers.
Jack Lemmon over there getting his thing. So anyway, when you listen, we'll play some more of that later in the Young Tony thing today. But and by the way, speaking of Young Tony, we're going to debut a new bit today. We were kicking around some fun ideas because Wednesdays are slow in NFL weeks. I said, why don't we have a little Wednesday feature, and it could be an everyday feature depending on how it goes.
Stay tuned.
Of sort of a pardon the interruption kind of rundown thing where Tony throws stuff at us and we just spitball. So Tony's top 3.
Oh.
Might be coming up.
We'll see how it goes.
But anyway, back to what you're at. In the gray area, where are you coming down on this? That the ultimate takeaway is that Buster felt he had to step in and that ownership is puzzled by some things Farhan's doing?
Absolutely. Yeah. And I think that's the biggest takeaway, that Baggerly got sources on this story, that it came to light. And we can go again back and forth between Susan sources and Bag sources, but there's one common theme in both of the stories. It's frustration with Farhan Zaidi. Bag said that the Giants and the ownership group was frustrated about not being able to close the deal. And even in Susan's story, there's a nice little nugget in there that says, according to sources, the team's ownership sometimes has been puzzled with how players are constantly shuffled on the roster. So that's both sides of the story confirming that ownership is frustrated with Farhan Zaidi.
Hey, ownership, welcome to the party, all right? I was watching Don Walton pitch on Saturday night, all right, bro? So I'm here to tell you, okay? All right, well, listen, this will continue to be a fun story to follow. And I got to tell you, listen, I said yesterday, guys, goose might be cooked. I tell you, the goose is boiling right now. The goose is boiling.
The grease is hot.
Of course, they won last night, so maybe
That's
I wonder
true.
if he's day to day, riding wins and losses like it matters first.
I'd say that's the thing. It's I hear people all the time say, oh, it's the final stretch of the season. This might go sideways. We've said it a couple times, and this could determine the future of Farhan. It's no, we know that this team is not making the playoffs. We know that they're going to finish with a sub-500 record. We know what this team is, and we know what this franchise has been for the last 6 years under Farhan.
Yeah, a couple of great texts. Well, 925 defending Farhan says Farhan was hesitant because the Chapman deal is a bad deal. So that's if you go by that, Farhan staying away from all those bad deals means you got no good players, okay? That's one thing. And number 2, 925 comes right into a hot topic right here. Tony's top 3, not to be confused with top 6 sports stories.
I told you.
Marcus Boucher.
I told you.
Dreamforce Marcus is hot.
I told you, man.
Because we were thinking about what to name it. I said, Tony's top 3 is alliterative. He goes, too close to top 6.
Too
I'm
close.
like, no, it's
A little
not that
too
close.
close, yeah.
925 rides with Boucher. All right, well, we'll workshop some other. Okay, 925, you got a better name for us?
Yeah.
Because there was listeners who gave us Hums and Bums.
Wow.
Yeah, it's back
That
in
blows
like
my mind.
06 or 07. We were like, we want to do a Monday morning, but I was like, you can't do Champs and Chumps. That's too easy. I've heard Studs and Duds. And some guy wrote in, what about Hum Babies and Bum Babies? We're like, bro, you just won. I wish I knew the guy who did it. But
Should have hired that guy.
it lives on to this day in the culture.
Man.
I was Saturday night at that suite watching Donnie Walton pitch, and Luciano dived to his right on a ball hit to his left. And the guy says to me, he goes, hey, Murph, is this a bum baby on Monday? I was like, it's in the culture.
Absolutely.
It's in the culture. So anyway, Tony's top 3 workshop title.
Yeah, for now.
Next on the Sports Leader.
Coffee's for closers only.
River Islands. There you go. Nice and relaxing, away from that giant stress. Let's go out to the boathouse, have a lunch and a beer, and watch a ball game. River Island's the place to be. Fastest growing master planned community in Northern California out there in Lathrop. River Islands, we got a tradition out there. We welcome quality home builders who offer a wide variety of home styles, sizes, and prices. Right now, we're celebrating a whole series of grand openings. Introducing all new model homes in neighborhoods built on lakes, near parks and trails. It's nice living out there. Schools in session, 3 charter elementary schools now at River Islands High School. Boathouse, like I mentioned, open for lunch and dinner. Champions Park opens, got a dozen other parks, playing fields, kids running around. And I've even been given a glimpse of the new plans for the town center. And can't wait to share that with you guys. It's all coming together in one place, and that place is River Islands. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? Check it out at riverislands.com. And hey, I'll meet you at the boathouse.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Okay, we got a Zed Wednesday or a Zed's Day because the boys went to the Dreamforce last night, crashed it like Owen Wilson and Vince Vaughn in Wedding Crashers, and it's been kind of tickling my funny bone all day that you guys are crashing the AI conference that people fly from all over the world to go to. And as young Tony said to me this morning, yeah, we got McConaughey at 1:45 today. So get him on the show.
All right.
And I guess Zed performed last night, so
That's
Tony's
right.
making it a Zed Wednesday or a Zed's Day. Tonight, Pink and Imagine Dragons.
Yeah, down at Oracle Park. It's Dreamfest tonight at Oracle Park.
She'll be doing her acrobat. She's a big acrobat on the high wire. So check it out, man. So,
Young Tony was more excited to see Zed than Imagine Dragons
Okay.
or Pink tonight.
all right. So listen, we were kicking around some stuff after the show yesterday. Yeah, we do have post-show meetings, believe it or not. It's the John Joe Curley era. And we were like, man, you get to the NFL and you get all geeked up on the NFL, and then Tuesday happens and there's no games, there's no media, there's no nothing. So I was like, well, that's a perfect time to launch a Wednesday bit. And I said, you know what I miss is those like sort of PTI rundowns. I said, Tony, why don't you throw some stuff at us? We'll call it, we'll call it Tony's top 3. And they're like, Marcus said, that's too close to top 6. To which somebody on the text line labeled that a Boucher touche.
Ooh, I like
But
that.
they labeled that. So we'll have to get into that. So anyway, Tony, are you ready to launch? He's ready.
We got a
He's
little
a
game
bed.
show music, boys.
We got music.
This is great.
This is fancy.
Do you need a?
Do we have a
game
live
show
studio
suit?
audience? Yeah, what's going on? We got a live studio audience?
Tony's top. What are we calling this? Tony's top 3?
Tony's top 3, I guess. We are workshopping that, ladies
What are
and
the
gentlemen.
rules here, buddy? What are
The rules here are you have 1 minute each. I'm going to give you an idea or a question, or I'm going to throw something at you.
Ooh,
You have 1 minute.
extemporaneous riffing.
1 minute to give your take.
It's like debate class.
Yeah.
All right.
1 minute. That's perfect. That's all I need, Murph. Some have called me a minute man before.
And if you know your oft-told Brian Murphy stories, then you know what you need to recuperate, right?
Ooh, what are we going?
Oh, come on. My buddy, legendary line, just give me 20 minutes and a ham sandwich. and then we're ready to go. Anyway, let's move on.
Yeah.
Hey, I've told that story a number of times. Shout out Scotty B. Anyway, okay, here's the deal. We don't know the topics.
No.
We don't know the topics. So, age before beauty, I get to go first?
Sure.
I just took first in line.
Sure.
I grabbed the deli number. All right, Tony's top 3. What do we got?
All right, so we are starting off with number 1. Blake Snell had 12 Ks last night. I was going to get the audio. We didn't have time. Crazy day. Jim Palmer said, Dave Fleming quoted him after the game. He said he was one of the best pitchers of all time. He said he, put him up there with Ron Guidry, some of the great left-handed pitchers in the game of all time. Is Blake Snell one of the best pitchers of all time? Do you agree or disagree? Go.
Okay, so I'm starting right now at 03. Okay, no, he's not one of the best pitchers of all time. Best pitchers of all time have to be it's longevity. I need guys who have done it for not just years, but decades. And I'm talking about, obviously, your Nolan Ryans. I'm talking about your Juan Marichals. I'm talking about that. Now, is Blake Snell sort of more like Tim Lincecum, a streaking meteor across the sky? Something like that. Yeah. And so that's what I would say. Now, that immediately makes me think of Sandy Koufax, who many people consider one of the greatest of all time. But if you go back and look at Sandy Koufax's, it was like Lincecum, a brief streak across the sky. I think Koufax kind of benefited from a little bit of a sort of a Dodger thing going on. But anyway, I'm going to give Blake Snell a freakish dominant pitcher of his era. I'm going to tell you that if he did it for a longer time, from age 21 to age 40, he would. So, that's it.
Your time's up, Murph.
I'm out of time.
That's it. Well, maybe you can borrow a few seconds from me, because I don't know if I need 60
what if you
seconds
wanna
to
go
tell
under
you.
60?
Yeah, what if I just tell you the answer is no, Tony? Right now, Blake Snell is one of the best pitchers in baseball. He's got 2 Cy Youngs, but he's a long ways away from being regarded as one of the greatest of all time. Whether we're talking Roger Clemens with 7 Cy Youngs, Randy Johnson is the first left-handed pitcher I think of. I believe he's got 5 Cy Youngs. You could look at Greg Maddux. The list goes on and on and on. Blake Snell is not in that category yet, but hey, who knows? Maybe he signs a long-term contract here in San Francisco, and we're talking about him being one of the GOATs.
Man, look at us dissing Jim Palmer.
Yeah,
the great
by the
Jim
way,
Palmer.
we are workshopping all of this. I just found the Jim Palmer quote. Dave Fleming in the postgame rap mentioned something, if you want to hear it right
Hey,
here.
listen, this is like a clay, a mold of clay on a spinning wheel. So go ahead and play it, buddy. Yeah.
Jim Palmer, we were walking over here, Hunter and I, to get to the radio booth, was doing the postgame show, and he said, they asked him about Snell, and he said that was Steve Carlton, Randy Johnson, Ron Guidry, kind of stuff tonight. Like all-time great stuff.
Okay, so you misquoted him a little bit. He didn't say it was. Anyway, we'll move on to Tony's number. Somebody says, how about Tony's 3-2-1?
All right.
How about that?
I don't mind.
Okay.
Triple T.
I got to give credit to Anyway, we'll move on. Marcus goes first this time.
All right. Well, next up, we have Shohei Ohtani, a guy that everybody loves around this town. He hit his 48th home run last night. He is chasing a 50-50 season. He is 48-48 with 11 games to go. Is the stolen base devalued with the new rules? Marcus, go.
I mean, they got the pizza box bases. They've got the new rules where you can't pick off more than 3 times. So, yes, the numbers are inflated. Shout out to Ronnie Acuna last year, stealing a bunch of bags. Like, if Ricky Henderson played with these rules, who knows how many bags that he would be stealing. But still, give credit where credit's due. Everybody else is playing with the same rules and the same bags, and there's nobody else in the league that's putting up 50-50 numbers.
Okay, very good. I'm going to say this. I hate to do this to Shohei because, I mean, it's exciting, but it does not thrill me the way you would think a 50-50 should. I can't believe I'm saying this because 50-50 is insane, right? It's absolutely insane. But there's no question that it's been easier for him to steal 50 bases under the new rules. And I get it. Yeah, the rules are for everyone and all that. But it's kind of how I view NFL passing numbers these days. Like, they're like, look at the numbers that Kirk Cousins is putting up. He threw more than Kenny Stabler. I'm like, yeah, well, no. They're living in 2 different universes. So the limit, as you mentioned, the limited number of throwovers, and, of course, the bigger pizza boxes. So I'm not diminishing Shohei. He's a freak. He's Babe Ruth, all that stuff. But when he gets to 50-50, which he will, I'm not going to be as titillated, as it were. Nice word, huh?
Ooh.
As if it were perhaps a different era. So Shohei, pretty darn good, not quite there.
How about the fact that Shohei Ohtani is going to put up a 50-50 season in a year that he's recovering from Tommy John surgery?
How about the fact that he's going to put up a 50-50 season, and I tried to diminish it in some way? How about that? All right. Tony's 3-2-1. It's our new game show here to fill up our NFL Wednesdays. Yes.
Yeah, and then finally, number 3, Matthew McConaughey, a guy that's in the news. He is going to be speaking today at 1:45 at the Yerba Buena Theater, ladies and gentlemen.
We'll see you there.
Leading with purpose, building for legacy is the event
like
title.
Bill Belichick coming? All right, go ahead.
So he's going to be he's going to speak on how to build businesses with purpose, embrace technology to scale environmental and societal impact.
More important, he's going to collect a check for $250,000.
We will be there to see it.
Anyway, yes.
The point of the whole thing is best Matthew McConaughey movie in your opinion. There's a lot of them.
Okay. Do you have any nominees, or are you just going to let us?
I'm going to open it up because he's got a long list.
Listen, this is like, we were talking about Blake Snell all time. We're talking about Tim Lincecum all time. There's only one movie. It's Dazed and Confused. It's as simple as that. I mean, it's where he was introduced to all of us. Now, I know he's won an Oscar. He's won an Academy Award for that Dallas Buyers Club, I believe, which I never saw. We are Marshall's in the news because of the biscuits and the Notre Dame or Ohio State stuff going on. But come on, man. His Wooderson, like there are things that happen in movies when you see certain movies. This happened to me when I rewatched Swingers the other day, and Vince Vaughn I was like, this is an electric breakout performance from an all-time great. McConaughey's Wooderson, from the moment he showed up and dropped the all right, and they keep getting older, and then the description of his car, I can't even come through it. If you have a better McConaughey flick, come at me, bro, because that's number 1.
I mean, it's tough to disagree. That's the legendary character of Matthew McConaughey. I will say his character in Wolf of Wall Street was also highly entertaining. I think maybe you could put that in the conversation, but I'm right there with you. It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
All right. Well, listen, that's it. Tony's 3-2-1 has been debuted.
People are chiming in on the YouTube chat. Tony's quick hits. Tea time with Tony.
Tea time with Tony's pretty good because you're a golfer, but we want to somehow get the 3 in there. All right. We need a sounder. Hey, you know what? Hey, sales department, get this thing sponsored. And get Coney a cut, too.
We need an open, too. We need to get Tony Ryan on a open for this thing.
That's what I was saying, yeah. And then just like we got to get Marcus a cut, too.
Well, that's right, because we are sponsored, and Tony's Titillating Takes, I don't know, is that the name? Is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union, because Redwood Credit Union offers auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service, because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love.
Tony's 3 strikes, somebody says? Hey. I don't know. We're working it. We're working. Until the one that comes in, Tony's top takes, but it's not Tony's takes. It's his questions. And Tony's top trio.
What did young Tony ask today?
3-2-1 king. What did young Tony? That's good. I like that. Boucher touche. What did young Tony ask today? That's my leader right now. That's my leader right now.
Put it on the board.
Very good. All right. Well, that was fun. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We're trying to just touch on things in the culture and in the sports headlines just to just to get you through your commute. All right, here's the deal. Mike Krukow at 7:30, the big hit at 7:50. Seems to be Farhan Gate. It seems to be today. I mean, listen, of course the 49ers are playing the Rams. That's a big deal, but, really nothing happened yesterday. Other than Debo and Ayuk debuted their low-energy podcast.
You're going to get this podcast, Mark.
Man, if we did
get this podcast.
if our show was like their podcast, bro, we'd be packing our boxes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That'd be John Joe Curley would be calling us in for a meeting.
I was a little surprised to see that Debo was starting his own podcast. Nothing against Debo as a person. Just
Also, they had a moderator. Can that be a podcast when somebody's moderating it? Shouldn't it just be Debo riffing?
It should be. Debo should be like the Draymond Green podcast.
Draymond just sets up his laptop in his hotel room and goes.
Yeah, but Draymond just opens his mouth and has takes.
Yeah.
Debo is a guy that's pretty quiet at the podium.
Draymond was built for a podcast, as we know.
You're going to get this podcast.
Very good. Matt Mayoko at 8:50, Andy Baggerly at 9:30. All right, that was fun. Mike Krukow next on The Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Marcus Boucher here on a Wednesday morning with one question for you. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? Well, the team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I went on this program for over a month this summer, and I dropped 20 pounds. And I did it without counting points or calories, without having prepackaged meals, no surgeries, no drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about this program, check out the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110. Or you can visit them online at abundantlifeweightloss.com. That's abundantlifeweightloss.com.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, Giants hit a lot of home runs, or I said not hit a lot of, scored a lot of runs yesterday in Baltimore. Hit one home run, and Blake Snell was devastating. Let's talk about it with Mike Krukow on the UMA guest line. He's sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan. Find savings on every model. And Mike, every now and then, it's kind of fun to watch the Giants blow somebody out. And man, oh man, is it fun to watch Blake Snell pitch. So good morning. How are you?
Morning, Mike.
Yeah, that's fun. I mean, when he's on like that, and he's heavily motivated, obviously, because he's anticipating, I'm sure, as we all are thinking, that he's going to walk and opt out, and he's going to go back into the free agency market. So from his perspective, to go into the American League East, and keep in mind, 75% of the baseball writers in this country are east of St. Louis. A lot of attention gets paid to the American League East. And the Orioles have had a great year. They've had a great 2 years. I mean, they're a team that's, pushing hard, although they're sputtering a bit. They're pushing hard for the playoffs. So you go into that ballpark, which has always been perceived as an offensive mecca, and you just go 6 strong, give up 1 hit, shut them out, and strike out 12. Well, that doesn't hurt your marketability. In fact, I think he put up an extra $75 million in his pocket last night. That's how significant that game was.
Wow.
And I'm not exaggerating.
Wow. That's some, as you would say, some serious iron. So, Mike, I know, you like to analyze this stuff on the field, not get into contracts, but just if you can approach it any way you want. Like, Blake Snell, like, what kind of deal would he get? I mean, and should it be something in the Giants' budget? I mean, this is going to be the burning question. Like, do you just go throw the bank at a guy like this? Because I think a lot of teams might. Should the Giants do it?
Well, I'm sure they'll think about it. I mean, they'll kick the tires. Look, they gave him 2 years for $62 million, $31 million a year. So he's going to get at least that per year. So if you put it out there in a 5-year deal, which I think at his age, you start thinking in terms of 5-year. Out beyond that, and he's still young, but if you get out past 36 years old, you're starting to maybe not have quite the same stuff. So I would think most clubs would like to get him into a 5-year situation or a 4-year, or as few years as they can. And even if that has to cost them a few extra bucks per year, I think that would be something that they would all be interested in. But I think he's going to want as much security as he can get. The thing about baseball contracts is every time you see a baseball deal done, every one of those dollars is guaranteed. It's not like football where you sign for, $300 million and 90 of it's guaranteed. With baseball, it's all guaranteed. So, I mean, that's the game you start in the off season. General managers, they want to try and get you for, as much in a safe situation where you don't have an extended contract exposure. Because if it's too long, I mean, at some point in time, you're going to hate that contract. Remember the Giants? The Giants were last year. They were in the deal for Yamamoto. Yamamoto, a 25-year-old out of Japan, he winds up signing a 12-year, $30 million deal. 12 years guaranteed for a pitcher. I've never seen anything like that. And but anyway, we're getting off into a tangent. I think that he is definitely going to get an interest from a lot of clubs, and I think the Giants will be one of them.
Yeah, and Mike, it's interesting to look back at this past offseason where Blake Snell was looking for that long-term contract, coming off a Cy Young season. Of course, he ended up going throughout spring training with Scott Boras and signing with the San Francisco Giants. But I think a big reason for him not getting that long-term contract was the criticism about him being a 5-and-dive guy. Well, this year, he is constantly pitching to the 6th inning, the 7th inning. We saw him throw a no-hitter and throw a complete game. So is it possible that his value is even higher now than it was last year coming off a Cy Young season because he is pitching deeper in games?
Well, he's a pitch count guy. And where those pitch counts take him, that's where he goes. I mean, he doesn't go much beyond 100, 110 pitches. And a lot of what he did when he was with the Padres last year, remember, he led the league in walks. But if you take a look at the amount of innings he threw and the amount of hits he gave up, it was ridiculous, and nobody hit him. And he had the ability to pitch out of the walks, but that takes a lot of pitches. So that's why he comes out to the 5th inning, he's throwing 105 pitches. I don't think he's a 5-and-fly guy. 5-and-fly guys, they want out after 5 because they qualify for a win, and they don't have the exposure to getting beat as they go forward in the game. But I don't think he gives a rat's you-know-what in regards to who he faces or how deep he goes, he just looks at the pitch count. 100, 110, he's gone. So this year, a lot. I mean, it's taken him into it. I mean, he had a complete game, his first in his career. First time he ever got to the 8th inning. Anyway, I don't think a 5-and-fly label is a slap in the face. And he's not a 5-and-fly guy. He's just a pitch count guy.
I'm just looking at his game log. Looks like 9 of his last 12 starts dating back to July 14. He's gone at least 6 innings in 9 of those starts. So that's
look at the pitch count.
Yeah. And his walk total has been minimized. Like he only in his 3 starts in September, he's only walked 2 guys in each game. I mean, that's 2 more than you want, but that may be the key, right? Minimizing the walks.
Totally. But think about his year. He didn't have any spring training. The Giants were kicking the tires, and his agent said that he was ready to go 4 innings. Well, that had everything to do with getting him signed. They saw him throw a 4-inning exhibition, basically, and in a tryout, and he threw 15 pitches, sat down, got up 4 times. And the Giants theorized, well, okay, if he can go 4 and 60 pitches, well, then you can build his arm up with every start, meaning, you start him and you go 4 innings and you build him up like it's spring training. But he's so good, he's going to give you a chance to win even in those 4 or 5 innings that he's giving you, those 60, 70, 80 pitch outings. Didn't work out. As it turned out, he wasn't even close to being ready. And by the fact that he went out early, based on the word of his agent, and he got hurt. He got put on the IL. Then he came back again. He got hurt. So the Giants were counting on him to keep them in this race early on in the year. Did not happen. That was a real big thing to try and overcome, and they couldn't really do it. But once he got right, after coming off the IL a second time, he's been the best pitcher in the world. He's done things that has just blown our minds.
Mike, I wanted to switch over to the offense because last night the Giants put up 10 runs, and it all started with Mike Yastrzemski leaving the ballpark. What does that mean for a guy like Yaz who spent a lot of time in Baltimore's farm system to go back to that ballpark and go deep?
Vindication, totally. Remember the very first time he went back? The very first time? He gets to Baltimore, and he hits a home run. And then that was the road trip that he goes into Boston. I think that was the next city. And, the house that Yastrzemski built, he hits a home run there. And, I mean, it burns deep, as competitive as he is. So going back there this year for him to step up first at bat in the game and he hit a home run, absolutely that felt good. The whole time he ran the bags, I mean, he took a little more time, and he just took it all in. And, you can't help but look up in the general manager's box and give the look like, you had me.
Yeah, it's fun.
I'm sure it felt good.
Yeah, it felt great. Second pitch, left the yard. Look forward to more tonight as the Giants take on the Orioles again. It'll be a 3:35 game. Hayden Birdsong gets the ball. Mike, before I let you go, I mean, I know the palace intrigue of, Farhan Zaidi's job security is not, something that you want to maybe comment on, unless you want to. But my question to you is, as a player, having been in the clubhouse, how does that affect the players? Like, is that stuff, I mean, you said they hear it all, or they see it all, or their wives do, or their agents do. So when they see that Andy Bagley has this story about Buster Posey had to finish the Chapman deal, and then Slusser pushes back saying, no, that's not true, but does say Farhan's on the hot seat because ownership is puzzled by some of the stuff he's done. How does that affect the clubhouse, do you think, on a day-to-day basis, and how they feel about the club?
I don't think that affects them a lot. I know it wouldn't have affected me if I was a player. I think that the job that Farhan done has been very good, considering that he had to rebuild the minor league system, and it's really paying off now for the first time in a decade. That you have everyday players who are telling us they're going to make contribution next year, with Elliot Ramos and Tyler Fitzgerald. But also think about the other guys. I mean, you've developed. Patrick Bailey looks like, he's going to be a good catcher, and he's still young, and he's still learning. He's still developing. This whole year has been about development, and he doesn't get any credit for this. And the very fact that they would even throw it out there that Buster wants his job, I think is absurd. Why would Buster Posey at this point in his life, with a young family and 2 little ones, 2 twins that are high need, that he needs to be there? Why would he consider having a job that's 24/7, 365 days a year? There are no days off for a president of baseball ops. There's no day off for a general manager. Why would he want that? I mean, he's accomplished everything in the game. He's now an owner. He's in the inner circle. He has a lot to say about this, as he should. His opinion matters. But I think that if you even throw it out there that this guy wants the job, I think is ridiculous. But I think that we really should stand back and assess the job that Farhan has done. It's reflected in the minor league system. You know, a lot of the guys that he got this year, Snell, didn't work out. Not for lack of trying. Soler didn't work out. His at-bats the first part of the year were hard to watch. And you lose Jung-Hoo Lee? Well, I mean, it's hard to overcome those things. And develop. This is a year they developed, and they contended all the way into September. How do you do that? Who does that? When you develop, you usually take it on the chin and lose close to 100 games. And yet everybody's so quick to criticize Farhan, and I think that's really unnecessary.
Okay,
and uncalled for.
Yeah, well, that's the answer I was looking for. You did want to check in on that, so. All right, well, good. We'll take your words into account, and we will see what happens to the rest of the season. We'll see what happens after the season, too. So, all right, Mike, we'll enjoy some baseball tonight, and we will talk to you Friday.
At a bit.
Mike Krukow with some good, strong defense there. I mean, look, I didn't know if he wanted to check in. You know, sometimes these guys are like, guys, you know, just keep me out of this. But he did. He went in there, and he's strong defense of Farhan. He didn't have to. I would say, like, some people say, oh, Mike's always going to defend the. No, I'd say if he didn't, he would just avoid it and talk about something else.
Yeah.
But he, you know, do you buy what he's saying about bad breaks and an upcoming minor league system? Well, actually, you know what? Why don't you pause that thought, okay, on the other side? But you got young Tony, you got a little breaking Fox News alert here for us here? Yeah. What do you got, bud?
Adrian Wojnarowski has just retired. Sounds like he's also, according to Jeff Passan of ESPN, he's now become the GM of St. Bonaventure, a high school.
What? Well, that's a college.
College.
Well, there's no GM in it. Wait a minute. So read me the tweet here entirety. What's going on?
Sorry, but I just lost it. Yeah, ESPN senior NBA insider Adrian Wojnarowski has agreed to become the general manager of the men's basketball program at St. Bonaventure, the college. He told ESPN the role includes name, image, and likeness allocation, recruiting, and supporting successful Bonnie's coach Mark Schmidt. Unbelievable. Woj bomb.
This is one hell of a Woj bomb.
I mean,
that is his alma mater.
I know he went to St. Bonnie. I mean, it's kind of intriguing to like go be the dude at your college. My buddies have always joked that I should be the AD at UCLA because I'd be like chopping heads off. But so there's an appeal to that. Man,
wow.
Is this did Shams came in and rattled him? I don't know, or just Anyway,
I mean, I guess this means that Woj is not going to be GM of the Giants next year.
Boucher touche. All right, on the other side, what's that, buddy? You got? Yeah, that's right. I got you. On the other side, the big hit is what exactly Mike Krukow just laid out. We now have Andy Baggerly's take that ownership is having to finish deals for Matt Chapman. Susan Slusher and John Shea's take that ownership has him on the hot seat and is going to take a hard look. Mike Krukow's take defending him, saying bad breaks on Snell's injury, Soler's lack of production, and a minor league system that's promising. Where do you guys come down? 808 KNBR is the phone number. It's today's big hit. And we want to thank Mike. He was sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. Big hit next. 808 KNBR is the phone number on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Kevin Hart is back on tour, and we have tickets to give away. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR to win 2 tickets to see Kevin Hart acting My Age at the Paramount Theater on October 26th. We love our loyal KNBR listeners, and we want to reward you guys, so stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away at 9:15 this morning. It is all furnished by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
I think that the job that Farhan done has been very good, considering that he had to rebuild the minor league system, and it's really paying off now for the first time in a decade. That you have everyday players who are telling us they're going to make contribution next year with Elliot Ramos and Tyler Fitzgerald, but also think about the other guys, I mean, you've developed Patrick Bailey. Looks like, he's going to be a good catcher, and he's still young and he's still learning. He's still developing. This whole year has been about development, and he doesn't get any credit for this. And the very fact that they would even throw it out there that Buster wants his job, I think, is absurd.
All right, there's Mike Krukow leading us into our big hit. So many Farhan takes, whether it was Andy Bagley's piece in The Athletic Sunday night, Monday morning, saying that Buster Posey had to step in because ownership did not trust Farhan to finish the deal. Whether it was Susan Slusher and John Shea writing that, no, Boris kind of disputed that, said he did work with Farhan on the deal. Whether it was Bagley responding to that last night, saying, no, that's true, he worked on it, but Buster had to finish the deal and the story holds. Or whether it was Mike defending Farhan there. Mike being, I think Mike giving the most charitable view possible of Farhan, because I don't think this year was supposed to be a rebuilding year. This year was supposed to be a playoff year.
No, it's not a rebuilding year when you're constantly shuffling all your prospects up and down from the minor league level to the major league level. If you're going to rebuild, then yeah, Marco Luciano should have been your starting shortstop on opening day, not Nick Ahmed.
And you would have traded Blake Snell at the trade deadline and all that stuff that we talked about. Yes.
It's the constant mixed messages that we've been talking about all year long.
Is it playoffs? Is it rebuilding? Is it semi-rebuilding? Is it semi-playoffs? Is it not rebuilding? Is it not playoffs? All that stuff. We don't really know what the macro is here. Are you getting Shohei Ohtani? Are you getting Aaron Judge? Are you calling up Brett Wisely? Are you calling up Donovan Walton? It's been a morass, a mess. I think the thing that really just is the big picture, setting aside all the micro moves, you can get into this move, that the big picture is that in general, over the last several years, the Bay Area has been turned off of Giants baseball. I think that's the big, how did we get there? I mean, you could go through any number of reasons, whether it was you thought Bobby Evans, the Longoria and McCutchen trades or whatever, Bumgarner fell apart or Buster retired. I don't know. You could go through your reasons. But with Farhan at the helm since 2019, the interest level and energy around Giants baseball has dipped dramatically, and the anger and frustration level has risen. And I think people have kind of lacked continuity. They don't lack it. That's what Jung-Hoo Lee was supposed to do.
Yeah.
And that's why I think maybe you do see attendance up this year, because when they signed Lee, people were excited. He was a charismatic guy from Korea. There was an exotic nature to him. He's young. He's going to be an everyday player.
Yeah.
And then Matt Chapman became an everyday player, and that was good too. And then Blake Snell, when he signed, I called for 90 wins. And, so now you looked on the defending Farhan. Yeah, well, Snell was invisible for 3 months. Jung-Hoo Lee blew out his shoulder, and Jorge Soler turned out to be a bust.
I mean, Murph, I've brought this up a few times, just kind of looking back at our shows earlier this year. When we were down in Scottsdale for spring training, we opened up the phone lines at the same time we're doing it right now. 808 KNBR is the number. And everybody called in saying, yeah, this is an A-plus offseason for Farhan Zaidi. Yeah. And that's why we talked about the level of excitement. Now, a lot of those moves fell flat, to your point. Nobody could have predicted that Jung-Hoo Lee was going to go down in the first month of the season, or Jorge Soler couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat. But I feel like there's even more questions now about this roster heading into last year than what we had before the season started. Because if it is a development year, we still don't know where the hell Marco Luciano can play. We don't know what Luis Matos is going to look like next year. We really don't know the future of a guy like Patrick Bailey, who once again is seeing his body break down towards the end of the year. Kyle Harrison, I was hyped on this year. They had to shut him down because of the lack of velocity towards the end of the season. Like, in a year that you're supposed to be developing and building for the future, it still feels like there's a lot of questions about the development of the prospects.
Yeah, good stuff. By the way, Marty Lurie's checked in. Somebody said, check out Marty's tweet. And I think Marty backs up. I'll read a Marty tweet. I love my Marty, my baseball man. She says, folks are making a big deal about how the Giants play over these final few series as if it will determine Farhan's fate. Not so. That decision has already been made by ownership because information is being leaked to the media. There you go. That's why I was talking about the goose being cooked. He says something will change in the front office. We will know what October 1st. That's what Andy Bagley said. It could happen pretty quickly. And it could just be, Marty says it could be an additional talent evaluator is necessary from the baseball side. Let's see. Stay tuned. So maybe it's adding somebody. What do you got there, young Tony?
Yeah, I like that. That's what we do. We talk ball.
Oh, no, you know what I need right now? Was that a big hit? That's what I need.
That's a big hit.
By the way, that was your great Scottsdale baptism for you. When he just walks in, give me the mic. Give me the damn mic.
Is that a big hit?
Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, listen, all these thoughts are out there. Rick and Hayward starts us off at 8:08 KNBR on all the noise around Farhan this Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It's happened in The Athletic. It's happened in The Chronicle. And now it's happening on KNBR. So, Rick, good morning. You're on The Big Hit on KNBR. How are you, man?
Hi, Brian. How are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good, man.
Good to talk with both of you. Hi, Marcus. To get right into it, I have to defend Farhan. I mean, exactly what you said at the beginning of the year when he made all the moves to sign Chapman, to get Solar, to make the trade for Robbie Ray and get rid of Haniger and DeSclafani, to getting Snell. Everybody thought this was going to be the banner year and gave him, and me too. I was all for it. I was excited. What I think everybody forgets is there were injuries. I mean, the reason Ramos came up was an injury. The reason Fitzgerald came up, well, he came up for two reasons. He came up because of the shortstop, which I can't remember his name, Ahmed, couldn't hit worth anything, you know. So I think the moves were based on necessity because of injury, or like you guys are lambasting on Luciano. The kid can't play a position. That's the answer right there. He can't play a position. If he can't play a position, he shouldn't be on the team.
Yeah, well then, Rick, I'll cut you off real quick then. Why did Farhan Zaidi say at the end of the year when Brandon Crawford got shoved out the door that Marco Luciano was going to be your everyday shortstop?
That's a good question, and but the point is, maybe they didn't even let him start the year at shortstop, so they knew really quick that he wasn't going to advance.
Yeah, but it's also taken 6 years in an organization to finally move him to second base.
I think they wanted to. I think in an ideal world they would have traded him in the past offseason, and that's why maybe he anointed him as the up and coming shortstop. But they didn't. He's never pulled the trigger on that big trade. You mentioned Ray and Haniger. That counts as a big trade for him, and I need more like that. But Rick, you want to keep him because you think he's been the victim of circumstance. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'd let him at least finish out his guarantee through next year. And then, hey, 7 years, nothing happens. Yeah, I'd say it's fair game to let him go and try to find somebody else. But one thing I did see and it's kind of interesting, what general managers and front office people think about the dealing with other teams. The Giants weren't even on the list. There were 16 teams. The Dodgers were first. The Rays were second. Well, where did we get Farhan from? The Dodgers. And what are the Rays? The Rays are an analytical team that nobody wants to see play.
Right.
So it's kind of funny how those are the two top teams where everybody thinks the front offices are the best, but those are the teams where
one of them traded for Mookie Betts, signed Shohei Ohtani and Freddie Freeman, and the other one didn't. So there you go. Hey, Rick, thanks for the call. We got more to get to. We do appreciate it. And you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Kemius Media Station. It's funny, and I don't mean to riff on Rick because I enjoyed the call and he seemed like a reasonable Giants fan. But when he's like, yeah, give him one more, play it out. He goes, and after 7 years, that's it. I'm like, after 7 years?
A long leash.
Bro, 7 years, man. I'm trying to see a win. 7 years is a long time. Here's a great text in here. There's a lot of texts coming in. What's the one? It says, I wish I could, because there's so many in here, but it said, he has the Giants exactly where they were in 2019, and that's kind of true. And that's the kind of the sign of failure. I mean, it really is. They feel like they were in 2019 with Longoria as Chapman and with, some pitching prospects on the way and with sort of uncertainty here and there and some veterans mixed with some rookies. But man, oh man, I think the biggest thing is missing on guys like Hunter Bishop. We're supposed to be your dude, big time farm prospects. Now I'm just sitting here reading in between breaks Susan Slusser went up to Sacramento and she did a big piece on Bryce Eldridge. And this guy is so far the shining star of the Farhan era, right? I mean, Pat Bailey, you could argue, but we've seen Bailey now 2 years in a row fade in the second half.
Yeah, Patrick Bailey and Kyle Harrison, I would say, were the two lead dogs for Farhan. That's a good call, too.
Kevin in San Jose is checking in on our big hit. We're talking about the Farhan noise because Baggerly's made it, Shea, Slusser, Kruko, us. There's a lot of noise this week, guys. That's our big hit today. Kevin in San Jose, what do you got, buddy? Good morning.
You know, I say we keep him another year. I really believe that our troubles this year lies with the bat. We had 21 run losses. Our farm system's in much better shape than it was when he first got here. We just got to put the ball in play. You got guys on second and third, and we strike out. I mean, come on, baseball, put the ball in play. But the thing is hitting behind him. It comes with the bat, and I'm not saying get rid of Burrell, but we got to do something. You just can't sit there and have 14 strikeouts every game. Can't put that on, Farhan. He's not the guy in the box. So I think is give him another year, and we roll with it.
Yeah, Kevin, thanks for the call. We appreciate you. I was at the point, before this last collapse. What are they, by the way? They're 8-15 in their last 23. They just broke a 4-game losing streak with that win yesterday. I'm at the point where, I was thinking in early September, would 6 different at-bats in timely situations have changed this season? I mean, they really weren't a disaster in terms of they were competitive most every night. They were in a lot of close games, and we could look back on that Braves series where they were kind of in the mix. What was it like? Were they 3 out or something when that series started, or 2 or 3 out?
We were talking about how big that series was for the tiebreakers in the wild card.
And the first 2 games were extra inning losses.
Yes, they were.
It was a case where 90 feet execution. Yeah. Now, is that on Bob Melvin? Is that on Ryan Christensen, Pat Burrell? Is that on Farhan? There's been an organizational emphasis, though, on the launch angle and the home run that has led to these strikeouts, which I hate. Yep. It's driving me nuts. And go look at the Padres, by the way. I've just been thinking about this. As the Padres, by the way, I was there Saturday night, and I know it was just one night, but you feel, I think you can feel a team. You can feel the Padres right now, bro. They are, I don't know, National League, Phillies, Dodgers, watch out.
You're saying the Padres have an aura.
They do have an aura, exactly. And they're able to get things done. And what they did, think about the trade for Luis Arraez.
Yeah.
Right? Luis Arraez, would he be devalued in today's era of launch angle? You know what? Give me a freaking Luis Arraez who's going to constantly put the ball in play. Did he strike out for the first time in forever? Remember when the Dylan Cease trade went down? And I remember I was very upset the next morning, and I remember the Farhan defenders killing me on the text line. No, it's a terrible trade. Look, have you seen Dylan Cease's year? Look what he's doing for them. Yeah. These are the kind of things you got to go do. Corbin Burns to the you got to go do these things.
Yeah, I mean, think about all the moves that the Padres have made. Whether we're talking Xander Bogaerts, bringing in Juan Soto from the Washington Nationals, they're going out there and making the big moves.
And then they traded, and eventually it wasn't they traded everything for Soto. Yeah, the Nationals got good players from the Padres.
Yeah, Mackenzie Gore, James Wood, guys who are producing right now. C.J. Abrams, I believe.
One of the top rookies in the National League. But the point is then they flipped Soto to the Yankees.
Yeah, so they're making moves. They're getting trades done. And I don't want to hear about the California Texans because last time I checked, Murph, San Diego's in California also.
Exactly. John in San Jose is checking in on our big hit. The noise of this week is getting loud. John, good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, boys.
What's up, man?
I love me some Mike Kruko. Met the man when he was on the road. Couldn't be the nicer, greatest guy. He's a homer. We love him for that. I think he just got this take wrong. It's too many years of the same nonsense with Farhan. He does not fit the culture of this team. I've been saying that. The brand of baseball that we play is boring. You got different dudes, different times. Yeah, 107 wins. Everybody played absolutely out of their gourd that year and did phenomenally, and that's what took us to that place. It's a results-driven business, and you got to have results. And I'll just leave with the one last thing. Mike saying it's a 24/7 job. It's so difficult as a working person. I'm sorry, you have to take meetings. You have handlers. You have people calling you. That sounds so exhausting. I'm sure these guys can find time in their day to do it. I'm sure Buster would be a great GM. We just don't have that vibe. You guys just said it. We don't have that swag. I love going down to Petco. I love going down to a game down there. They're making big moves. We make minuscule moves. Yeah, we got Snell. You can't call that the guy was going to be terrible for 3 months. You can't call a shoulder. but there's just something wrong. It doesn't work, and sometimes you just need radical change.
John, great call, man. Strong take. I like it, and I agree. I think I disagreed with Mike's take. I love Mike forever. He's the greatest. By the way, you will never get. Just want to say, Mike, as far as a broadcaster, you're never going to get a guy who just comes with a consistent energy and takes and stories and anecdotes and insight. I mean, yeah, is his one fault that he will defend the Giants? Yeah, that's his one fault. So what? If that's his worst fault, that's a pretty damn good worst fault. I sometimes will finish a hit with Mike, and I'll be like, I've been doing this for almost, if I make it another 2 months, 20 years. This guy's been relentlessly consistent 3 times a week. Oh, he's just the best. He's amazing. And sometimes, yeah, but he will rip sometimes. Sometimes when he's at it, he'll rip.
Absolutely. And I thought it was an interesting take, especially on whether or not Buster would want the job. And Mike obviously has a much, much better relationship with Buster Posey than I do. So he knows Buster well. But I would say the answer to Mike's question, why would Buster want that job? Because Buster wants to win.
Yeah.
I think it's that plain and simple. Why did Buster join the ownership group? Why did Buster Posey move back to the Bay Area? Why was Buster Posey outspoken about the offseason this year and free agents coming to San Francisco? I think it's because he wants to win.
My gut instinct, though, is that he wants to stay in the ownership group and maybe handpick a guy to be the head of baseball ops. Possibly, maybe that's more my gut instinct. Like, I think Mike's right. I think he's got the family. And by the way, it's nice being in the executive boardroom and not being that guy having to make those trades. He's also smart. It's kind of dumb because you do it and all of a sudden you're in the crosshairs. If you stay in that executive board, he can stay in that executive boardroom for the rest of his life. And by the way, his investment will just continue to appreciate and his family's set forever and he gets to call the shots. So if you're smart, if you're Buster, you stay in that executive boardroom. You go hand pick a new baseball ops guy. Yeah. That would be my take on that. There's so many texts, by the way. One of them said, we only give the U.S. president 4 years to fix the country. How are we giving Farhan 6 or 7
That's
years
a great text.
to do this?
That's a big game, man.
Oh, very good. 831 checks in and says, you really like that take. They make big moves and we make minuscule moves. It's so true. It is true. It's been the margins.
Well, Murph, no move too small.
That's what he said. And it was rattling. I've written several jock blogs through the years where I go back to that quote like, God, we should have really been taking him seriously when he said that. Al is in Clovis, and he's checking in from Central California. Al, what you up to, man?
How are you guys doing? I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm kind of like Farhan has, done his time. It's time for him to move on. And part of my problem with him is that, they talk about getting these pitchers like Snell and getting these hitters like Soler or these power hitters. But when you listen to the philosophy of Giants baseball, they should change it because they talk about the ballpark being geared towards the pitcher. And yet they get these batters that are trying to hit the ball out in right field or out of the ballpark and they're not getting it. If you look at this year's second half, most of the teams that we're beating were teams that could hit the ball the other way, put the ball in play. I don't know how many strikeouts they have, but they've got to be in the top 5 strikeout teams in the league. But they need to change their philosophy if they're going to win, because Kruko said it the other day. I says, Elio Ramat's one of the first guys to get hit out there because he can take the ball to right field. Encarnacion, he can hit the ball to right field. Ramos is supposed to, or Luciano is supposed to be able to take the ball to right field, but you never see that. All the other players, when they're having a hard time, they say, when I hit the ball the other way, I'm starting to get my swing back. So, there's got to be something to that.
I'm with you. By the way, surprisingly, the Giants are only 10th in baseball in strikeouts. Now, in the National League, 1, 2, 3, 4. They're 5th in the National League. So, but I'm with you, Al. I'm with you 100%. Like a few timely hits could have changed this season, and it's been a bad approach from the organization. And it starts with Farhan going on down. That's the approach he wants to promote. They got all these computers. They took over the Nick Peters interview room with all these freaking computers. They're 73 and 78 and can't go the other way.
Yeah, I mean, Murph, we're talking about a team that has a roster built to hit 20 home runs per person. And, I know he comes from the Oakland A's background. That's what the A's do. They find a lot of guys that can give you 15 to 20 home runs, and in that ballpark, it plays. But it doesn't play here in San Francisco. We're talking about a team that was the last team to steal a bag this year. A team that has had zero threat of speed on the base path until guys like Grant McCray and Tyler Fitzgerald showed up. But how many times have we talked about the Arizona Diamondbacks and how they built their roster and how they have speed on the base pass and how with the new rules that have now enabled Shohei Ohtani to go 50-50 make it easier than ever to create chaos on the base pass, and Farhan Zaidi has not implemented that into a system in 6 years now.
No, so the big question is the big hit, and we're going to continue on for another segment of it because it's hot. You guys are calling in, you guys are texting in, and it's about the noise this week. Sunday night, Monday morning, Baggerly story that Buster Posey has to finish the Chapman deal. Schlusser and Shea push back with a story saying that's not entirely true, but ownership is puzzled by some of the things Farhan's doing. Mike Krukow defends Farhan staunchly, says the minor league system's been repaired, and he was a victim of bad luck with Blake Snell's injuries and Jorge Soler's lack of production and Jung-Hoo Lee's injuries. So we'll continue it. But you got something.
We'll continue on the other side, and we'll talk to Jose on the other side. And Jose's call-in is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union offers auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love.
All right, let's keep it going. Big hit continues on the Sports Leader.
I like that. That's what we do. We talk ball.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Kevin Hart is back on tour, and we have tickets to give away. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR to win 2 tickets to see Kevin Hart acting My Age at the Paramount Theater on October 26th. We love our loyal KNBR listeners, and we want to reward you guys, so stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away at 9:15 this morning. It is all furnished by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
All right, what's up, everybody? Happy Wednesday morning. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher here to talk to you about Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. Prize Picks is the easiest and most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Unlike other apps on Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers. All you do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections and watch the winnings roll in. And we've been talking about winners all week long. The easiest win of the season is taking Caleb Williams to have more than 1 passing yard. Yeah, I've been talking about it for weeks. They're running it all month long in the month of September. All you need to do is take Caleb Williams more than 1 passing yard and pair it with one of your other favorite picks, and you have a chance to win. So join us on Prize Picks and download the Prize Pick app using the code word LEADER, and you will instantly get $50 when you play $5. That's code LEADER on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to have a winning lineup to get the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed, and it's only on Prize Picks. Run your game.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
But I think that we really should stand back and assess the job that Farhan has done. It's reflected in the minor league system. You know, a lot of the guys that he got this year, Snell, didn't work out. Not for lack of trying. Soler didn't work out. His at-bats the first part of the year were hard to watch. And you lose Jung-Hoo Lee? Well, I mean, it's hard to overcome those things. And develop. This is a year they developed, and they contended all the way into September. How do you do that? Who does that? When you develop, you usually take it on the chin and lose close to 100 games. And yet everybody's so quick to criticize Farhan, and I think that's really unnecessary.
There's Mike Krukow set to the tunes of Zed. One of the favorite stories of 2024 is Waterboy and young Tony becoming Dreamforce guys, Salesforce guys. They were at the top of the tower cocktailing. They got invites to Dreamforce. Zed was playing last night at Moscone Center. They're going back. Early this morning, I said, how was that whole party last night? He's like, great. We got Matthew McConaughey at 1:45. He's going back for what is it again? What's McConaughey's speech again? What is it? This is one of these classic symposiums here.
Hold on. By the way, this is Clarity. Clarity Zed, he closed with this. This is one of his all-time bangers.
Okay. All right.
Dude, Tony is now in the world of AI with Zed and Matthew McConaughey.
It's like the ultimate. It's like building a better future through AI or something. What is it?
All right, here we go. So Matthew McConaughey is going to be speaking about how to build businesses with purpose, embrace technology to scale environmental and societal impact, and empower future generations today.
I mean, tell you, they say word salad, bro. What does that even mean?
I don't know. Whatever it means, I just hope we're sitting next to Farhan at that meeting.
I was going to say.
Building for a purpose. Let's have a purpose here.
I was going to say, that sounds like a Farhan freaking meeting and the Nick Peters interviewing with the computers.
That was my go-to.
With all those computers, they're 73 and 78.
I think that's actually why me and young Tony got invited to Dreamforce, because it's like an AI festival. The whole time, the San Francisco Giants have been ran by an AI machine.
Yeah, I'm calling him the AI head of ops.
Tim Ryan. All right, well, listen, it's the big hit. Good morning, everybody. It is the Murph and Marcus Show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. Young Tony's having a big day today with his Zed. We also debuted our new bit, What Did Young Tony Ask Today? Hopefully we'll return to that. And, of course, we have Matt Mayoko at 8:50, Andy Baggerly at 9:30. But the big story is there's just a lot of noise. We made it our big hit today because Andy Baggerly had the story about Buster Posey needed to close the Chapman deal. Susan Slusser and John Shea sort of pushed back on that, saying that's not entirely true. Boris was in contact with Farhan. We should mention that Farhan was in the hospital twice. What is that? My gosh, he's a young man. I hope he's okay. That shouldn't be the case. A man his age shouldn't be going to the hospital. So that affected things perhaps. But in the Shea and Slusser story pushing back on The Athletic, they also admitted that he's on the hot seat and that ownership's going to take a very hard look at what's going on. In fact, Andy Baggerly came on Kerry Crowley last night, and we should say he acknowledged the fact that Slusser and Shea pushed back on him, but he doubled down a little bit.
You know, I know that there's been some scrutiny over some details in the story. I know that Boris has pushed back and said that it's not true that Posey and Chapman, sort of came to terms on the deal by themselves. What I would say to that is that, of course, there were conversations between Scott and Farhan the whole time. Of course, they were coming, closer to the terms and the financials that ultimately Chapman signed for, and I think it had even pretty much got there in terms of years and dollars. But they needed Buster to come in and push it over the line, and ownership felt that they needed to do that. They needed to step in and do that. And what that says about faith they have in their president of baseball ops to close a deal. I think that's we're going to find out pretty quickly what that means. But that was the important part of that story, and that story very much holds.
That's a pretty big statement there, Vinay, saying what that said about ownership's ability to believe in Farhan to close a deal. He said, we're going to find out pretty quickly. You got Marty out here throwing out October 1st, too. And then he said the story holds. I love it.
That's a hell of a line by Beggs.
808 KNBR is I want you to finish all your takes by saying the take holds.
The take holds.
Yeah, that story very much holds.
Yeah. All right, 808 KNBR is the phone number. And, of course, checking in is Jose in Oakland. He's next up on this big hit about the Farhan noise. Where are you on this? Jose, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning, guys. Look, quite frankly, I've been listening to the phone calls this morning, and the Farhan deal, we know it is what it is. We stuck with the guy because upper management wants to keep him in place, okay? The team has been bad for 7 years. Everybody keeps bringing up the 107 win. Look, every blocking clock out there is right at least once a day. What really, really bugs me is all these fans. They keep coming up trying to defend Farhan and trying to give him a 7-year. Where are these guys coming from? Okay, it upsets me because it shows that a lot of the fans have fallen into complacency, into acceptance with mediocrity. Okay, I don't think that you will have Dodgers fans or Yankees fans saying, "Let's give him one more year. He's been sucking for the past 6 years, but I'm pretty sure he'll get it right this coming year." Okay, Mike Krukow has to defend the team because he played for the team. He loves the team. I know that. But let's be honest, okay? Farhan has been bad at best, okay? To me, his biggest accomplishment was to let go of Bruce Bochy. Why? Because it gave Bochy the opportunity to go to another team, win another World Series, and show that he still knows how to coach the team. In the meantime, we got to start with Coppler. Okay, the guy has been bad at picking players. He has been bad at picking general managers. Honestly, the guy has got to go. 7 years. He should have been gone 2 years ago.
Jose,
but it is what it is.
Great take. I love it. As always, I like it. And the best thing you said in there was, I think that those who are defending Farhan have come to accept a complacency and mediocrity. It's true because, and appreciate it, Jose, we got to get some more calls in here. But there are those who are like, because Farhan came with such credentials, like this is the guy, this is the future of baseball front offices. Look what he and Andrew Friedman did in L.A. Look what he did in Oakland. When they won, those were 90-plus win teams in Oakland that he was a part of with Bob Melvin as manager, by the way. Yeah. And so it was like, this is the future. But we've seen now that when he's the guy, it ain't happening. But people continue to believe in the hype.
Yeah.
Like I remember, not naming names because I got love, but I remember hosts here at KNBR saying they're going to build a statue of Farhan Zaidi. Remember that?
I used to work on that show.
We all have bad takes. But that's like an example of what the Farhan sort of hypnosis is. They're going to build a statue. Statue? Take that thing down like Saddam Hussein. Throw a rope around it and bring it down.
The statue must fall, Murph. Yeah, and I'm actually pretty surprised by the amount of Giants fans supporting Farhan Zaidi this morning. And I guess a lot of people are hopeful for the future because we mentioned Bryce Eldridge and Reggie Crawford and Carson Wisenhunt, Kyle Harris and Patrick Bailey. There are prospects that I'm excited to see. But somebody sent me a ranking where the Giants are listed as a top 10 farm system. Because for all this hype about prospects, everywhere I look has the Giants ranked 15th, 17th, 20th, 23rd, middle of the pack farm system. So, yeah, maybe just Giants fans are getting familiar with the mediocreness of Farhan Zaidi. But, there are guys I like in the farm system. But where's my Ronald Acuna? Is it Bryce Eldridge? Are any of these guys going to develop into superstars? Is he, because obviously he can't sign a superstar in the offseason.
Jackson Merrill in San Diego, Lawrence Butler in Oakland.
Yeah, I agree. The system is probably in a better spot now overall than it was in 2019 when he took over. But how long is it going to take to actually start getting some success from that system?
No, I mean, and it's what they call Stockholm. Young Tony, you know about Stockholm syndrome? That's where you begin to sympathize with your captors. It's like it's this experiment these psychologists did where you get captured by these people, you're being held prisoner, then you begin to sympathize with them. And I called Susan Slusser on down when she was supporting the DH going to the National League because she covered the American League. I'm like, Stockholm Syndrome. It's a thing. It's like a trippy thing where people begin to like, oh, no, this is right. They should be keeping me in this room for 30 years, So you can call this Farhan Stockholm Syndrome.
You're saying we have a few Farhan super fans. I see nothing wrong with Farhan, dude.
Dude, exactly. Exactly.
I go to bat
that's
for Farhan.
What we do. That's what Superfan is.
Yeah, that's exactly what Superfan is.
It's been a bit for 20 years about Superfan.
It's
this
not
is
a
truly
bit.
a guy that I knew down in UCLA who was relentless and just would never accept a bad word about UCLA no matter what. And he would get very upset. And when he was very upset, he would just come, and he had this sort of, he was like a Mike Tyson because he was kind of a brawly guy, stocky guy, but he had sort of a soft, high-pitched voice. I don't see it that way, dude. Hayden Birdsong, dude. Look at today's starting pitcher, dude.
Number one farm system in my opinion,
Where did he
dude.
come from, dude? Blake Snell's not on the team unless he signs him, dude. I mean, it'd be like, he'd be like, bro, you're 73 and 78. You know what I mean? There needs to be a macro here, Same way I went macro on the Niners losing in Minnesota. I'm like, at a certain point, a 10 a.m. game in that dome on the turf against Brian Flores on a short week is kind of a loss that you're not going to freak out about. But the same way I feel like we've been doing this for how many years, and really what's coming up through the pipeline? Bryce Eldridge is coming.
Yeah.
Is Reggie Crawford coming? Is Carson Wisenhunt coming? I mean, this is why you trade prospects, because you know how many prospects deliver? Very few. And if you get burned trading a prospect like Zach Wheeler, you live with it. You went for it. You brought in Carlos Beltran. But for the most part, prospects are there to be used in trades, and the Padres have done that so well. They got Fernando Tatis Jr. that way, didn't they? Or they traded him.
Yeah, exactly. And there's no guarantee that prospects are going to turn into superstars. You like to have that mindset, but look at the situation we're now watching unravel with Marco Luciano.
Yeah.
This is a guy that everybody was preaching about when he was 16 years old when he signed with the Giants, and we're still waiting on that production.
One last one, Ray and Petaluma, and then we got to get out. Ray, good morning. How are you on the big hit, the Farhan noise? What you thinking?
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Well, I'd like to get back to the Farhan noise in the media taking place all over the airwaves this morning and the last couple of days. I think Farhan should have been gone 2 years ago. I agree with your last caller, Jose from Oakland. I do think Buster Posey needs more managerial pull inside his ownership league. I think he sees the game like no one else sees the game, like Bochy saw the game for us in 2010, 2012, and 2014. You saw the success that those guys have had and that they continue to have. I think Farhan is just a 7-Eleven cashier spitting out numbers like the Super Lotto. I think we need to have somebody in there that played baseball, that has experience with baseball, that has this long range of view of the field. Farhan just spit numbers, and he's been dragging the Giants along. He's been dragging the Dodgers along. Giants haven't made any big moves since Buster Posey and Barry Bonds. People want to see superstars in the stands, and these spitting out numbers, they just don't do it. They're not going to do it. They're going to be a 50% ratio, and we need some superstars on the team. We need some influence from Buster Posey, and I'm finally happy, and I'm hopeful to see that Buster Posey is finally making some headway room, and he's being outspoken about our team and the way it's being managed and how he's closing deals. I really like that as a Giants fan because I've been down and out the last 4 years.
All right, Ray. Good rant, man. I enjoyed it. Thanks for the take. I think you speak for a lot of Giants fans. Down and out for the last 4 years. All right. Well, a long big hit. Darn near over a half hour of the big hit. So we got to move on. We got Matt Mayoko at 8:50, 49ers Rams. The spread got back up to 7.5, by the way.
The spread's moving. It's
because that Rams injuries, huh? And then Andy Bagley at 9:30, who's got his finger on the pulse on all this stuff. But, of course, the cooler of content is filled with great stuff from the web. You got to hear. Always guaranteed chuckles and thought-provoking sound. Maybe even a tear in your eye.
Did you say chuckles?
Oh, boy. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Is that a big hit?
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler. You are not sending me to the cooler of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right, we're going to have some fun in the cooler of content. But real quick, I just want to say, sometimes callers call in and they say stuff, and we're kind of, sometimes Marcus and I are talking to each other during a break or during a call, and I'm looking at a sponsor sheet. I did not, and this is on me, I'm taking the blame. I did not hear the last caller compare Farhan to a 7-Eleven clerk handing out lottery tickets. We would renounce that 100%. No room for that stuff at all. Had I heard it clearly, would have called for the dumps. That's on me. It's my bad. But again, going forward, we will not tolerate that
Absolutely
kind of stuff.
not.
So just, that's it. Get it done, and let's just keep it on the field, everybody. Keep it on the field or on the transaction wire. So that's the rules of the game, okay? So we move forward with that knowledge. All right? Cooler of content. Here we go. The what we hear in the webs, on the intrawebs, the things you need that will make you laugh and cry. That, when I say tear in the eye, that Mother's thing got me, that Kansas City Chiefs one. When's the last time you called your mom? That was a cool one. I like that one.
You will send over some stuff to the content that will pull on the heartstrings.
I'm a sappy guy. You know what I mean?
You love a good cry.
Yeah. Well, Jim Valvano, in his legendary final speech, said 3 things you got to do every day. You got to do something that makes you think. You got to do something that makes you laugh. You got to do something that makes you cry. I'm like, damn, daily cry. That's a hell of a thing.
Yeah, I don't know if the cooler of content is making us cry every day, but a couple times, Murph.
You go home, you go for the daily cry, Young Tone? Do you do that?
I do not, no.
Okay, all right. Well, all right. Here's the deal. Steve Kerr goes for the daily rage. He was asked on the Dan Le Batard show about Draymond Green. Funny question from Dan Le Batard. He goes, don't lie to me. What's the most pissed you've ever been at Draymond Green?
What is the angriest that you have been at Draymond Green?
Well, there's a lot of examples. So that's
oh boy.
Yes, I would imagine so. But what's the first one that jumps to mind?
I think that for sure the Jordan Poole incident. Draymond and I are a lot alike in many ways. People probably wouldn't see that from the outside, but we're both kind of maniacal competitors, and we've lost our minds with each other during games over whatever, disagreements about strategy. But he crossed the line with Jordan, and he knows it. He knew it immediately. And it made that season incredibly difficult for everybody. And, that story has been regurgitated many times. But, that's probably the time I was most angry. And there's your headline. You guys can tweet this.
Well, thank you. Yes.
I see your team back there right now.
Yeah. Well, here's us using it in the cooler of content. Mm-hmm. It's kind of obvious, right? I mean, we have had other incidents. There was the one where he was caught on the bench saying, "I'm so sick of Draymond's S." Remember that one? Mm-hmm. And then the story in Oklahoma City where they said the cops had to come because there was such a ruckus in the Warrior locker room at halftime between Kerr and Draymond yelling at each other. The cops were like, "Is everything okay in there?"
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing with Draymond. It feels like we have a full spread to choose from. Whether it's stomping on Sabonis' chest up in Sacramento or throwing Rudy Gobert in a headlock. Like, there are so many cases where Draymond Green has hurt his own team. Whether he's throwing kicks at Steven Adams. I mean, we've been down this path so many times with
Aren't
Draymond.
you supposed to mellow as you get older? I'm not sure I have.
Yeah.
But he this is a guy, by the way, I did a hit with Cyrus Satsis on his Golden Days pod, and we were talking about the Warriors, and we were like getting back to that stat of how many games Draymond missed last year because of his own doing.
Yeah.
All those technicals and suspensions, and how different they are when he's on the court.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so-
I mean, that's the hardest part about all of this is Draymond makes you a better team without a question. So you have to put up with his antics.
Dude, look at it. It's 2024. They're still riding with him.
Mm-hmm.
All that stuff. They're like, bring him back. We want him again.
If you would have told me 3-4 years ago that Draymond Green would be on the team longer than Klay Thompson, I would have slapped you and called you a liar.
Right. Well, it goes to show you the value of defense, doesn't it?
That's true.
Yeah. All right. Speaking of value of defense, how about value of coaching? There's an undercurrent of Giants fans out there frustrated that Stephen Vogt, who was a finalist for the Giants manager job, and I believe we were on record endorsing it. I was like, absolutely, I'll take Vogt, 100%. And then when they said, or Bob Melvin, I said, 100% I'll take Melvin, too. I liked both of those candidates. Well, look at Stephen Vogt's Cleveland Guardians.
Yeah.
Dude, you're going to have to worry about these guys. They're coming for you in the playoffs.
Guardians are taking over, Murph.
They are in first place in the American League Central.
Mm-hmm.
They are, let me get you the stats right here. Oops, I didn't have it. I got the standings right here, buddy. They are 87-65. They have a 5-game lead on the Royals, who I will see Friday and Saturday. I see Bobby Witt having an unbelievable year, and he's not going to win MVP.
Yeah, it's tough luck when Aaron Judge is playing.
How about, go look at Bobby Witt's numbers, by the way.
Unreal.
And what is he, 23, 24 years old, something like that?
He's young too, yeah.
I'm looking forward to watching him play. But anyway, the Guardians have they have the second best record in the American League, 1 game behind 1.5 behind the Yankees. They could finish with the best record in the American League, depending on how the Yankees finish. So here's Stephen Vogt, and people are bummed. They're like, damn, we wish he was our guy. Here he is talking about Guardians culture.
That room in there, they want to win. They don't care who gets the hit. They don't care if it's their night to play. Rocchio gets pinch hit for, and he's top railing Schnee. And that says everything about that group of guys in that room is they love each other and they want to win. So happy for him. Everybody dreams of hitting that big home run or the big base hit in the major leagues to help your team win a game. And for him to hit a go-ahead home run at the bottom of the 8th, that's a moment you dream of from the time you're 3-4 years old. Maybe it's a walk-off in your dreams, but that type of a big hit for your team. Everyone who grows up wanting to play baseball has pretended that moment has happened from the time they could walk and loved baseball. And the smile on his face, looking back at our dugout, that was incredible. But my favorite part was Naylor at second base, standing there watching it, cheering, waiting for him at home plate with a smile on his face. You know, that's the kind of stuff that this team does. I love these guys. They're so much fun to watch. They love each other. They work hard. That was an emotional night. And to see two teammates come together like that, that's powerful.
Damn!
Wow.
He told you he'd make you good. To be honest, I hadn't heard that whole soundbite. I didn't know he got emotional at the end. So we weren't lying. We were going to make you get emotional in the cooler content. Look at Vogt.
I mean, to get that emotional, it's not even the postseason yet, Stephen
right?
Vogt.
It's a Tuesday night or Monday night, I think, from that sound. Then again, you got to go to the great Vince Vaughn and Swingers. He might have had his own things going on. You know what I mean? So
that's a
But still,
possibility.
look at Vogt. I mean, everybody loves him.
Yeah, this is why everybody believes in Stephen Vogt.
He's out here crying for you.
I mean, you want to talk about like clubhouse culture? I mean, we talked about Matt Chapman with the referee jersey and the whistle. That was Stephen Vogt over in Oakland who kind of introduced that idea to Matt Chapman. Like, this is a guy that people love to play for. And don't forget, a part of that culture is also Kai Correa as the bench coach.
Yeah, this is true. And Craig Albernaz.
Yeah, our boy
there
Craig
he
Albernaz.
is, QB1 now. That the cynical take would say, yeah, it's easy to get emotional when Jose Ramirez is your third baseman and 35 bombs with 107 ribs.
Yeah, uh-huh.
And when Josh Naylor is your first baseman with 29 bombs and 103 ribs. And when Stephen Kwan's your left fielder, with a 364 on base.
Yeah, I'd be pretty happy, too, if I had 5 All-Stars on my roster.
I mean, seriously. So, I mean, there is, without question, a better roster than the Giants, without question. And then, so what do you know about these things called Tudor's biscuits? What do you know about this? I don't know. This I learned about I was days old when I learned about Tudor's biscuits. It's a restaurant chain, I guess, in the Midwest.
I've never heard of it in my life.
Yeah, it's a restaurant chain.
Tudor's.
Tudor's Biscuit World is a restaurant chain based in West Virginia, most commonly found in West Virginia. And they feature biscuits.
Oh, I like biscuits. But Tudor's does not sound appetizing.
Marshall University, speaking of Matthew McConaughey, We Are Marshall, he did the movie. I guess they're playing Ohio State, and their coach, Charles Huff, tried to leverage Tudor's biscuits. Here we go.
Would love to have some of those guys from Ohio State too. So if they want to transfer on down, we've got a Tudor's biscuit NIL, all you can eat. So if any of those guys that run really, really fast at Ohio State like Tudor's biscuits, I promise you, all you can eat all day if you transfer here. So, but yeah.
Dude,
that's a hell of a sales pitch.
I'm on Wiki. It was founded in 1980. It was the original idea and concept of Bill and May Tudor, and they just said, let's make some biscuits.
They do look like a good biscuit. I'm looking it up right now. Tudor's Biscuit. They got biscuit breakfast sandwiches. It's making me hungry right
Does
now.
the Church of Abundant Life go with the biscuits?
See, no carbs for me, so I can't eat the biscuit right now.
Southern Ohio, Eastern Kentucky.
But I got to say, with these kind of photos, I might risk it for the biscuit.
Very good. What's the menu item you're looking at here? I'm seeing
I'm looking at a bacon, egg, and cheese.
Okay.
On a biscuit.
Yeah.
Oh, they throw a hash brown in there too.
Well, Young Tone, you have time in Kentucky, which is the most underrated fact about Young Tony, that he has a deep roots in Lexington, Kentucky. Went to school Louisville. My bad. My bad.
You're good,
Don't disrespect.
That's on me. Biscuits a part of your life down there, buddy?
I've never heard of Tudor's biscuits. I do love biscuits. Who doesn't? But I've never heard of Tudor's. No.
Okay. Well, I mean, but were Kentucky biscuits a thing? Like
Not
biscuits
really.
and gravy?
No, I didn't. I mean, not for me.
Bro, I'm on their breakfast menu page, bro. Look at the sausage, egg, and cheese, Canadian bacon, melt and cheese, the bacon, potato, egg, and cheese, the Thundering Herd, which is named after Marshall's, the sausage, potato, egg, and cheese, the Rocket, the shaved ham melt, the Mountaineer for West Virginia, country ham, potato, egg, and cheese. All right. I'd transfer from Ohio State to Marshall.
Yeah, go get some of those biscuits, Murph. I wonder how it ranks against like a Popeye's biscuit.
Okay.
808 KNBR, what's your favorite biscuit?
I'm willing to try.
Yeah, biscuit, yeah.
I'm willing to try. Okay, I'm looking at the Cleats and Convos Debo Samuel podcast. It's hosted by Liv Moods, and they were kind of low energy, weren't they? Why don't we go down to cut F when they're asked about Chapel Rowan? Asked if they know the song Hot to Go. Here it is. This is Debo and Brandon Ayuk chilling out on a podcast that debuted yesterday, Cleats and Convos.
Now, Ayuk, I have to ask you a question. Don't say a word.
I ain't gonna say nothing.
Have you heard the song Hot to Go?
How does it go?
Would you like a demo? HOTTOGO, you can take me hot to go.
We ain't hearing that.
Okay. How would you feel if he played that on the boombox as an entrance for the 49ers?
We ain't.
I think we should switch it up a little.
We ain't hearing that in there.
Come on. Okay.
Well, there it is. He hadn't heard it.
Wow. I guess he's not down with the song of the summer, even though it's really not. Kendrick Lamar is not like us is, but
I was at this Giants game Saturday night. This one. You know what the problem is her verses are too long. You don't get to do the HOTT enough. You only get to do it like once. And then all of a sudden they're back to the action.
Shout out to me and young Tony's brother, Andrew, getting on the big screen doing Hot to Go a couple nights ago.
You guys got on?
Yeah, we got on. Eighth inning.
That's a highlight of the season. All right, there's your cooler of content. Matt Mayoko, Niners Rams next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus keep rolling with our KNBR 49ers insider, NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko. It's Murph, Marcus, and Mayoko on the Sports Leader.
All right, 49ers week now officially begins. I think we're going to declare a Wednesday at 8:53 with Matt Mayoko on our Twitch feed, on our YouTube feed. I think it's official. Now we can start zeroing in on the Rams. Matty, the ball is on the tee. Kick it off, buddy. How's the week looking? Good morning.
What's up, Matt?
Week is looking good. I've been looking forward to this week for a long time because it's going to be my first ever parents' weekend with my eldest daughter on the East Coast. So tomorrow, heading to New Hampshire and then flying back early Sunday morning for the game.
Okay, wait a minute. So
that's why I'm doing this on Wednesday, because tomorrow at this time I'll be in the air.
I know some people may not care. I care. I need the itinerary, not to track you here, but how are we pulling this off logistically?
Flying tomorrow. We'll be kind of keeping an eye on what's happening out here in Santa Clara, and then the big Parents' Day Saturday.
This is in New Hampshire.
This is in New Hampshire.
So is this to Logan and then you drive? Is that the deal?
Correct. Yeah, okay. It's about an hour drive from Logan. So then early Sunday morning, I will be on a 6 a.m. flight out of Boston, direct to LAX, where doable. I land right around 9:30 in the morning, and from there, hitch a ride to SoFi Stadium.
It's right there, right? It's
pretty close.
Yeah, it's just down the road. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty close. So
Jet Setter Matty, way to be, buddy. Way to be. So you will be there for kickoff. You will keep an eye on the Niners. In the meantime, that's why we're doing this a day early. Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area. Okay, so obviously the big story. Deebo Samuel out. Christian McCaffrey also out. So the hot take is this the test for Brock Purdy to make $60 million a year?
I think every game he goes out there is the test, and he's generally passed with flying colors every time he stepped out on the field. And it's funny, like even the ones that don't stand out as far as the standard he's set, even when it looks like, wow, he had an off day. Then when you really kind of sit down and you look at other quarterbacks around the league, you realize, maybe he really didn't have an off day. That he had an average day. So I think it'll be exciting to see him without Deebo Samuel, who through 2 games was the 49ers passing attack, really. The number of intermediate passes that he caught that Purdy found him, and Deebo made catches in traffic and got more yards. The fact that Christian McCaffrey isn't out there, who's, I don't think the 49ers have lost all that much in the running game, but where not having McCaffrey available really shows up is on third downs, where he is an option to run the ball. He's an option to get out of the backfield and run a pattern, and then the defense has to respond. How are they going to cover him? Are they going to put 2 guys on him? What kind of special thing do they have to take into account? And I think it showed up really obviously in that game against Minnesota. A lot of reasons. Obviously, the 49ers lost that game. They made tons of mistakes in every facet of the game. But when you go 2 for 10 on third downs, and when you go 1 for 3 on fourth downs, you can't tell me that Christian McCaffrey didn't have some impact. His absence didn't have some impact on those numbers. But every team faces those kinds of obstacles during the course of the season. Now it's up to the 49ers. It's up to Kyle Shanahan. It's up to all the other offensive skill players, and it's up to Brock Purdy to keep this thing on track and keep rolling. And with a victory on Sunday against the Rams, everything's looking fine for the 49ers, while everything is not looking so fine for the Rams. And this is a trendy pick to win the NFC West, the Rams were. And right now, they are looking anything but even a playoff contender.
Yeah, absolutely. The injuries are the number one storyline heading into the game this weekend, but I wanted to follow up on Deebo and Christian McCaffrey because, Matt, it feels like we're talking so much about calf strains now. And, of course, Christian McCaffrey's calf strain has now turned into Achilles tendonitis. So does that give you any fear or concern about the calf injury with Deebo Samuel?
Yeah, I mean, if you're the 49ers, I mean, they would have access to those MRIs, and so they'd have a pretty good idea of what they're, where this is going. But I think with both of those guys, I think it's prudent, as it is early in the season with everybody, but especially those guys. It's prudent to just, wait a week longer, I think, and try to just nip that thing in the bud and just make sure that, there's no other fear of coming back too soon and aggravating it. And now instead of missing, 2 or 3 games, now you're out for a month or 5 weeks, whatever the case may be. So, yeah, I mean, it's a marathon, man. I mean, 17-game regular season. 49ers hope to be playing playoff football. And as has been the case, every time that they've made it to the postseason, they've played 3 playoff games. So they have to take the long view on this, and whatever the doctors are saying, that's part of the equation, is that there is just so much football left to be played. So they got to think about what makes them stronger into December and potentially January, rather than putting everything out there to go win a game next week or the week after.
Matt Mayoko, of course, NBC Sports Bay Area, KNBR's 49ers insider, getting ready for the Rams. Niners 125 on Sunday, 49ers 7.5-point favorites. Matt is brought to you by, or sponsored by, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com, and you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So, Matt, I'm looking at the series history, and other than last year's meaningless game when nobody played, and a very notable NFC Championship game, Kyle Shanahan owns Sean McVay. To what do you attribute that?
Well, I mean, you kind of mentioned, I think the 49ers would probably have it flipped. If they had their druthers. If they had their druthers, they would have won the NFC Championship game, and you can have all those other games, right? Now, obviously, that year they also they won a do-or-die game week. I forget if it was a 17-game schedule then or not, but it was the last game of the regular season to get into the playoffs. What do I attribute it to? I think maybe for the most part, the 49ers have had the better team. I also think that, Kyle Shanahan knows exactly what Sean McVay's base is as far as what his principles are, what he believes in offensively. And it's funny when you're at the NFL scouting combine or the owners meetings, when Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay went to the NFL scouting combine, you always kind of sensed a little brother, big brother dynamic where McVay was kind of following Shanahan around. Now this is pre-Rams Super Bowl, but you always got the sense that, those coaches who coached under Shanahan, McVay, LaFleur, both LaFleurs, McDaniel, they always kind of held Kyle in very high esteem. So I'm not saying that there's an intimidation factor or anything like that, but I just think that, with Sean McVay being on Mike Shanahan's staff, working under Kyle Shanahan, that he probably knows. I think he probably knows more about what McVay is doing than the other way around. I don't know if that's the best I could come up with. And I do think, 49ers have been really talented over these last 5 seasons. So, that obviously plays into it as well.
Yeah, 49ers had success running the ball against the Rams last year, and that was with Aaron Donald on the field, but it was also with Christian McCaffrey in the backfield. Now Jordan Mason is in the backfield, and Matt, he's tied with Josh Jacobs for the most carries in the league. He has more carries so far this season through 2 games than he had last year or his rookie season. So how do you think that workload is going to affect Jordan Mason, and what do you think about the depth behind him?
Yeah, he's a strong kid. He showed that he can handle it. I know he was very tired after that Monday night game, and then comes back on a short week and still has 20 carries. I think the 49ers do definitely have an issue at backup running back, and we'll see what they do if there's anybody out there. one of the guys that they've had in the past that they want to bring in. But, I don't think Isaac Grendo is ready to be the backup guy. Patrick Taylor is the number 3 running back. So, he has a little bit of experience in the league with the Packers, and then they have Keyshawn Vaughn on the practice squad. But I think that there are issues there. I mean, not to mention Deebo Samuel. I mean, what did we find out on Monday night, week 1? That Deebo Samuel was the backup running back. He was the guy who carried 8 times in that game, while Jordan Mason carried 28 times. So the Friars do have some issues there. I think they got to be, as much as everybody says, they just got to run the ball. They do have to be balanced because, they would have wanted to run the ball against the Vikings. And the reason they didn't pile up as many running plays, he still ran the ball 20 times. But you got to be able to convert on third downs to keep those drives alive in order to get the running plays, to control the clock, do all those things that the 49ers want to do. So I think they really do have to be kind of 50-50, and how they give the backup spot duty will be interesting because they put Grendo out there for one play. It didn't go the way that the 49ers wanted it to, probably not the way it was drawn up. And that was it for him. 1 snap from scrimmage, 1 running attempt, 0 yards, go find a spot on the bench. So they do have to find something that works for them. And think about it, when training camp opened, Jordan Mason was their number 3 running back, behind McCaffrey and Elijah Mitchell. So they are very thin in that spot, and they still have some players at wide receiver with Deebo Samuel coming, being out of the lineup for a couple of weeks at least. So they're going to have to do some mixing and matching and scheming and figuring out exactly, how they want to distribute the touches in this game against the Rams.
And then as we wrapping up here, Matt, before we let you go, getting ready for the Rams and Niners on Sunday with Matt Mayoko. You can see him on our YouTube feed right now and on Twitch, by the way. You can see everybody looking all handsome and shiny. Brandon Ayuk. So, it's easy. It's easy for fans, and we got caught up in it Monday. We're like, bro, the numbers aren't there. It's only been 2 games. You mentioned marathon, of course, but would Sunday be a nice time for him to have a significant game?
Absolutely, and it doesn't get any easier. I mean, the Rams, they haven't been good in 2 games, and they gave up 41 points to Kyler Murray, who had the highest attainable possible passer rating you can have. Marvin Harrison had a huge game against that Rams secondary. So the Rams aren't a great team right now. Their defense isn't very good. But when you take out McCaffrey and you take out Deebo Samuel, it really does kind of narrow the focus of the other team's defense. They don't have to have this elaborate plan. How are we going to deal with Christian McCaffrey on third downs? Hey, when the 49ers break the huddle, we have to keep an eye on Deebo Samuel. Where is he going to be? Is he going to be lined up wide? Is he going to be in the slot? Is he going to go in motion? Is he going to get a jet sweep? Is he going to line up in the backfield? So, in other words, there aren't as many. We opened by talking about Brock Purdy. What kind of pressure does this put on him? It puts an equal amount of pressure, I think, on Brandon Ayuk to be able to get open when the other team is either rolling their coverage to him or really eyeballing him and concentrating on him. So, what Shanahan said after the game on Sunday was that there were opportunities for Ayuk. There was just a lot of things that didn't go right. Some with pass protection, some with the Vikings, the way they play things, and another time a busted receiver route that put another receiver in the vicinity of Ayuk who would have been open, but that guy brought more coverage over to his side. So the 49ers have a lot to clean up. I guess at this point in the season, you look around the league with every offense, it seems like, and it seems like a lot of teams around the league have things to clean up, and 49ers are at the top of the list. And what they put out there offensively through 2 games, scoring just 4 touchdowns total, that's far below their standard. Whether McCaffrey's out there, whether Samuel's out there, whoever's out there, they should be doing better than that.
Last 2 ones real quick before we get on a plane. John Lynch will make a trade. He will. Dolphins have a lot of running backs who know the Niners. Niners have a quarterback surplus. Does that catch your attention at all?
Yeah, I mean, I don't, I could see it. I know help me out here. The Dolphins just signed Snoop Hundley, I believe.
Did they?
So that was something, right? I think, or a couple days ago, and so with Tua being out for at least 4 games, that was one of the things I kind of thought of was like, oh man, Joshua Dobbs would be a really good trade piece to have because he's the 49ers number 3. They have 49ers have a 4th quarterback on the practice squad, Tanner Mordecai. And so with Dobbs' history of, obviously a bright guy, he knows what it's like to step into another team and immediately pick up the system. And there's so much overlap from the 49ers to the Dolphins. That would have been something to me that would have made tons of sense to be able to do a player for player trade like that. But I don't know if that ship has sailed, but hey, that's certainly something to keep an eye on. We'll see how. A lot of it is behind the scenes, right? It's, they picked Guerrero for a reason. He's a big, fast guy. They drafted in the 4th round. If they see the progression in practices, one of the things with Jordan Mason that they really liked was that when they taught him how exactly they want him to hit a hole and run, it didn't take away from his instincts. In other words, his feet didn't slow down because he was thinking too much. He was able to just take the coaching and then apply it without much of a hiccup at all. Guerrero has to do that, and if he doesn't, then I'm sure, as the weeks go on, I'm sure the 49ers definitely will be looking to add at that running back position.
Awesome. Last one is they just announced NFC Defensive Player of the Week, and of course it was Fred Warner. No, it wasn't. Atlanta's Jesse Bates III, who made the game-ending interception Monday night against Jalen Hurts in Philadelphia for the Falcons, and also knocked down a touchdown pass as part of 2 pass defenses and 12 tackles, 1 for a loss. So Fred Warner puts on one of the great displays in football history. Can't even get a Player of the Week, Matty.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, you'd have to check on this, but it generally goes to a winning team.
Yeah.
Those awards, if it's for a losing effort, I think you have to be, just crazy good. And actually, Fred Warner was crazy good. No, I've watched him, every game of his career. Monday night against the Jets, this game Sunday against the Vikings, and as great as he has been throughout his career, he looks so much better now. Like he's phenomenal in just every phase of the game. His pass coverage, the way he flipped his hips and made that interception, the way he's, punching the ball out, the way he's just being so disruptive. And I'll say this, I mean, he sets the tone. I was down there in the locker room, or right by the locker room as the team was coming out for that game, and he was the hype man. He was the guy that was bouncing around and so energetic. And he was the only guy that was just, you could tell. he was ready to play that game. He was so hyped up. And so part of his thing that makes him so good is that he brings everybody else along for the ride. And now it's up to the other guys on both sides of the ball on special teams to, nobody else can be Fred Warner, but everybody else can bring that passion, that energy, and that just being on point mental approach that Fred Warner brings. So, these are the times when the team's going through a rough patch and they don't have a couple of their really fine players, or maybe even more than a couple, right? Still don't have Dre Greenlaw. Talanoa Hufanga hasn't been out there. It looks like he's getting close. But it's times like this where everybody kind of needs to tap into that Fred Warner mentality to keep the 49ers right where they need to be until the whole team gets back.
SoFi Stadium, Levi's South. Matty will be there, fresh from LAX. You go right down Century Boulevard.
Maybe not so fresh.
Oh, yeah, you will, buddy. You're riding first. You're flying first class back from Boston. You're good.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, man. All right. We'll have a great weekend with your daughter. That's awesome. And a safe journey.
Yeah.
Thanks, Matt.
All right. Marcus, thank you so much, and I'll see you next Thursday.
Next Thursday.
No more this Wednesday. So.
Although you helped us kick off the week. There he is, Matt Mayoka. We can react to it all next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Kevin Hart is back on tour, and we have tickets to give away. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR to win 2 tickets to see Kevin Hart acting my age at the Paramount Theater on October 26th. We love our loyal KNBR listeners, and we want to reward you guys, so stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away following this break. It is all furnished by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's been a Zed Wednesday or a Zed's Day because if you missed it, young Tony and Marcus have fallen into this incredible adventure where they wound up at a media mixer atop the Salesforce Tower with a bunch of AI and tech people. And then they finagled a media pass to Dreamforce, this international convention down at Moscone Center where Zed was throwing down 90-minute sets. Bars are open. It's incredible. Tonight you're at Oracle for the big Dream. What do they call it?
Dreamfest down at Oracle Park tonight with Imagine Dragons and Pink performing.
But this morning when I was talking to Tony about it, I'm like, tell me about your night. Because I feel like you guys are going to get swept up by AI recruiters. You guys are going to found some new firm that just changes the world. And I'll be visiting you guys on your private island in the Pacific.
We were actually just like throwing some ideas about a startup company soon for me and Tony.
And I said to Tony, so I was heading into my cave to prepare around 5:30 this morning, 5:20. I said, so that sounds pretty good. That's anything else? And he just yells, yeah, we got Matthew McConaughey at 1:45. I was like, wait a minute, what? McConaughey giving some symposium speech with one of those long titles that you can't even understand. What is it, Tony? What's McConaughey breaking down? I really only want to hear him break down like stories from the set of Dazed and Confused. I don't really need him on AI, but hey, I'm a McConaughey guy, so if he's there, what's he talking about?
He is going to be speaking on how to build businesses with purpose, embrace technology to scale environmental and societal impact, and empower future generations today.
Wow. Once again, sitting in the front row, Farhan Zaidi. All right, there you go.
Sorry, wrong chuckle.
You guys are there.
Yeah, he's inspiring the next generations of AI, young Tony and Waterboy.
Man, you guys got to figure out a way to get, just get to hang with him or something, or go to the Dreamfest with him or whatever. Or is he just wheels up off a private jet 5 minutes after he's done with the speech?
No, I'm trying to find out where the after party is with Matthew McConaughey.
Well, there generally is an after party with him. He was at the Michigan-Texas game repping them Longhorns.
Oh, he's at every Longhorn game there is.
Hook 'em, the number one team in the nation. All right, well, listen, congrats to you guys. Can't wait for the next one. So, Zed, so is tomorrow a Pink and Imagine Dragons Day? I don't know if I want that. Do you want an Imagine?
I don't know. I don't think Tony wants that either.
I mean, I'll ride with Pink a little bit. I kind of draw the line on Imagine Dragons.
I got an off-air joke I can tell you about Imagine Dragons.
Okay, all right. Is that okay? All right. All right. Well, listen, we got to get ready for Andy Baggerly at 9:30 because he is right in the middle of this Farhan drama this week that we've been talking about all morning long when we're not talking about the 49ers and the Rams. And we will get you guys ready for the 49ers and the Rams continually this week, leading up to a Friday with John Lynch. But I will not be here Friday. I'm flying to Kansas City with my buds to see the Giants take on the Royals, which seemed like a good idea at the time,
At
right?
the time, Murph.
In the meantime,
at the time.
we'll just enjoy some barbecue in the meantime.
Yeah, and in the meantime, I should tell you that the Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union offers auto loans with competitive rates and personalized services because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love, Murph.
That's well done. And in honor of that, Kevin Hart tickets. Let's do it right now before we get into the Kruko Sound. 2 tickets to see the comedian Kevin Hart, October 26th at 10:30. That's not right. 10:30 p.m.?
Ooh.
It's a late gig.
Hey, now.
Paramount in Oakland is the venue. That's a cool venue. Caller number 10. Call John Joe Curley right now. Caller number 10 at 415-896-KNBR. 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10 wins 2 tickets to see Kevin Hart at the Paramount. That prize is furnished by Live Nation, and tickets are on sale now at livenation.com. By the way, did we mention this crawl? The crawl we have, so our YouTube in our Twitch is getting better and better and better. We now have video interviews with Matt Mayoko, et cetera. And now we have a crawl.
Yeah,
where you got Deebo Samuel quotes, scores from games, et cetera.
And we actually have that crawl now because me and Tony went to an intro to crawl at yesterday's Dreamforce.
Then crawl's going to be. But we've decided that the fantasy football that we're in, it's the No Food in the Studio Fantasy Football League. We're like, what do you do? Usually people have a season loser thing. And we decided we're doing weekly losers. We used to have to make videos, right? But now we've come up with the idea that you're simply going to be featured on the crawl. So I'm looking right now at the YouTube live from the Casino Matrix studio feed. And right there in beautiful black and white on the crawl, it comes up and it says, it's going to come up right now to say here, well, now it tells you how to call and text. But it says KNBR No Food in the Studio Fantasy Football League weakest link, Walter Icalbaceta.
Oh.
And it has his number, it has his point total, 89.6 or some such.
Oh, how pathetic.
And it says parentheses, 0-2.
Oof.
Making sure to know
Bad
that.
start for Weekend Wall.
So that thing's just on the crawl for all day, all week. I like it.
Wow. And I also love, I lost a text, but somebody checking in on the text line earlier, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, saying, damn, Weekend Walt. First, yesterday, Murph rips him for not being able to do a backflip, and today he's being publicly shamed on the YouTube stream.
It's tough around here, man. It's hard out here for a pimp. It really is. All right, hey, get you ready for the Farhan noise. It was our big hit today because it's just so much noise this week. The Baggerly story in The Athletic saying that Posey was required to finish the Chapman deal. Shea and Slusher push back on the Chronicle today, saying Boris says it's not accurate, that he dealt with Farhan a lot. However, the Chronicle admitted Farhan is, quote, on the hot seat, and that ownership is, quote, taking a hard look, unquote. And then you had Baggerly yesterday, the Kerry Crowley show, saying that he thought that, you don't have to play that one, Tone. We're going to talk to him in just a minute, saying his story holds, that Buster was needed to finish the deal. And what does that tell you about ownership feeling they need to go to Buster? Yeah. But then Mike Krukow came on today and presented an alternate view, which is that he thinks Farhan should stay. Krukow this morning on our show. Here.
I think that the job that Farhan done has been very good, considering that he had to rebuild the minor league system, and it's really paying off now for the first time in a decade. That you have everyday players who are telling us they're going to make contribution next year, with Elliot Ramos and Tyler Fitzgerald. But also think about the other guys. You've developed. Patrick Bailey looks like, he's going to be a good catcher, and he's still young, he's still learning, he's still developing. This whole year has been about development, and he doesn't get any credit for this. And the very fact that they would even throw it out there that Buster wants his job, I think is absurd.
Okay. I don't think Buster necessarily wants the job. I really don't. I think it's a smart move to stay in that executive boardroom, be an owner, watch your investment appreciate. I think Buster might be involved in picking the new guy, though.
Yeah, I think that's more of the takeaway from this story being reported by Andrew Baggerly, that Buster Posey and the ownership group wanted to step in. It tells me that maybe the ownership group is thinking about moving on from Farhan.
Yeah, guys, and you had Baggerly say in his piece it could happen really quickly. Marty's out here tweeting that he thinks the leaks to the media are already portending a move, which we've also said this week that once the leaks start, this happened with Kapler last year. Remember? They started saying how the clubhouse culture was too loose and fend for yourself and all that.
That is true. And then we saw what happened with the Gabe Kapler, but we also saw the same organization give him a 2-year contract extension. And now we know that the only guarantee is for next season. So it's interesting to see that route they've taken of saying, hey, we're going to commit to Farhan Zaidi for 2 more years, which my belief is because of the farm system. But as I said earlier, can anybody find me a ranking that has the Giants in the top 10 with their minor league system?
All right, all set up for our weekly hit with Andy Baggerly of The Athletic. He's out in Baltimore, and we'll talk to him next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, The Sports Leader.
Yeah, that story very much holds.
From the diamond to the dugout to the clubhouse to the front office, The Athletic's Andrew Baggerly brings his Giants coverage to KNBR. It's Murph, Marcus, and Extra Bags on the Sports Leader.
All right, Andy Baggerly of The Athletic, sponsored by Marin Health. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think. Andy, before we get all down and dirty with these flailing Giants, how great is Camden Yards, right?
Oh, yeah. It's been a long time since I've been here. First of all, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning.
I think I wasn't on the trip in 2019 when they were here, so I'm kind of thinking this is my first time in the ballpark since maybe 2012 or 13. It's been more than a decade. And, around the ballpark, you see some things that look a little bit different, but you step inside and, it's like walking in a time machine. It's not too unlike, our ballpark back home. Really, inside, it just hasn't changed a whole lot. They've, moved fences here and there and some cosmetic things, but yeah, it really feels like you could see Cal Ripken, slapping high fives down the line, just like he did, in what was that, 1995. So pretty cool to come back here.
So it has aged well. I love it. I'd recommend any baseball fan to get there on the short list for sure. So, all right, a couple big topics to get to. Before we get to all the Farhan noise, I want to start with Blake Snell last night. Epic performance. Dave Fleming was saying after the game that Jim Palmer was just gushing about him, calling him one of the all-time greats in terms of his performance. I guess my question is, given the Giants' budget, Robbie Ray, Matt Chapman, etc., Logan Webb, given what you know of the team and given what you know of Blake Snell and Scott Boras, handicap on September 18th the idea of Blake Snell returning to the Giants.
Well, I don't think there really is going to be a whole lot of room for him to, come back before he'd be a free agent. I think that, he's first got to exercise the opt-out, which, you watch him pitch, last night, and everybody saw it. I mean, it's, his fastball is 98. It's on plane, and he's spotting it, anywhere he wants. His curveball has been his sort of dynamite pitch. I think hitters were batting about 114 against it this year, and he barely, used it because his changeup and his slider were so good. I mean, it's rare for someone to. You hope with the pitching prospect that you can, develop 1+ off-speed pitch off, a fastball that plays, and this guy has, maybe one of the top 5 curveballs, one of the top 5 sliders, one of the top 5 fastballs coming at you from the left side as well. So. He's as difficult to hit as any pitcher in the modern era in terms of hits per 9. And, his batting average against is even lower than it was, in the second half last year when he won the Cy Young. So since he came back in July. So, yeah, obviously had the 2 starts that, we piled up a ton of pitches early because he was sort of scattering it around. The 1-inning start against Arizona, the 3-inning start against Seattle, but I mean, he is putting together a half that's, it's going to get recognized, and I have no idea what the market's going to be like for him. I don't think anyone can really say they know what a team's going to be motivated to give up for him or how long they could commit to him. But, unlike Robbie Ray, who signed his big contract after his Cy Young year with Seattle, Snell hasn't signed that contract yet, and he's going to take that sort of bite at the apple, as they say, and the Giants have a lot of other needs. They also have some pretty good infill of young players that might make them feel like, well, Elliot Ramos is not going to be making, a ton of money. Maybe you look at Tyler Fitzgerald, if he's the second baseman, won't be making a ton of money for a while. Maybe they can sort of cover the cost with another big expenditure in the rotation. I'm sure they're conversations they're all having. But if I had to handicap it, I would say I wouldn't be surprised if they find a way to bring him back. But I don't know if it's going to match up because it's going to be a timing thing too. A lot of times the offseason comes down to timing, and you want to try to wrap things up. I can tell you one thing, and Farhan Zaidi said this on the record. They're not going to operate like they did last offseason and allow things to spill into March. I mean, they want to try to get things done before anybody opens a Christmas present. So that would be ambitious timing for getting something done with Snell if he and Boras are fine with sort of dragging the process out into January, February, and beyond.
Does that mean it's time for Buster Posey to step in for an in-season negotiation with Blake Snell?
I don't. Yeah, I don't think so. I think that's he's going to be a free agent. We'll see what happens.
We're making a little funny as we transition. So great story, first of all. I mean, your job is to illuminate what's going on with the team you cover, and you did. So congrats on that scoop about Buster and Farhan. And then I heard you with Carrie Crowder last night, and you said, yeah, I see that the Chronicle responded with Boris pushing back a little bit. So as we check in now, I guess where we're at right now is, we have two stories out there. Both stories, by the way, say that ownership is at least taking a hard look at the Farhan Zaidi era. So I guess that would be my question right now. Setting aside who's right, who's wrong, and what Buster said or what Boris said or what Farhan said, where we're at in terms of how these stories let you know what ownership thinks of Farhan's tenure. In other words, is it a question that he may not return next year?
Well, I want to make one thing clear. When I'm reporting about the team and I'm reporting about, people talk and it's not necessarily a situation where I can't think of really an instance in 20 years covering the team where I was given something, like I was planted something by the team because they wanted it out there. That's not the way, you obviously trade information as a journalist. You want to get insight. You want to get people to speak candidly. And sometimes that has to happen off the record. But this is a situation where, Buster intervening and basically saying, look, let's get this done. That's something that people were talking about within the game. It's like, did you realize that Buster had to get involved to get this done? And, I think that was interesting because anytime Buster Posey sort of ups his level of involvement is something that fans are going to be really interested in because he's Buster Posey. And the other component is I think that there was dots that were connected by folks thinking, well, Farhan's got to be safe because you don't let a guy sign a player to a $150 million contract and then show him the door, a couple of weeks later. And I think what was important to kind of relay to folks was, this was something that was ownership driven. This is something that whether Farhan was on board or not, and he says he was, this is something that was a priority for ownership, so much so that they were impatient and wanted it to get done and didn't want it to drag on like the last offseason dragged on between Farhan and Scott. And was that going to happen? Were they going to tie the bow on this thing up anyway? I think that regardless of whether that was the case or not, I think the important takeaway here is what ownership felt. And they felt they needed to get involved. They needed to, go ahead and cut through any noise and get this done because they saw this as a slam dunk and they didn't want anything to get clanged out of the rim. So that's where the story came from and why I thought it was important, to put out there, based on a lot of conversations I have with a lot of people.
So where does that leave? That's all great stuff. It's great information. And what it tells people like us who sit here and try to talk about this stuff for a living is like, whoa, well, that tells me something. That tells me that maybe ownership does not have ultimate faith in Farhan Zaidi. The results are the results. They're 73 and 78. You put 2 and 2 together. He only has 1 year left on his deal. You put 2 and 2. You're like, oh, I would say his job status is in question. Would you say that given that the industry was talking about it and given that that story was out there and that you sniffed it out, indicates that he is less secure than he would think?
Well, I would say that I think that they're taking a hard look at it. And I don't know if they've made up their mind already, either to bring him back next year or not. We know what the contract situation is, and I really don't think that has much bearing in what their decision would be. I think if they feel it's the right thing to move in a different direction or they feel that someone else would be a better sort of cultural fit, then, that's the move they're going to make. I think there also is a lot of respect for Farhan. He's a brilliant guy. He really is. And I know he gets pilloried. And, it's like Greg Papa was saying he's the most hated executive in sports Bay Area history or whatever. And I understand that the opinions are pretty strong. And I hope he doesn't spend a lot of time on social media because it'd be pretty bad for your mental health. But, this guy is a really smart guy. And he's done a lot of good things for this organization. I really don't think that, you got to come at this with a little bit of nuance, I think, to be fair. And there's a lot of things you can criticize him for, and there's a lot of things that you give him credit for. And frankly, a lot of the criticism that I see pointed toward him just does nothing but, sort of neutralizes somebody's argument because it's stupid stuff, it's superficial stuff, or it just shows you don't know what you're talking about. So I think there's a lot of things you can criticize him for. And, when you pile it all up on balance, what's that going to mean? I really don't know. I don't think that anybody knows other than, the people that sit on that board. And we're going to find out soon enough, who they want to conduct this off season, and if they want to go in a different direction, what kind of executive they pivot to. I really don't want to say more than that or pretend I know more than that, because that's where we are right now.
Is there any idea of how long the ownership group has been frustrated with Farhan Zaidi? Because it feels like from a Giants fan perspective, when they hear that there's frustration with the ownership group, then why did they give him that contract extension last year?
Well, I think the extension was important for a couple reasons. One, you're bringing in a new manager. You want to have your manager and your baseball executive, your top baseball executive, on the same schedule. I think even more important than that, they had to go into last offseason with the appearance of some organizational stability. I mean, you don't negotiate and hope to land a Shohei Ohtani or a Yamamoto or an Aaron Judge or whoever if you've got a lame duck, president of baseball operations. So I think that was important to get him and Bob on the same schedule. And it was important for them to have a solid united front as they're going into those negotiations. And obviously they didn't land the player that they wanted, and had to sort of go to plan B again, and were aggressive with their plan B. I mean, they committed $400 million in new money last offseason. I think, you polled Giants fans on opening day last year, and I think most of them probably were pretty excited with the offseason and all the holes that were filled and addressed. And, the other thing, I think the component you look at, and I've talked about this, I know Tim Kawakami's talked about this, the other data point's attendance. And I think if the Giants had 20,000 empty seats every night, there'd be a little more panic. And I think that you'd think, well, okay, obviously they have to make a change. They have to reinvigorate the marketplace. But their attendance has been good. It's been up, more than 2,000 a game. I mean, last night, I'm in Baltimore watching a really good playoff team. And, school's in session. It was a little rainy, and it's a weeknight game. But even that considered, I was a little shocked by, just how few fans were there. The Giants still have a very healthy kind of base of operations in terms of, the revenue and fan engagement and the attendance. And, how much that's a reflection on baseball operations, obviously that reflects on the entire organization and people doing hard work to get fans to the ballpark. But, it also just, I think it would be a big red alarm flashing on the wall if the attendance were cratering this season, and it's not. So, how much is that a factor? I think it has to be on some level, just their comfort level going forward. And because at some point you have to kind of sell your vision to your fans and your customers. And, if they feel like that vision isn't being sold, I think that would be kind of manifested in a drop in attendance. We haven't seen that.
So many threads and layers to get into, but we're out of time. We'll let you go. We will resume this conversation next week and continue reading you in The Athletic, Andy. Have a good day.
Yeah, thanks, Bags.
Okay, you guys too. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Andy Bagleg, I guess there's so many things to talk about there, the attendance, the vision, how you felt on opening day, the 6 years of Farhan. Ultimately, and we're going to have this for what did young Tony learn today, as Alec Baldwin said and Glenn Ross, get them to sign on the line that is dotted. And ultimately, it's Bill Parcells. You are what your record says you are. I think two things can be equally true. I think Farhan can be brilliant. I agree. I mean, he can work a margin. He can find a guy. He can be brilliant. Two things can be true. He can be brilliant, and he can be not the guy to run your club. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's two things. He could be like, I've said all along, I don't think he should be a number one. Yeah. I think he's better as a number two or number three, as the guy who says, hey, boss, check this out. And you need a macro vision guy, more of a leader who has the cojones to go out and do big things, as opposed to sort of working in the margins. But there will be Farhan defenders, and we've heard from them today, for sure. But we've also heard a lot of Farhan. And the other part is just how the marketplace feels. Yep. I mean, he says attendance has been up. I keep going back to, I think, like the Jung-Hoo Lee factor. Like when he signed, people were excited, and I think people bought tickets.
Murph, I've seen more Jung-Hoo Lee jerseys at the ballpark this year than any other jersey. Jung-Hoo Lee had an effect early on in the season. Matt Chapman had an effect. Jorge Soler, as bad as he was, got people excited this offseason just to have everyday players in the lineup.
Aura. They had aura.
They had aura.
And then it went away. And now there's no aura. Poof. All right, we'll hand it over to Papa and Len. What did young Tony learn today? Sutter Health, doctors, and baseball. All fun stuff to finish up on The Sports Leader.
Coffee's for closers only.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
It's Bigelow tea time. Just pour that cup of tea and soothe thyself. I just made that up, by the way. Soothe thyself. Every season is Bigelow tea season. Not football, not basketball. Every season is Bigelow tea season. That's why it's the number one tea in the Bay Area. We have it here at KNBR. Perfect for those of us who make our living behind a microphone. Look no further than our Bigelow tea right here in the studio. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, you looking ahead to tonight? Pink? All right, she'll be on that. She'll be doing, give me her acrobatic. She's very acrobatic. It's funny, Candace was a Mercury News pop critic music, and Pink was like a teenager playing out of like Concord Pavilion, and Candace's riff, because she had the pink hair back then, and Candace's riff in the Merc was like, is she going to she's going to have to change her name or keep this pink hair for the rest of her life? Ha. No, Pink is so strong that she doesn't have to wear pink hair anymore.
Yeah, and by the way, real quick, I walked in on young Tony getting some pink ready for this rejoin. I said, you got to get the party started.
Okay.
And he goes, wait, this is pink? I said, yeah, bro, this is pink. He had no idea about early 2000s Pink. I don't even know if Tony was alive when this song came out.
We'll have to save that for tomorrow's What Did Young Tony Learn Today About Pink. But first and foremost, you've been grinding it all day, and you're going to grind it one more time. The grind is real.
Uh-oh. Well, are we going to the doctor's office?
Yeah. No. You're going to go to that one you've been grinding.
Oh, man, I've been grinding all morning long, and I should tell you one more time, Tony, that the Murph and Marcus Show and The Grind is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union offers auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love.
Can I applaud you today? Because that was,
thank you, man.
You went Luis Ariz 4 for 4.
Thank you.
I don't even know if you had to. You might have gone 5 for 5.
I think I threw in an extra one for good measure.
Hot debate. By the way, once again, I want to urge everybody to go to the YouTube and the Twitch feed and look at our crawl. In addition to vital 49ers information, you see that Walter E. Calvacetta is the weakest link. Week 2, the lowest scoring fantasy player in our league.
What a loser.
It's on the crawl all week. How long does it last till Friday night? I don't know. How long do you think you keep that on there?
Probably till Friday, yeah.
Or till Sunday kickoff.
Maybe, yeah. Sure.
Okay.
I was going to say up until 10 a.m.
I think probably we'll
should be after this one, by the way, I think.
It's coming up.
It's crawling.
It's coming up. In the meantime, we got doctors.
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
Well, speaking about crawling, it sounds like somebody's going to have a new kid crawling in their house because Matt Chapman was officially placed on paternity leave yesterday. Congratulations to the Chapman family. They are expecting to have another baby. And that is our Giants Sutter Health update, sponsored from the 1,800 primary care doctors and 30 urgent care centers to over 1 million video visits. Sutter is dedicated to helping make patients' lives easier. Learn more at sutterhealth.org.
So, you sure he has another one, or is that number 1?
I don't know, Murph. I was riffing.
Okay. It's a daughter, too. Girl dad.
Yeah, congrats, Chapman.
And by the way, I guess the deal is that Casey Schmidt came up, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So we'll see Schmidt. Somebody asked about him. There's another guy we don't know what his future is with the team for sure. So, all right. What did young Tony learn today? Well, we were talking about, I guess we got on this was because we were talking about get them to sign on the line that is dotted, or we were talking about finishing deals. And I said, young Tone, well, let's play it right here. Actually, we have to play the open for it, don't we, here? Let's go.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now! Okay!
We were talking about finishing deals and getting things done and about Farhan Zaidi and Buster Posey. And somebody said Buster Posey went full Alec Baldwin and Glengarry Glen Ross. And that, man, my radars and whistles and bells went crazy because I'm a monster fan. I almost have the entire thing memorized. It was a screenplay it was a Broadway play by David Mamet, who's another whole nother story, David Mamet. But the writing's insane. The performances are off the charts, from Jack Lemmon to Al Pacino to Kevin Spacey to maybe the biggest scene steal of all time. Some would say Jack Nicholson and A Few Good Men. I'm going to go with Baldwin. Absolutely destroying the real estate salesman for their lack of production and laying down the law. Young Tone, this is how you lecture the troops at your next meeting of producers. Here it is.
Because we're adding a little something to this month's sales contest. As you all know, first prize is a Cadillac Eldorado. Anybody want to see second prize? Second prize is a set of steak knives. Third prize is you're fired. You get the picture? You laughing now? You got leads. Mitch and Murray paid good money. Get their names to sell them. You can't close the leads you're given. You can't close. You are hit the bricks, pal, and beat it, because you are going out.
Yeah, it goes on and on and on. It's so good. Put that coffee down. Coffee is for closer. ABC, always be closing. Always be closing.
Put that coffee down.
We're talking to you.
Coffee's for closers only.
We're talking to you, Farhan.
Yeah.
Talking to you,
Coffee's
buddy.
for closers, and Buster Posey has the mug of coffee.
Exactly. Steak knives for Farhan, closing the deal for Buster Posey. All right, that was sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Okay, well, that was fun. Today we debuted Tony's Top 3. That was kind of fun.
Or as we were calling it, what did young Tony ask today?
All right, are we doing that again tomorrow? What do you think?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
We got to workshop that name. We got to pull the room.
Yeah.
Is it going to be daily?
We'll talk about it post-show meeting.
All right. Papa and Lund are ready to go. They're down in Santa Clara, down the 408, ready to go. And they are, of course, sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and smog experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
HOTTOGO.
We ain't hearing that.
I love these guys.
Tudor's biscuits, I promise you, all you can eat all day.
Coffee's for closers only.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves for Greg Papa and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
What is the mentality coming off of last year into this season? Was there any type of change from last year to this year? I mean, I would assume you obviously get hungrier for it every year. The end all be all, the Super Bowl. What would you guys say your mentality was coming into?
I mean, if I'm looking at it like you just said, for us hungry, I'm full at this point. I'm full at this point. Like, I mean, it's time to really clean the plate. Like, it's either now or never. Like,
Right.
That's how I kind of look at it. Like, with the guys that we have, like we didn't. Like, I've been a part of, the best team in the NFL for the past going on 6 years.
Yeah.
And so, like, we always there. Like, we got to get it done.
There is Debo on his podcast. His first guest was Brandon Ayuk, kind of had a narrator in there to move things along. We will discuss the new Debo Samuel show on Bleacher Report. There is tons of Farhan news today. Andrew Baggerly's been on the station a couple of times. The story holds. We'll discuss that. Maybe that's not the main part of the story. It's what's going to happen with Farhan. He could be out. He could be possibly demoted. They could bring in a baseball guy. There's a lot of different ways. But as you said yesterday, leaking means something. We'll tell you about that as well. Woj is gone. He's off to St. Bonaventure. You know who's going to like that?
Olean, New York. My buddy Tim Brown. He's the one that hired him.
Shams is going to like that because he's a free agent. Hello, ESPN. They grind you out. Mike Greenberg this morning was like crying and was like, dude, ESPN's a machine. Next. Berman left, Dan Patrick left. Moving on.
They
That's
have
what they
big-time
do,
alum at St. Bonaventure in Olean, New York. So, I mean, Wojnarowski was making a lot of money in the role he was in. I would venture to guess some NBA teams reached out to him to work in their front office in some capacity.
Like they did Hollinger?
I think they did. Well, he was in there for a while, then he went back and he ran Memphis for a while. But there are a lot of deep-pocketed donors at St. Bonaventure. And I got a friend that's one of them. He was gleeful about that. We'll find out exactly what he's going to do, manager of the basketball team, which is interesting. They don't have an athletic department beyond. They used to be the Brown Indians. Now they're just Bonnies. In any event, a lot going on.
and Blake Snell, by the way, was really good last night. Just saying.
Yeah, I saw.
I heard. I heard it was really good.
Have you given up on the Giants, John?
I got stuff to do.
That's
man.
why their ratings are down in the 3s now and no longer up in the 8s.
No, I watched him last night.
He was good. He had a slider going. I watched every pitch. I've watched every pitch all years. It's easy to watch him back on fast forward. You can get it done in an hour and a half. But he banged the strike zone. Good win. Yes, homer to open the game, and obviously Grant McCrae's speed was a factor. A little small ball there. It's amazing how bad they can look for a weekend and then look really good against one of the best teams in baseball. That's baseball. But we are here at 4949. We're at Levi's for Installation Day. Tim Ryan will join us at some point in the 11 o'clock hour. Giants do play a day game tomorrow, so we're not going to have a football hour tomorrow. Probably a short show after they wrap it up at Oriole Park, but there's always threatening weather in the area. But I did not catch the Deebo Samuel podcast. Who was the young lady who was introducing him there? And what did Brandon Ayuk have? Deebo's not playing. Installation day, Deebo will be with the performance staff working on the calf. I don't like to hear him talking about cleaning his plate because his weight is down probably to 215 when he's out for a couple of weeks with a calf injury. We want skinny Deebo and tight Deebo to come back.
You don't like big butts.
Well, I do with Deebo Samuel, but it's the whole midsection around the. He plays better when he's lean, and that's what's got him into trouble. Frankly, I think the big reason why he has these soft tissue injuries, his frame. It's hard to support the body weight, his mass. He is huge, so he's good right now. His butt's not the problem. The thick legs, those are tackle breaking legs and butt. But if he gets big, but he'll be fine. He'll only be out hopefully a couple of weeks, but. Did Ayuk say anything of significance?
It's interesting. I watched it for show purposes. It's not overly entertaining, but I know that a lot of people want to know what Deebo and Brandon Ayuk have to say. If you can stomach one more discussion about his contract, they discussed that now or never, as you heard in the open. Deebo saying that they've been the best team in the NFL for a while now. You got to have the trophy to back it up. I mean, you can say, I was going to say you can't say that. You can say whatever you want, but the trophy is the ultimate. And if you have the trophy, you are the best. If you don't have the trophy, you're not. And that's the discussion we always have with this team. They're super talented, but you got to get the trophy. That's what it comes down to.
Well, you're not going to win the trophy in September. And I guess we'll play. Is that when does fall arrived? On Sunday, September 22nd, somewhere
Today,
around there.
It's cold.
It feels like autumnal weather, but it's not quite autumn yet. We got September 18th, but we kick off that game in L.A. September the 22nd. Actually, it's raining a little bit today, but at any event, early in the year, you're not going to win Super Bowls in September. I don't think even you can lose them. Cincinnati's gotten off to 0-2 starts and made it. I remember one year Tennessee got off to a 1-4 start. We'll see. I think they can overcome, and the 49ers are injured. Certainly not having Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel in this game in the next couple of weeks. But the LA Rams do not have Puka Nacua. They do not have Cooper Kupp. They don't have their offensive line.
They're mashed.
They don't have John Johnson. So, I mean, they're going to put 11 guys out there. It's not like, a power play in hockey where they lose these players and they're off the field. They're going to have players on the field. But, it's just sad to go there with all these star powers of the 49ers and Rams. And Mark Sanchez will be on the call with Adam Amin. And Mark will join us at 1:30. It's just, it's hard to prepare for a game like this because there's so much lacking in the game. But they have other people they're going to turn to. They're going to have a running game, and the Niners are obviously going to try to run all over them. We'll see if the Rams match up with the 49ers with their lighter package and play a lot of nickel. They did get trampled by Arizona. Looked really good last week and running all over them with James Conner and obviously the rookie Harrison. But Kyler Murray's a different dude right now. But the Niners have gotten deep into playoffs, starting 3-4 one year, starting 3-5 one year. It's much better to start 8-0 and 5-0, bro. And then you host the championship game and don't have to go on the road to L.A. or Philadelphia to play the game. We'll see if they're able to overcome. I think, you don't want to get into the schedule game. They're all NFL teams, and we had a bunch of underdogs win last week and road dogs, but the Rams are ravaged by injury. If you can knock them back and make them 0-3 and you get to 2-1, you got to like your situation. Seattle's got an interesting game this weekend we'll keep an eye on. And then New England's better than we thought, and Arizona's going to be really improved. And then you start talking about getting some of these guys back. Maybe not McCaffrey. He would be eligible to come back for Seattle, but that could be a while. But we'll see how long Deebo will be out. So I think you're just in the survive and thrive mode, John. May have to reinvent yourself or kind of go back to what you were before you got McCaffrey, and that is the Jeff Wilson Jr. 49er offense with J.P. Mason. But I think the first thing the Rams and Chris Shula, their new defensive coordinator, are going to have to prove on Sunday is they can stop the 49er running game. And the Niners, and they lost the last game last year against them where they didn't play their guys at the end. They had beaten them 9 straight times, and the common denominator in all those 9, excluding the NFC title game lost there, is they've just trampled the Rams.
Well, there's two things that the Rams, just early look at the Rams, and I watched that Arizona game again, is that they're giving up 200 yards on the ground. They're giving up over 5 yards a carry, almost actually over 5.5 a carry. The Cardinals went for 231 against them. So that's one thing. They can't stop the run. And then on the other side, their offensive line is so banged up that they're giving up one of the worst pressure rates in the entire league. So if your quarterback, Matt Stafford, who doesn't move all that well anymore at 36, is not able to get time in the pocket, and oh, by the way, his ultimate safety blanket is Cooper Kupp. He's out. Puka Nacua, he's out. It doesn't mean that they don't have receivers that can catch the ball, but Tyler Higbee, their top tight end, he's out. They have Kyron Williams, so you concentrate on Kyron Williams, and as weird as it is, you make Stafford beat you because he shouldn't have a whole lot of time. Then on the other side of it, hi, Jordan Mason. You're averaging 24 per game. You're going to get 24, maybe 30 in this game. Better hold up. Maybe you need another running back besides Grendo if you don't trust him. But because of injuries, the Rams on the offensive line and the Rams trying to stop the run, those are some basics of the game, and you got to take advantage of that.
Yeah, and I think their issue, they're a lot like, to me, what Dallas was last year, where they just, and a lot of it was when they lost Leighton Vander Esch to injury in our game, but they played a lot of undersized linebackers against the run. And, when Mark Sanchez joins us at 1:30, John, he'll break it down. They went to a light box, and Drew Petzing, the offensive coordinator with Arizona, just ran all over him. And then they went to a bigger group, and they passed all over him. So they're kind of in between a little bit. But we'll see what the Niners do as far as running back depth behind Jordan Mason in this game. Debo was a big part of that, switching into the backfield. Debo can do everything. Who's going to run back kickoffs? You got to get, obviously Isaac Correndo, I think, involved in that. But one guy, when you look at the Rams running back room, they got Kyron Williams, Blake Corum, the Michigan rookie, will run back kickoffs, and they got Ronnie Rivers, and they've got on their roster, he's not on their practice squad, they got Cody Schrader on their team. He hasn't played much the first couple of games, but you lost Elijah Mitchell. We talked about that injury. You're trying to figure out the running back room. And I think Correndo is better ultimately than Cody Schrader, and that's why they chose to keep him. But it is odd with all the injuries in the offensive backfield and McCaffrey, and he's a pseudo running back that you wind up cutting Cody Schrader and thought you could get him on the practice squad, and Sean McVay and Les Snead scooped him up, and he'll wear number 32 against the 49ers on Sunday.
All right, we got a ton to get to today. We will get into more 49ers. Tim Ryan is going to join us at 11:30 down here, and we will do our normal stuff. But with tomorrow being a short show with the Giants, we have Tim on today. So Tim Ryan's going to join us. And as you said, Mark Sanchez is going to join us at 1:30. And let's be honest, I mean, butt fumble and all the different things, but he's a good analyst. He's done a nice job.
Who has longer hair, T-Rock or Mark Sanchez from USC?
Can we get a picture? Can we get a side-by-side and post that?
We saw him with New Orleans. I want to get his thoughts on a bunch of quarterbacks. Kyler Murray, Derek Carr is on fire right now. And he didn't play. Well, actually, he did play against us that preseason game before, they went to Jay Kaner and the young guy they drafted as well. Mark is he's seen the Rams and Cardinals last week. He saw the Niners in the preseason. He was there for Caleb Williams in his opener, so good time to talk to Mark. We chatted right before that preseason game, and he promised to come on week 3, and he's just going to come on week 3. Adrian Wojnarowski, by the way, is the athletic director at St. Bonaventure University.
Well, they said he was the general manager of the basketball
He's the athletic director of the sports program, so that pays pretty good money. I don't know what he's making to drop Woj bombs with ESPN, but that job does pay pretty good money. They got some big donors there.
Yeah, you don't have to be on the phone all day. Imagine those guys being an insider. I mean, they get compensated, but they got like 5 phones at all times, 24/7, 365. They're like at 7-Eleven. They're always open. They're always on. You gotta get some sleep, man. That's probably what he's doing. He's like,
why do you need 5 phones? Do you have to have a burner phone to Kevin Durant?
You gotta have a burner phone. You gotta have, if that one.
You can't get it all done on one phone?
No, you can't have people leaving messages. You need to have them going. You ever see Schefter on TV, man? He's got like 5 phones. He acts like he's important. What about those people on vacation? Like they're walking around. Come on, stop it. You're not that important. All right, let's get to all of it. We'll get back to one of the big topics, and everyone loves to talk about Farhan. I didn't say loves Farhan. They'd love to talk about Farhan. Bags was on to talk about his piece, and then we had Susan Slusser on and John Shea. They contributed, collaborated on a piece. What does it all mean? We'll explain next. It's Pop and Lund on the Esports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Mayoko, he joined Murph and Marcus this morning and discussed the injuries to CMC and Debo and how the 49ers can sustain in their absence. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
This will be the 23rd pitch of the inning. 2-2. Snell throws. Henderson strikes out swinging. He got him with the changeup. Blake Snell, 12 strikeouts, and one of the best players in the game, Gunnar Henderson, has a hat trick tonight. 6 dominant innings from Snell. Giants lead 4-0.
That's our friend Dave Fleming on the call. Pop and Lund as we're live from Levi's Stadium. Tim Ryan's going to join us at 11:30. Mark Sanchez, he's on the call this weekend for Rams and 49ers. He's an SC guy, so he'll probably be biased against the Rams, but it is not the Rams' house. It's the 49ers' house, and it will be very loud at Levi's South. So we'll get into those conversations in about a little over an hour, but the big story over the last couple of days, first Andrew Baggerly wrote about it in Bags, one of our Giants insiders, and does a tremendous job. He was on this morning to talk about his piece and back his piece this morning with Murph and Marcus. We had Susan Slusser on yesterday. She co-authored a piece in the Chronicle with John Shea. Similar story, a couple of different semantics with it of how involved Buster was. The story basically is the same, which is what is the future now of Farhan Zaidi after all this information got leaked?
Whoa, a little feedback. I think it was a pushback article, and I think what happened was Baggs wrote his piece over the weekend, and Scott Boras got on the phone and called Susan. Susan's got a direct line to the Boras Corporation, so she can reach out to him. And Scott did mention that Baggs never reached out for verification on the story, and Susan kind of spun it, more towards Boras and Farhan. There are a couple of pieces in there that were not in Baggs' piece that I didn't know. First of all, the hospitalization of Farhan Zaidi. He was in the hospital for a couple of times. Hopefully his health is fine and it's nothing serious. That's bigger than anything else. And then I didn't know, and it's why I don't like the thought of re-signing a player at any point during the competition of the season. It's a distraction, and I don't care that everybody thinks the season's over. It's not. And, Blake did miss, or not Blake, Matt Chapman did miss a game with a physical. But apparently there's some rule, and I don't know what the language is. I'm sure agents will reach out to me once I say it. Farhan Zadi's not allowed to talk to Matt Chapman, his player. He can't go into his own clubhouse and talk to him.
Apparently not about contracts. You can talk to him about, wine or restaurants.
Or hitting a high fastball and not striking out so much on that pitch. Well, then why do the deal when you can't even talk to your own player?
Well, it just has to go through the agent.
I don't understand that rule. Then don't do the deal in the middle of a season. Table it till the season's over. I can't imagine who would want that. Would the ownership want that? Would the players' union want that? Why would you want a clause in there that the head of baseball operations is not allowed to talk to a player on his team? It's not like it's tampering. I don't get it. I've never heard that before. I'm sure after saying it, I'll get clarification from agents out there, and that's probably why I'm bringing it up. I didn't know. So I'm not all that interested in the reporter wars between we have them both on the show. We should have them on simultaneously. Invite Pavlovich in and have a Giants roundtable. And it doesn't much matter.
The message is the same, right? He's in trouble.
I don't know what it is. The fact that a couple of pieces of information have leaked out in recent weeks on contract length, also with Bob Melvin, and now the way this went down. I don't know who Baggs' source is, and I'm not asking. I don't care. I mean, it could be innocuously Matt Chapman told Baggs in the clubhouse. Farhan can't talk to Matt Chapman, but Andrew Baggerly can about his contract, and whatever it was portrayed, he got the information that Buster came in to finish off the deal. Does Buster, being an owner of the team, does he have obviously he does. He did it via text. So the ownership of the team can talk to a player about a contract extension directly, but the head of baseball operations cannot? Explain that to me. Who would write that rule? Why is that rule written? It makes no sense. Maybe I'm missing something, but that's interesting. Well, that in itself would tell you why Farhan, if he wants a no trade. And I kind of, when I read Baggs' piece, it was more that Farhan did not want to give him a no trade, and that Buster and ownership did, and they gave him the no trade, and that's how it got done. Susan said that's not the case. Farhan is quoted that the no trade was not a big hang-up. He would have given it to him. And as we said, different people in the organization handle contracts, and I'm a little surprised Farhan does a lot of the work. I'm not even sure. I mean, we were kind of filling in a lot of blanks. But the bottom line is here, I think there was a perception that because Buster stepped in, and that's why he's on the executive committee and he's part owner of the team, is they want him to be that kind of guy. They trust not only his playing ability, but his intuition, instincts about the game, player evaluation. And Matt Chapman's a player, Buster Posey would love, the way he plays defense at third base. They had Pablo, but Matt Chapman defensively is an amazing player. Offensively, he does contribute. He leads the team in a lot of categories. He strikes out a lot, which is, to me, a problem, but they're willing to live with that. And obviously, Bob Melvin loves them, and they wanted them to set the culture and be the leader. They're kind of this generation's Buster Posey, and we'll get into re-signing Blake Snell, but it's hard for a pitcher, even Lincecum, Kane, Bumgarner. Timmy wasn't that kind of guy, but, Bumgarner was quiet, and so was Kane. It's hard when you pitch every 5 days. Dave Stewart was a leader. Tim Hudson was a leader of that team, but it's hard. Position players, someone like Chapman who posts every day, can be that guy. In any event, so the reporters are going back and forth. It doesn't much matter. It's the information flow, where it's coming from. And then the perception that because Buster Posey stepped in to finalize the contract in some form, whether it's true or not, that he wants to be, or they want him to be, the president of baseball operations. You heard Mike Krukow this morning. And I mean, why would Buster Posey take that job on? You don't get an off season. You work every single day. Hell, if he wanted to work that hard, and I know injury and the threat of concussions being a catcher were a big reason why he prematurely retired. But if you're going to take on the job of president of baseball operations, go catch. Go behind the plate and resume your playing career. He could easily do that at this stage of his life rather than put all that time into, being around other players. So I don't see that happening. So that's not, he may be more involved in some degree, but he's not going to take on the day-to-day task of that job. Who wants that for that? And he's an owner. I'm not even sure how he'd be compensated for that, but he's not doing that. So you'd have to go out and get somebody else. So something is fishy here. There's no doubt. There's information being leaked. First to John Shea that Baggs already had and chose not to report on the length of Farhan's contract and the guarantee of the 26th year. And likewise for Bo Melvin, Baggs said, I knew that. I didn't think it was important enough to report it. Shea didn't know it, reported it like it was huge news. Susan as well. Then Baggs came back with the story, and it obviously annoyed Scott Boras, and Farhan had some quotes. Nobody else from the Giants came in to defend their president of baseball operations, which to me is the most telling, is their silence from 24 Willie Mays Plaza. So now we wait. And, we're going to find this out in less than 2 weeks. The season ends a week from Sunday, and we're going to find out the fate of Farhan Zaidi.
All right, let's get through all the minutia of it. There was one big question to ask. We'll get into that conversation coming up next. Your thoughts, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text and call-in line. We'll get to that. Debo's new podcast with Brandon Ayuk, we'll do that around 10:50. Give us a little bit of time to get back into the 49ers. And then Tim Ryan's going to jump in here to the studios, the KNBR studios at Levi's Stadium at about 11:30, and we'll get deeper into the 49ers and the Rams. All that to come. Pop and Lund on a hump day, only here on the Sports Leader.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcast. You're tuned in to Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Thanks so much for hanging out on a Wednesday. It's Papa Lund. Tim Ryan in about an hour. You don't want to miss that. We're on YouTube and Twitch. Make sure you check us out. You have an opinion on Farhan? Of course you do. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Hit us up on that. Regardless of how we got here, whether it's Susan and John Shay's piece, whether it's Bag's piece, and he was on with the morning show today. If you want to hear that, just go to knbr.com. Both pieces are consistent in the biggest issue, I think. Ownership, as I read from the Chronicle piece, ownership is frustrated with the direction and performance of the team, is taking a hard look at Farhan Zaidi. That is consistent on both sides. So what do you think is done here? Because we both have been doing this a long time. When you start to hear leaks about this, when you start to hear dissatisfaction, 6 of the seventh year, what is it? This is the 6th year that we're wrapping up. 1 playoff performance, 5 around 500, a disappointing finish to this whole thing. It's just my instincts tell me that when we start to get to this point, Farhan is definitely in trouble.
And, he was close, throw out, the team that Bochy inherited. And they did better at the end, but that was not a good team. But, start with Kapler in his first managerial hiring and the pandemic year, which was weird at 2020. What they wind up that year, 29-31. Mm-hmm. And it was odd to see Austin Slater leading off for the Baltimore Orioles last night. And Blake Snell saved his best pitches for him. And Gunnar Henderson. But, they were one Austin Slater base hit away at the end of the year. He took a called strike 3. Milwaukee wound up going that year. So they were under 500, but they literally missed the playoffs and that weird wild card that year where 7 teams won, I think, that year, John, even though it was a 60-game season. In any event, they missed it by, 1 base hit. Then the next year, they won 107 games that people wanted to dismiss. And Farhan was the executive of the year. Cap was the manager of the year. They did things that I know, we have one guy in town that says we're light years ahead of everybody, and they were for a long stretch, 8 years and 4 championships and 5 straight finals. But the Giants, to me, were just cutting edge in their approach. They didn't have the best roster, but they used their roster incredibly well. The pinch hitting, everything they did, the line change, the way they used their starting staff, the way he manipulated the COVID rules, it was impressive to watch. Kai Correa and the infield drills. I was blown away watching that team. They just won. And they had to win every single game to hold off the Dodgers. The next year, they rallied at the end. They did not play well most of the year, but they rallied at the end to get to 81 and 81. They finished September strong. They came out of the All-Star break that year and lost 8 in a row, got swept at L.A. And last year, as hard as it is to remember, it's almost the exact same date. Today is September the 18th. Last year, they went to Arizona on September the 19th and played 2 games against the Arizona Diamondbacks, and it was pretty much, who wins these 2 games, who finishes strong, the strongest the last 2 weeks of the year is going to get a wild card spot. The Giants played shabbily those 2 games. They faded at the end. Cap got fired on that last Friday of the year when they gave out the Willie Mack Award. He wasn't even there for the last 3 games against the Dodgers. Arizona snuck in. They went all the way to the World Series. And now this year, a year later, and last night's win was impressive, and we'll get into Blake Snell and what you have to pay him in the offseason. But the season has been essentially over for a month. When you lost those first 3 games to Atlanta and the first 2 in extra innings with the placed runner at second base to bunt or not to bunt and all that. It's so ironic. The Braves may not they're not going to make the playoffs possibly anyway. It's the Mets that zoom by everybody. The Mets are ahead of Arizona right now. How did this happen? So they got off to a slow start. So I'm sure ownership is not happy. Bags is bringing up the attendance, and the attendance has been up from last year, but not up appreciably. Maybe it shouldn't be. And now when you look at the end of the year and the fact you're playing, and they're not meaningless, but they're not meaning to the fullest, these games at the end. You're playing a lot of home games where the numbers are down. The television ratings on NBC Sports Bay Area are way down. The Giants used to consistently be in the 8s. And when they were strong, if they were playing at Oriole Park and they were in the race the way the Mets and Atlanta Braves are, you'd be getting 10 ratings right now on these games, even with the early starts. They're down in the 3s right now. The numbers are way down. They've been down for a while. It speaks to the sport's overall popularity in our country and what the Warriors have done. But it is what it is, John, and how people stream things at home, and how do you watch local baseball on the RSNs? Ownership's got to look at all this, not just the 1-loss record, which going into last night's game, they were 6 under, and they're 6 feet under. Now you're back to 5 under, but you're going to be, unless you finish strong, and you could, but you got to play Baltimore, Kansas City, Arizona on this road trip. It's going to be hard. You're going to be back to where you've been, right around 500, below 500, maybe more. This could be Farhan Zaidi's worst team after Bruce Bochy left, and, bringing in Cap and obviously bringing in Bob Melvin. And the energy of the offseason, and you could say Mike was on today saying it's a rebuilding year because of all the young guys.
No, it's not.
They brought up. They spent a lot of money in the offseason.
It wasn't a rebuilding
and they
year.
went out and got Bob Melvin. They spent hundreds of millions of dollars. Only the Dodgers spent more. Ownership's not going to like that. You had to move players off the salary who didn't perform well this year. So I'd say by and large, this may be Farhan's worst year when you look at it overall. I don't know. But I'm sure. Now, does it matter how they finish here these last 2 weeks of the year? If they go in and sweep Baltimore, do well in Kansas City and Arizona, can they flip perception? I think Kapler lost his job at the end. I don't know what they're going to ultimately do. The guy's not well. He's been in the hospital, first of all. Do they think physically he's up for the job? What's the nature of his illness? Would they get rid of him, or I'm not going to say demote him, but bring people around him? We keep bringing up Sabe's head, Dick Tidrow. He's lost Bannister as the pitching guru here. Who's that guy for him? Might they strongly, and Bob Melvin, keep bringing up Billy Owens, because Bob Melvin knows him well, and the A's are in the state of flux, obviously, moving to Sacramento and then maybe to Las Vegas. This may be a time to just keep your family in the Bay Area if you're Billy Owens. So I have really no idea. what they're going to do, but in a couple of weeks' time, we will find out the fate of one Farhan Zaidi.
I don't know what they're going to do, but what they should do is, because if you're bringing in a Billy Owens or if you're bringing in a baseball guy, whoever it is, person X, that means that you're going to remodel the house. The house doesn't need a remodel. They've missed the playoffs 5 of 6 years. And what I keep hearing about Farhan and why he should keep his job, first of all, all due respect to Mike Krukow, knows a hell of a lot more about baseball than me. This was not a rebuilding year. Why was Nick Ahmed the opening day shortstop instead of, I don't know, Luciano or something? They spent the most money behind the Dodgers. They tried to win this year. They got Chapman at the last minute and Soler at the last minute and Snell at the last minute. Those aren't rebuild guys. Those are guys that you're trying to win. So first of all, they spent money, they failed, and then all of a sudden they pivoted to, we're going to rebuild. So what people keep saying is, well, Farhan's really developed the system. Guys in the system. You mean Schmidt and Luciano and Matos and Harrison fell apart in the second half and Birdsong fell apart? Ramos in the second half is a 229 hitter with a 666 OPS, the number of the beast. So Fitzgerald had 8 home runs and 15 RBIs in July. Since then, hasn't been great. There's not one player, Ramos included, that you could say next year of this young group that is 100% a building block for this team. So let's throw out the narrative. Just look at the numbers. Throw out the narrative that he's developed all this talent. I think it's one of the reasons they're racing Eldridge through the whole system is like, look at this guy we're developing. He's the next hope. That's all he does. It's like a rotisserie team. It's like a fantasy team to him. This guy's not working. You know, we do that all the time when we play fantasy ball. This guy's not working. Week 1, this guy sucked. He's out. The guy, likely the tight end for the Ravens is in because he had one good week. That's what he does. He plays fantasy. He openly talks about fantasy football. He thinks the Giants are a fantasy team. He's doing it wrong. It's not an athletic team that's in a ballpark that you have to be athletic. His first-round pick, James Tibbs, this year out of Florida State, is a power-hitting, not very athletic guy. He's going to be aiming at Triples Alley. What are you doing? I mean, it's proven time and time again. This is pitching, defense, and athleticism. For years, he sat here and told us, we're going to get more athletic. We're going to get better defensively. We're going to get more athletic. We're going to get better defensively. Where is it? It's been years. The house needs to be bulldozed, and they need to build all over again. It's not a remodel. It's not bringing in a guy. It's wrong. And on top of that, you hit it right on the head. The ratings suck. The attendance is going down. People aren't excited, and they don't like Farhan. It's a bad perception of the team, and he's the face of your franchise right now, and you don't have any superstars to offset it. But other than that, things are great.
Attendance is actually up this year.
It is. But what I'm saying is now there's nobody in the ballpark, and you're irrelevant for the month.
School's back in, and it does happen in September.
But the 49ers are taking over. The Warriors are going to be back in a month. You're not going to be playing playoff baseball for the 5th time in 6 years.
You don't have to worry about the Warriors when they have media day. That'll be the day they fire Farhan Zaidi or don't.
But I'm saying that if your track record is in 6 years, that's long enough. Like, we're not talking it's early. It's 5 years. 5 out of 6, he's missed the playoffs no matter how close they've gotten. And the year they won those games, they didn't beat their Dodgers in the first round. Most teams would, even though that was a great season and it did happen, they lost to the hated Dodgers in the first round. That's a successful season, but you can't be happy with it.
You obviously vote to fire him.
Well, yeah,
we'll see what they do.
Just based on everything I said.
How's his fantasy team, by the way? His football fantasy team.
You have to ask him. And personally, I like the guy. I really do. But the fact is, no, I do. Personally, I really like him. But the fact is that this it's overwhelming, and this whole narrative of he's developing talent is false. It's not true.
And the only thing I know about his fantasy team is we gave Scott Harris the tip a couple of years ago to play Jeff Wilson Jr. against New England, and Harris beat him. And I think he knocked Farhan out that year. By the way, this rule, and Susan Slusser wrote this in the Chronicle, there was 2 things I learned in her piece. A lot of things, obviously. Farhan's been hospitalized twice, which is interesting, and maybe this is the real reason why this happened, but Susan wrote that Zaidi can't legally speak with a player during a negotiation while the player has the authority to speak to members of the organization. And I was, what? So I said it on the air, and we thought some woman out there and a very prominent baseball agent reached out to me, and I'm not going to put his name out there, but he said that's inaccurate. There is no rule whatsoever that says that. And just flat out, there's no rule on that, Pops. And he wrote, GMs, president of the baseball ops guys do it all the time. So why that is being floated out, maybe because he was hospitalized, he was incapable of visiting in the clubhouse, and they had Buster do that. But what was written that Farhan could not speak directly to Matt Chapman, there's nothing that's written in any baseball agreement that precludes him from doing that.
Interesting. All right. There you go. All right, give us your thoughts. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. That is the big story. You got the couple of pieces by both of our insiders, and, of course, John Shea contributing to the piece in the Chronicle with Susan Slusser. But the bottom line is the same regardless of each article. How hot is the seat for Farhan? That is the big question at 415-808-KNBR. All right, we'll get it back to the 49ers because we are at Levi's Stadium. It's about Debo. He's got a new podcast. I watched it yesterday. Not because I wanted to.
How long was
I had
it?
to.
I was too busy on this Johnny Depp and Amber on Netflix has me riveted.
Oh, really? Oh, I got some new shows. We got to talk some new shows.
No, watch that one. Watch that one.
Okay, I got to watch that one. I just finished
Domestic violence is not my thing, so they get to the specifics of it.
Is it good?
No, I don't know. It's Johnny Depp, so I'm
interested.
He is weird.
Yeah,
he's a weird dude.
But I did watch a couple of shows over the weekend. We did get riveted. One's a short series that I'm going to tell you about, but we got a bunch of stuff to get to. We'll get to Debo's new podcast and his first guest, of course, Brandon Ayuk. Just, a couple of lockers away. Just said, hey, man, jump on the show. So they had a few
They could do it in the slot.
Yeah,
just go out wide left. You're the X, you're the Z. Hey, what's up, Ayuk?
All right, we'll tell you about it next on the Sports Center.
And I'm Greg Pop on KNBR, and if you would like to learn more about the Laser Eye Center Silicon Valley and their CLR procedure, they have a free live CLR webinar this Friday at noon. It's a great chance for you to find out all about custom lens replacement at the webinar. The doctors will answer any questions you might have, like what's the difference between CLR and LASIK? Are you a good candidate for one over the other? What is the cost of CLR and LASIK? Is there financing involved? How long does the procedure take? John Lund knows all the answers to this because he actually had the procedure, and John has perfect vision now. And John will never develop a cataract after he had the CLR procedure. So find out how CLR is the permanent solution to readers, bifocals, contacts, glasses, and you never get a cataract the rest of your life. I wish I knew that. At the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley's free live CLR webinar that is this Friday at noon. Space will be limited. Listen to our show and get on that webinar at noon on Friday. You can register now at lasereyeclr.com. That's lasereyeclr.com.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay, I just sent 3 cuts over to the boys. We'll get it into the system, and we will hear it. Debo's new podcast. It's on Bleacher Report. His first guest was Brandon Ayuk. We'll get to it in a second. Look at my monitor. Look at who that is. You have your monitor up there? Mother! Mother's in studio holding court. You can see this on YouTube and Twitch. He's holding court with like
Bill
Murph and all these guys.
God, I haven't seen Lasky.
Tell Lasky to get on the mic, man. We're going to see how he's doing.
Is he on the Debo podcast too?
I don't know. I got to ask him. Plus, well, it's always great to tell the cupcake story.
It is.
The cupcake story is amazing. Local bakers, and he was putting letters on the cupcakes.
So I mean, we've told the story for. So when what year was it? It was 2014. Bumgarner in Kansas City. We did pre and post, and I'm going to break into tears because it was the great Vida Blue. It was me and Bill and Vida. We had a bunch of analysts, obviously, but we did a lot of games. And but I always go in the green room, and watch baseball with Vida and Bill, and they would educate me on the game and life, and Vida would tell stories and. I would get pretty worked up during games a lot, as you might imagine.
You?
And, one of my favorite expressions is mother. Mother! So Vida's the one that actually always would call me mother. Never Papa or anything else. Anyway, so Bill had a orange and black beautiful pen made for me. I remember I had to go down. The security guard at Oracle Park makes them. And I had to go down to get the pen from him. And he's like, Greg, why does it say Greg MF? It's Lasky. So then Bill took it a step further one year and had cupcakes made, I think opening day or something. And he went in and he had whatever, how many letters it is.
But he mixed them up so that
well, when he gave them to me, he didn't.
Yeah, but he told because it was a local baker and he didn't want him to know. Yeah. And they kept asking, what is it? But he gave him it jumbled.
That bakery has changed their name now to Mother.
And then he
put it together. Yeah. Good to see Bill. Marty does the pregame on the weekends. Walter's there as well, but it's great to have Bill on the postgame. We listen to him often. It's been a trying year, and Bill is brutally honest on what he sees in the baseball game. He doesn't defend anybody. He calls it out and gives you exactly, being a former player, what he sees and what he doesn't see from this team. And it's been a hard year, a lot of ups and downs, but they played better last night. Amazing how they can beat the Orioles 10-0. Baltimore's struggling right now. They've lost 8 of their last 11, and they're scoring under 2 runs a game. Good time to be playing them, but it's been a hard year. But hopefully the Giants will be able to finish strong.
Yeah. All right.
Mother!
Anyway, he's incredible. I haven't seen him forever, and then he's in there right now on the day that we're not there. Anyway, let's get to Debo's new podcast, Cleats and Convos. And the voice you're going to hear besides Debo is a woman by the name of Liv Moods. Liv Moods is her name.
She has her own golf tour.
She is there with, the Liv. She is there with Brandon Ayuk and Debo Samuel. Brandon Ayuk being the first guest on the Cleats and Convos podcast. And here is the first one, why Brandon Ayuk wanted to stay with the 49ers.
Take us back to the day, Ayuk, that you signed your contract extension, okay? What ultimately made you want to make it work with the 49ers and stay here long term?
Just being with my people, the people that I know, people that I've been around for the past 4 years, the people that I've got to see have kids, got to see their kids grow up a little bit. They got to see me have kids, see my kids grow up a little bit. So really just sticking with the family,
Okay. I can understand.
Nice answer, Ayuk. Did she call him Ayuk the entire interview? Ayuk.
It's very informal, informal. Because formal would be his name.
B.A.
Yeah, so she calls him Ayuk. But
she call him Samuel Senior too.
Yeah, I mean it is
Tyson.
It kind of is a pain to uproot and all that kind of stuff, and you're familiar. So he said family was the number one reason. I would say money. He said family.
Okay. Well, he's the one who made the decision.
Yeah. So he knows.
To the day, Ayuk.
Ayuk.
At least she pronounced. People are struggling with how to say, including Kevin Harlan. Ayuk. Like they're having, because you read it phonetically and people are really.
The Y-O-O-K
Well, Mike Silver
part.
was calling him Ayuk all one day on the show.
Yeah,
I'm
when he was
listening. I'm
first
like, what are you
drafted.
calling him? Ayuk. It's Ayuk. People are having a Ayuk. They're having a real hard time with the correct, but she got it right. She
did.
She got Ayuk.
More cleats and combos. Here is Debo saying that, no, this is Brandon Ayuk again, saying the 49ers have one of the best teams ever assembled.
Me personally, I felt like we have one of the greatest football teams to ever be assembled. Personally, that's how I feel. I see it every day. We know what we have to do. We know what it looks like. There's only one thing left to do. So it's really just focusing on that.
What is it going to take to get you over the hump and finally hold that Lombardi trophy?
Be your best self, and like, as long as you know you left it all out there, and like win, lose, or draw, like as long as you know you gave it everything, it's like you ain't got no regrets at all. My eyes, like we've been on the best team in the league for a while.
Wait a minute. Back up, Ayuk. He said one of the best football teams ever assembled.
Got to win a Super Bowl.
I understand that, but I'm saying just on pure roster. I mean, the offensive line did not have a good performance. Tim Ryan will drop by at 11:30 and we'll break it down. A lot of it was just pressure based, and the side. And I think Brock held the ball too long. But even the O line is good enough. You got George Kittle. You got those 5 eligibles. The D line didn't quite dominate the run, but in theory, you've got a lot of talent on that D line. The linebackers, Fred Warner, Drake Greenlaw is going to be back sooner than you think. He is moving around really well. The cornerback room, they're a little bit raw. In the secondary, I think Talanoa is coming back for this game. But just that comment, one of the best football teams ever assembled. How many they have in the top 100 NFL players? I think 9 of the top 76. They got 9 All-Pros or 9 Pro Bowlers and 5 All-Pros. But that in itself, I know she had scripted questions going, how do you get over the hump on the next one, Debo Samuel Sr.? But would you not say, whoa? Are you better than Kansas City? The Niners have the best roster in the NFL right now, and if that's the case, he's putting a lot of pressure on he and his teammates and his coaches to win. If you have the best roster, but they're injured right now, but that's part of the league. That's a bold statement Ayuk made.
No, I don't disagree with it. It's just you don't want to be on that other list, the best team to never win. They do that with the golfers, the best guy to never win a major, the best. You don't want to go on that other list because what it says
the lost rings.
Right. You don't want to go on the guy, you're the best team to never win a Super Bowl. Because right now, that's the list they're on. They're with the Harbaughs and that whole group. And it's like, when you break through, then they can have that whole conversation on ESPN. All right, they one of the greatest. What is the legacy? All that kind of stuff. But until you win one, you're on the list of the best team to never win one. And you don't want to be on that list. No.
Enjoy the journey.
Yeah. Well,
enjoy the journey.
I try.
Friend. Enjoy the journey.
I do the best I can.
No, you don't. You're going right to New Orleans in February. One of the best football teams ever assembled. Wow.
Here's the flip side of it. Here's Debo, I believe. She'll address him. Here's Debo saying that it's now or never. You like that?
Yeah, it was good.
Here we go.
What is the mentality coming off of last year into this season? Was there any type of change from last year to this year? I mean, I would assume you obviously get hungrier for it every year. The end all be all, the Super Bowl. What would you guys say your mentality was coming into?
I mean, if I'm looking at it like you just said, for us hungry, I'm full at this point. I'm full at this point. Like, I mean, it's time to really clean the plate. Like, it's either now or never. Like,
right.
That's how I kind of look at it. Like, with the guys that we have, like we didn't. Like, I've been a part of, the best team in the NFL for the past going on 6 years.
Yeah.
And so, like, we always there. Like, we got to get it done.
I don't disagree with them.
I agree.
But they keep bringing up this whole best team, most talented team, and it's like, yeah.
Well, I mean, Debo's not playing in this game, and Brandon Ayuk is. And the one thing, what's the name of this podcast? Cleats and Conversation or Convo?
Convos.
Do I have to pay for this to listen to this?
No.
Is it free? Thank God you're
it's worth it.
Circulating it. I'd much rather hear about Johnny Depp bringing the ecstasy to Australia. It's way more interesting.
I just feel like the people need to hear it.
Yeah,
it's
riveting. It's fantastic.
Good day, Ayuk.
It's can't miss.
I'm trying to be nice.
Are we the only ones that don't have a podcast in this building? It's unbelievable.
Try to be
anyway,
nice.
Speaking of cleats, and I know the first and goal play on the 4-yard line yesterday and it was Brock and Ayuk, and they were on the right hash just inside, and it was a fake stretch going right and a keep left. Dallas Turner, or was it Dallas Turner? I think it was Dallas Turner decleated Brock on that play. That's the play where he stepped on his foot. Was it Metellus or I think it was Turner? One of them chased him down from behind, and Brock had a flat tire. The next play, they actually had to call a timeout on that play. So I don't think he decleated them until the end of the play when he got out wide.
Yeah, he did.
But that play was weird, where Brock was on the right hash, fake stretch going right, boot keep coming left, and he had Ayuk wide open for a touchdown, which probably was one of the big plays of the game. But just the cleats and convos, since you and I were having a convo about that play, he did decleat. He did get decleated on that play. He lost his cleat.
Let me see. I just want to double check that we're talking about the right guy. Metellus is on that corner.
Is it Metellus? One of them stepped on his right cleat.
Let me see.
May have been
He's
Metellus.
going out. I can't see the number.
Well, he had to clear Dallas Turner. Turner was in his face. That's why he held it, just to clear. But anyway, he was decleated on that play. And it wasn't, it wasn't a Brandon Ayuk block where he picked him up, but I think it was Dallas Turner actually stepped on his heel and took his right cleat right off.
So you won't be subscribing to that podcast?
Well, I don't know. I haven't heard enough yet.
Oh, you've heard enough. We've heard enough.
It's interesting.
How
long is it?
Those were the highlights.
How long is it? Seriously, everybody has a podcast.
I don't think that they're going to be that podcast is going to be threatening the Kelsey
How much
brothers.
do they get paid for that? Ayuk's just
that
a
I don't
guest,
know.
so it's just, it's Debo, his boy, he goes on with.
Yeah, it's Debo.
But Debo's got to make money. He does that. So is he not doing the Up and Adams anymore with Kay
I don't think he is. I think that's his own deal
So now he's got his own deal and he'll make money.
Yeah, because he was doing weekly with the Up and Adams podcast, and then he probably said, well, why am I doing that?
I mean, the Kelseys make $100 million with their podcast. I know. Is their podcast better than Monday Night Football with Jason Kelsey? I haven't heard that one either.
It's pretty. I mean, it's pretty funny.
Yeah,
and it's not as biased as what Monday night was. That was a little difficult. If you're not an
you
Eagles
would think
guy,
it would be more biased. It's their podcast versus talking to the entire nation.
But they don't do as. I mean, they do some football, but it's mostly they just how brothers talk. They just kind of get into this whole thing. And they start laughing, and then all of a sudden it's about Jason's dancing, or it's about Do you know that he chest bumped? So as part of that whole Philly Palooza thing, he chest bumped a dude, and the guy blew out his ACL.
I heard. It wasn't Big Dom?
No.
Dom DeSandro? So how much does Debo, how much do you think a guy like that, he would get paid for his podcast? He used to do this once a week?
Yeah.
So like every Tuesday, he'll do it on the off day?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Bleacher Report is paying him. Usually how it works is Bleacher Report, if you're a semi-famous person like that, then they'll pay him a base, and then it's based on how many people are watching it. Now, the initial
subscribing to it.
Yeah.
What is it? So it's free, though?
Yeah, but I think the issue becomes...
Don't you have to charge people to make money on that? How does that work?
Well, like the guy who you'd think would do a podcast can make a ton of money, just like the Kelseys, is like Kittle, but he doesn't do that.
He's too busy doing ads.
Right. He gets paid a lot for doing that. He's probably number one. He's number one. Brock's number two. CMC's doing a lot. CMC's doing that Lowe's deal with the
every time I see that ad, you got to take how many ads. I went into a drugstore before the season started to buy, like I always do, the Athlons and all the all the preseason. McCaffrey's on the cover of every single.
Everybody's trying to
one
and the Madden
I mean
stuff, all
every
these
one.
Yeah,
he's on the cover.
Yeah. Well,
and every time I see that ad with him and Travis Kelce together.
The Lowe's one?
It's just...
Where he has to make a choice on the laminate or whatever his floor is? Yeah. He's exciting.
We missed that guy. We missed that guy a little bit, don't we?
Yeah. You see what your true calling is. Because, Brock
doesn't have CMC does not have a lot of dialogue in his. It's one or two lines. Where Brock's doing the whole dissertation about seeds. Brock had to talk for like a minute.
Yeah.
He had to do like a opening monologue in his commercials.
Well, even the Seeds one, I don't know if there's any ads running, but remember he did the whole Seeds deal and then hit the boots thing. He just released the statement on the boots. And
Brock doesn't have a podcast, though.
No.
How many quarterbacks have one besides Aaron Rodgers? Aaron's playing Thursday night, and he goes on with McAfee this week. Aren't you a little busy on a short week?
He's getting paid $1 million for that.
He gets paid $50 million a quarterback. The Jets.
Yeah, but why not throw it on the pile, man?
Whatever you want to do.
That's what he does.
Whatever you want to do.
No, I don't care. It's their off day. I mean, I think he comes on Tuesday, so that's player off day anyway.
Well, but not on when you got a Thursday night game. It's not.
No, that's true. I don't know. He makes time.
He doesn't have any time on a Tuesday when he's playing Thursday in the home opener against the New England Patriots.
Well, at least he's not in Egypt like he was.
Oh, that was in the offseason. Anyway.
He was supposed to be. Wasn't he supposed to be there or something like that?
Yeah, it was a mandatory minicamp. He got fined $50,000 for it. He walked like an Egyptian.
Yeah, that's a
Maybe
problem.
he's there with Johnny Depp.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Getting ayahuasca. What? Anything more we're hearing from the Debo podcast?
No, that was. I told you that was one of the highlights.
All right.
That was the best part of it.
To the day, Ayuk.
Yeah, why so formal, man? Relax.
I don't know.
Jeez. Anyway, that's
You
the
didn't
news.
ask him about Ayuk. Ayuk is on fire?
Mm-mm. They just, they talk a little
Tim
bit
and I,
about.
we never rehearsed that bit. We have a new bit for this year. And right before the first and goal, did you hear us talking about it? I think our
Mason?
mic was up. No, we had to go over it because I was convinced he would.
Your
when they
mic
got-
was up during a break. Oh boy.
Well, no, but it was right before the start of the game. I think we were goals in motion. No, that's Raheem Mostert.
No, but your mic.
Matt
up
Barrows
there.
wants to trade for Raheem Mostert.
I
You
didn't
think
see that.
Miami would give him up?
No.
You kidding me? For
Unless he's
Josh
gonna
Dobbs?
He's hurt anyway.
Oh, I would take him in a second. Are you out of your mind? Raheem Mostert? He's got 21 touchdowns last year.
Yeah, he was good.
He was good.
Yeah, he was good.
Get him back for Josh Dobbs, the third quarterback of Miami. Going to do that?
No, Russell Wilson's going to be in South Beach. It's going to be Russell Wilson.
Okay.
They got Justin Fields. They don't need Russell Wilson. Plus, Russell Wilson makes nothing. Russell Wilson is getting paid by Denver, but then it's
And
like
Pittsburgh's going to let him go?
for $1 million. I mean, if you're Miami, wouldn't you do that?
Well, they need a backup quarterback on there, even if Fields. And I think they'll go back to Russ at some point this year. They're just going to give him up and let Miami have him?
No, I mean they'll get something for it. But if you're Russell Wilson, when you ask out if Justin Fields is going to be a
He
starter,
can ask all he wants. He's an employee here. We'll tell
yeah,
you what
but
to do.
I would imagine if
Well, the other
if
guy
you're
can
Miami,
get hurt because he runs a lot. I don't think they'll do that. But I mean, and Eric it was Matt Barrows. And that would be an interesting trade. I mean, if you thought McCaffrey was not coming back or it's going to be delayed, I'd go get him anyway right now. Raheem Mostert.
You're not getting him for Dobbs.
Oh,
I don't think.
No.
He's a third string quarterback. So
In Miami, he would be their starting quarterback.
yeah. But I mean, what's your? I mean, he's better than Skylar Thompson, who, by the way, Seattle plays this weekend. So Seattle probably goes to 3-0 because from what I've seen from Skylar Thompson, oof, not good. Anyway, and I was listening to the Rams podcast this morning. Man, there's no team that is more injured than them.
Well, I right around this time, and I'm still waiting for the Rams to send me their game notes and the media release. They haven't said anything. But
Just
who
ask
was
JB what's going
who
on.
was their offense? I asked JB for tickets for the game. You know what he told me?
No.
Your old
friends don't
You want to
like you
know what
anymore.
you want to know what he wrote back? Tickets cannot wind up in wrong hands, is the way he described
Oh,
it.
geez.
Meaning we're going to come in there and take over
Those
Rams'
two are
house.
going to make the difference.
No, unfortunately, I do not. I've even cautioned against letting tickets get into the quote-unquote wrong hands. I said, I'm not the wrong hands. I'm the black hand. We're not. Anyway. or I
Geez,
used to be,
between
now
Paul
we're-
Allen last
Anyway,
week and
no,
JB this week.
No, but I honestly, we'll ask Tim because Tim gets it from Kyle and the team and Kasarik. What is the Ram offensive line from left tackle to right tackle? Do you have any idea who they're playing
Let's
at the
see
game?
what the official things.
Well, from our lads, but they're all hurt. And who's coming back in this game? I mean, right now, I don't know.
No,
the
they
Rams.
just put Jonas Jackson on IR.
The left guard.
Movement's already
so
there.
Tell me, who's their left tackle, left guard, center, right guard, right tackle in this game? Do you have any idea?
I hope it's that third string guy, number 61, that
He was
played in their
bad.
opener.
He got blown away.
He was awful against Detroit.
And he wasn't good against
awful.
Arizona and Dennis Gardak. He ran the hoop on him over and over again. So, I mean, this game is hard to get ready for.
Bo Limmer, the kid out of Arkansas, 6th round pick in 24 that we saw in the Detroit game. Havenstein is back. Dodson is at right guard. He's back. Somebody by the name of Logan Bruss is in for Jackson, and Alaric Jackson is back at left tackle. So
Okay.
they're missing.
Oh, he's
3
over the
guys.
Pets inspection?
Yeah. Yeah, so he's back.
Okay. Limmer's playing center, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Jackson was playing center, but then they had to move him to guard, and then he got hurt. So they're missing 3 players on their front, on their offensive line. And they're missing, of course, both of their receivers. Oh, Tutu Atwell is still there. I forgot about him.
He dropped one the other day where he could have run after a catch, and it just wasn't like him. Just flat out dropped the football. It was pretty amazing that he did that. But they're just so ravaged by injuries. It's unbelievable. Avia's out. Jonah Jackson's out. Noteboom's out.
Yeah, so 3 starters on the line. And by the way, back from suspension, I forgot to mention this yesterday, number 11, Jimmy Garoppolo. He's wearing
He'll
11.
be their backup quarterback.
Pat Hayden's old number 11, Jimmy Garoppolo.
He's better looking than Pat Hayden.
I'm not hoping for a Matthew Stafford injury in any way, shape, or form, but maybe just an ankle tweak, just because, content is content.
You want Jimmy back in?
Oh, I'd love to see Jimmy back in, wouldn't you?
Jimmy's better looking than Pat Hayden, former Ram quarterback, USC star, later USC athletic director, but not as good looking as Vince Ferragamo, who was on that team, and Joe Willie Namath. When Georgia Frontieri and her husband passed away, took on ownership of the team, her first year, the three quarterbacks were the three best-looking players in the NFL. Pat Hayden, Vince Ferragamo, and Broadway Joe.
And Joe at that point, though, was a little older, right?
No, he was a bachelor.
A bachelor in L.A.?
He had bad knees, but everything else worked fine.
Yeah. All right, bottom of the hour, Tim Ryan's going to join us. He will jump in studio, and we will get a quick look at the Vikings, go back real quick, but look ahead to the banged-up Rams. And we will look at the schedule coming up. There's lots of injuries. There's no doubt about it, but at least it's the softer part of the schedule because it gets tough. We'll explain, then Tim Ryan's going to join us. We're live at Levi Stadium, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Susan Slusser, our Giants insider from the Chronicle. She co-authored a piece with John Shea, and she joined the show yesterday with us and discussed Farhan's future with the Giants. Check out that podcast and more in the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials. It is always great to talk to our good friend, Steve Moskowitz. You see, he has all the answers to all your tax issues, including one that we haven't heard about in a while. Steve, ERC, what's going on there?
ERC, the program's still open. It's open until April 15th, 25, so you can still apply. But I'm talking to all the people that applied quite a while ago, and they're growing these long white beards waiting for their checks to arrive. Is there anything that can be done to hurry up the IRS? Yes, there's 3 different procedures. We'd like to go ahead and explain all 3 to you. Also, what if you got a nasty gram from the IRS? You're rejected. No ERC for you. There's only 30 days to appeal. And we believe that the IRS is using AI, and some of the letters we've seen, they're denying people, but the IRS doesn't have the information to know if they're entitled to it or not. They just denied them. Or if you're being audited. The bottom line is anything to do with ERC. Call us. We have a free consultation. We'll tell you what we want to do. And then the only thing you have to do is say, okay, go ahead and do it.
Very simple. Just go ahead and do it. You got to call. ERC is still around, but you got to get the details from Steve. If you're waiting on that check, you got questions about it, it's really simple. 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or MoskowitzLLP.com.
Greg Papa and John Lund are back. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 1045 at 680, the sports leader.
Hello, friends. Thanks for hanging out. Tim Ryan in 12 minutes, bro. Talk to him about what's going on with the Niners. Quick look back at the Vikes, look ahead to the Rams, which, by the way, one of the people I follow, Jordan Rodriguez, does a great job with The Athletic and covers the Rams. She reports just about 10 minutes ago. So Jonah Jackson of the Rams is on IR. John Johnson on IR, the safety. They are not putting Cooper Kupp on IR, but he's not playing against the 49ers. She says, well, that would seem like a positive sign. I would caution against reading too much into the possible timeline. Rams running out of return designations. So she said it's not season ending, but he's not playing this weekend.
Bad ankle sprain.
Yeah.
And Puka has a PCL, but she had an injury in the preseason with a bursa sac in that knee, and then opening night, they carted them off there right before halftime. He tried to come back, so they were going to be dangerous. And Jordan is just one of the best. She's the one who did the big piece last year on the play callers and talked to Kyle and obviously Sean McVay and Mike McDaniel and Matt LaFleur. It was riveting. And a lot of it, and the Rams have changed. Tim will break it down, John, when he comes in. They're no longer, and the Niners changed, over the years. Obviously, they've tweaked it. But Sean McVay has gotten away from a lot of the outside zone and the stretch handoff game. I mean, when they went to the first Super Bowl, it was Goff and Gurley, and it was that outside zone, and there was Andrew Whitworth and Saffold and John Sullivan. They ran that left and then kept the quarterback booting and keeping going right. Now they tried to rebuild. That's why their offensive line and how injured it is right now. And Jonah Jackson, he got hurt right before the Niners faced the Lions in the championship game last year. With the Lions, he got hurt in the Tampa Bay game, which was a big loss for them. But he's a big, strong pulling guard. And they're trying to run more, gap scheme. And I think a lot of it has been a direct correlation to the Niners just beating the crap out of them on both offensive lines. The Niners just ran all over them and took their running game away, and he tried to build it up. So obviously Puka and Cooper Kupp are the headliners in the injuries, but their team has been built behind that offensive line, whether it was Whitworth and Saffold and Sullivan and the rebuilt group that they've got now, and they've made a lot of changes, obviously, but Havenstein has been there for a while. It's hard to function as an offense if you can't have a good offensive line. I'm sure they're going to try to run the ball on the 49ers and try to do some of the stuff that Minnesota did. One thing to keep in mind is Kevin O'Connell, the Vikings head coach, does come from the Rams, and Sean McVay. I don't know how much they share information, but they're obviously studying up exactly what they did. And I think we'll talk to it with Tim And what makes Kyle such a great play caller is he knows defenses so well, and he knows the weakness and the attack point, especially when you play zone. And I think just some of the matchups that they were able to create formationally, obviously the big one down the field of Justin Jefferson, and, putting twin receivers on that side in tight formations, having Naylor occupy Charvarius Ward, the one corner you had on that side with an over route, and then force, the Niners to match up with George Odom and then Jair over the top. And Odom got beat right off the snap when Justin Jefferson is just running a straight vertical with a little bit of a shift to get Jair to, flash on the over route underneath to Speedy Naylor. Now he runs by both guys, and it's just initially you're thinking, why are two safeties running with him? Is that a cover two? It was a cover three. And the Niners do vary it all. But Kyle's so good. I remember, years past, trying to match up on an over route with an inside receiver, the number 3 receiver, and a weak side linebacker, like when Dre Greenlaw got beat last year by Minnesota and Jordan Addison, where they put Addison, the alignment there in the zone is Dre Greenlaw's got to run with him. So you line it up and you show that formation earlier in the game. Are they going to match up with two safeties over our guy if we run a crossing route here or over route? And just a lot of it is just, that's why these matchups are so great. It's the pre-snap chess match between, obviously Kyle, and it's Chris Shula now, Don Shula's son is their defensive coordinator. He's been in that building forever. But I think a lot of it is Sean McVay and their offensive side. Mike LaFleur is their offensive coordinator. Who knows Kyle better than Mike LaFleur, who was here, and obviously Sean McVay. But I think they'll take a lot of what Minnesota did just informationally to get, and they don't have Puka and they don't have Cooper. This guy, Tyler Johnson's a good player. Demarcus Robinson, the veteran receiver, Tutu Atwell. But first and foremost, I think the key to the game is to stop their running game and Kyron Williams.
Yeah, which I think they can do. I'd call that a cover no. I never want to see two safeties on a receiver like that. And even though the Rams this weekend don't have that, in coming games, you're looking at Marvin Harrison, DK a couple of times, CeeDee Lamb, who's off to a great start, Mike Evans, Cooper Kupp later in the year potentially, a guy like Hill against Miami. And they got to decide what they're going to do here, because maybe that's just a rookie DC mistake to have that kind of formation. But you don't want two safeties. You can't.
Well, what are you playing, man? Then there, how do you line up?
I don't know. I mean, I know they don't travel the corner. I know that Charvarius Ward after the game said he wants to do that. So maybe they just don't do that. But when you look at some of the dominant receivers that they have coming up, and I'm talking about Demo's great, but he's smaller. So when you look at Marvin Harrison Jr. or DK or CD or some of these guys coming up, they're big physical receivers. Why wouldn't you travel Ward and let Demo take on other receivers? Because he's good. I like him. He's good, but he's at a disadvantage physically against those guys.
Yeah, I was not for having Charvarius Ward man match in this game. We've seen him do it against Drake London, the young receiver in Atlanta. Then Ward got hurt in that game, and Nick got hurt in that game, or the game before, and you wound up losing the game. He's done it against DeAndre Hopkins. He's done it against DK Metcalf. He's done it against big receivers. The shiftier guys like Justin Jefferson's a tough cover. And I think also when we were in Egan for the joint practices, Demo Lenore, really, that's where he began to elevate his confidence and his role on the team. He matched up with Justin Jefferson extremely well. And in this game on Sunday in Minnesota, there was a deep over route that Justin Jefferson ran, and Darnold threw him the ball. And Diamador ran stride for stride with him, broke it up. And when he got up, he did the gritty right in Jefferson's grill. It was hilarious. And then when they put, a player like Justin Jefferson in the slot, Charvarius Ward will not go in the slot. So there's ways to get around those matchups, John. So I'm not for that. The one thing you would do in that situation, but when they do, move receivers from one side to the other and you see safeties come down, it happens all around the league. The one thing you would do there, if they're going to stack Jalen Naylor and Jefferson on one side, you could bring the other corner, whether it's Demo Lenore or Ike Adam, from that side and match up two wide receivers with two corners. You could still play zone behind it. You see it all the time. That's why you see all this pre-snap motion, and the Niners do it, most of any team. Miami does it. Obviously, the Rams do it. When you put a wide receiver in motion and you'll see a corner, just either back up or the safety comes down. So Tim will break it all down, but that's just when you play a lot of zone coverage, you're going to get those kind of matchups.
All right, Tim Ryan, I just saw him outside the window, so we got to let him in. Let's get going. Tim Ryan is next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa there. In a world where justice is paramount and community matters most, there's one name you can trust, and that is Habas Law. Founded by Omar Habas, a proud resident and legal luminary, Habas Law has been at the forefront of fighting for our community for over 35 years. And now Omar's son, Tariq Habas, joins him, adding new energy and dedication to the cause. Habas Law is not just a firm, it's a beacon of hope for those who have been injured through negligence. From minor mishaps to a life-altering tragedy, Habas Law has the experience and resources to handle it all. Habas Law helps clients recover from their injuries to the fullest extent possible to achieve the best possible recovery and outcomes. Some of the Habas Law team come directly from major corporations, so they have insider expertise and resources to handle tough cases and take on the corporate giants. Habas Law has a track record of winning thousands upon thousands of cases. But it's not just about the cases, it's about the people. Habas Law is known for their compassion, integrity, and unwavering support for their clients. And they don't just stop there. Habas Law gives back to the community, supporting initiatives like St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and Kick Childhood Cancer. When you're in need, turn to Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com for a free consultation. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right. 20 play action by Darnold back in the end zone. Sam going to throw a deep one down the field. He's wide open. Justin Jefferson inside the 49 and 30, reverses field 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown. Justin Jefferson, 97 yards.
Tim Ryan Football Hour, thanks for joining us. We got Tim for a half hour today, which is great because we got Giants baseball tomorrow, so we'll get it in quick coming off the loss to the Vikings and looking ahead to the Rams this hour with Tim Ryan, sponsored by good friends at the Contra Costa County Office of the Sheriff. Apply for your new career in law enforcement at cocosheriff.org.
cocosheriff.org. Don't sound so excited on the JJ touchdown, would you? I mean, you were fired up.
I haven't seen too many 97 yards. It's the longest ever.
Yep, that's right.
Against the 49ers. Not the longest in Viking history, but let's just start there.
Two-man route.
Two-man route.
Six-man pressure. And Sam looked to me like he had... I mean, that's a great play for that situation, backed up on your own goal line. You do not expect a shot like that down the middle of the field. And I know from a defensive line's mentality, you're thinking safety, get him in the end zone, get 2 points, the rush didn't get home. The rush got too far past him. The two blitzers got locked up. Sam was able to step up in the pocket, and it looked like he, I don't know, maybe hitched 2 or 3 times and then just launched it down the middle of the field. And again, great route for that defense. And because he had 2 options. He had the over route from Naylor, which was being covered by Charvarius Ward, who was in a trail position, but there was space there, so he could have hit that. But as soon as Justin Jefferson, which makes him, and we talked about it going into the game, why is he so good? Obviously, he's got all the skill sets and all the measurables, but his ability to be a route runner and to stick his foot in the ground like he was running a corner route on Odom and then immediately get back to vertical. The only coaching point to me is, if you're the deepest of the deep and you're Jair Brown, you got to be a deep middle safety. And that teaser route, which was open and it was in front of him, with Charvarius Ward in that trail position, held his eyes just long enough. And that's what Justin Jefferson does, is transition to show one thing, foot in the ground, and then bang, back vertical, split both of them. And then Sam stepped up, had too much time to throw, and delivered the 97-yard house call. As bad as it was, and thank God for Fred Warner and his level of play and the 2 takeaways. But you go into a venue like that, we knew going in, you and I both, that it was going to be a tough week in terms of the preparation. Offense, defense, and special teams, especially for the offense and for Brock Purdy. And it stayed true to form. I mean, they made some great plays on defense. That play Van Ginkel made, that's just being a football player. I mean, to be able to flash
the 4th and 2.
The 4th and 2. So that's touchdown. And Juwan Jennings is scoring a touchdown there. He could do that in his sleep in terms of having a leverage route on a safety in Harrison Smith. Brock can make that throw all day long. Van Ginkel made a great football play, period. But that could have been an avalanche game. And Fred's 2 takeaways, they were able to hang in there and have a chance to win it at the end.
Tim Ryan is joining us. Tim Ryan Football Hour. We're doing it today on a Wednesday. We got Giants baseball tomorrow. On a Thursday, we're live at Levi's Stadium. Let me just go back to the 97-yarder just because it was such a big play. And if we go back to the previous, the 49ers get stopped on 4th down, and your thought is defensively, well, if we don't make it, we're going to hold them.
We'll get there and win the field position game. That's right.
We'll get it back at the 40 or the 45. We'll go right back in. That's your thought. Everybody was talking about the 4th down play, but to me, it's the 1st down play. Brock's rolling to his left. Ayuk's there. How do you see that play as he looks open? Brock's got to clear the end. I understand.
Yeah, no, but I would just say that it took too long for Brock to unload it. I mean, that play's got a certain timing element to it in terms of clearing out and getting out there and let things develop. But when you're down there in the short, in the red area, things happen faster, and you got to pull the trigger faster. So I think if Brock had that one back, I think Brock would have unloaded it sooner, and then he wouldn't have had to throw Ayuk out of bounds.
Well, because you're looking at a 14-point swing. You're up 7-3 if you make that play.
It was a huge play.
The 97-yarder.
There were several huge plays in that game.
And And the design defensively, you never want two safeties on Justin Jefferson, right? Is that
well,
on
that
Sorensen? Is that on the
look,
players?
and they move him around. That's how they get their matchups. How does Kyle get matchups? He puts guys in positions where they're going to get matched up on safeties. And in that play in particular, because it was a 6-man pressure, you didn't have a lot of choices. So it is what it is, and it was the perfect play for that defensive look. And I think in that situation, as you just said, backed up, that's not what you're expecting. At the end of the day, if you send pressure, you've got to affect the quarterback, especially the ability to step up and hitch a couple times and then unload it. I promise you, if there's a rusher even getting push in his face and not past the depth of the quarterback, he's not going to make that throw.
Deebo Samuel's going to be out a couple of games on top of the Christian McCaffrey loss.
Yep.
You were on it from really the entire game, but from halftime on. Brandon Ayuk. They got to get the ball to Brandon Ayuk. Certain matchups, whether it was Shaq Griffin or
I don't care who it
Gilmore, it doesn't matter. This week, Tre'Davious White, whomever. And there was just the timing is off on the ball. First and goal, 4-yard line, just inside the right hash. Fake stretch, right, keep. It's just off a little bit. Brandon runs out of bounds.
Well, that's one we just talked about.
That's the one we talked about.
Right.
But just several, you kept watching it. At our vantage point in the booth, we could see, he was open, and for whatever reason, the ball didn't go his way. Without Deebo and without Christian, is it time to make Brandon Ayuk a bigger part of the overall game plan?
Oh, I think he's got to be a bigger part of the game plan, period. And he's, again, just getting into football shape, and it's not about football shape and his wind and his gas tank. It's about football shape and finding your groove when the ball's in the air and all the little things that it takes to be a great player at this level. It's about muscle memory. It's about repetition. It's about doing it day after day after day. So clearly he hasn't been able to do that and just being here for a couple of weeks. But he looks fine in practice. He and Brock, the chemistry is going to be all right. This will end up being a very good year for Brandon Ayuk. He's just too good of a player. I've heard things. He's not going to sulk all year. Brandon Ayuk is a good person and is going to have a good season. And I think it starts this week because I love the matchup. Now, when you watch the Rams on defense, and I thought they were much better. I've watched both their games. I thought they were much, much better against the Lions on defense. I mean, they got after it. Their pass rush is their strength. That's where they've invested their talent. They've got 11 rookies on this defense that are going to be in uniform on Sunday. They're greener than grass. Now, to me, that factors into the special teams play. And the special teams, and we can get into that in a minute, they've got to play better. Both blocking, covering, and returning. I don't think, everybody would agree with that. But I think when you look at this matchup this week, and there's going to be a lot of opportunities to run the football. You saw what James Conner did against them last week. Again, I thought they shut the Lions down for the most part until overtime, and then the Lions just said hell with it, and they started mashing them. And they started getting some chunk yards, and it finished with a bulldozer shot into the end zone for Montgomery. They play a 3-4 alignment. They have a lot of different looks. But it's not like Minnesota where they're going to be sending guys from everywhere. They don't have a lot of blitzes dialed up for Chris Shula. He's a Wade Phillips disciple, and we all remember Wade in the 3-4. And so there's not a whole bunch of pressures coming, and if there are pressure, it's one inside linebacker coming. They drop the opposite defensive end or outside linebacker and let him get out there and hook to flat. But when you play a 3-4, I've always believed this, and I played in both defenses. You need guys like Eric Armstead, body type guys that are playing defensive end position, which is if they reduce down the double eagle, they're in a 3 technique. If they're playing a standard base 3-4 defense, they're 2-gapping, head up on the offensive tackles.
Vikings have a lot of those guys.
You look at the rookie, Brandon Fisk, he's 6'3", 290. Okay, and he's quick, and he's got a good motor on him. They're the rookie out of Florida State. Kobe Turner, to me, is a gap-penetrating 3 technique. And when they're in nickel, that's what he is. He's a good rusher. Had Defensive Rookie of the Year last year. Had 9 sacks. But when he's lined up on an offensive tackle, to me, he's just not long enough or big enough to be able to 2-gap. You need to be a guy 6'5", 300, long arms that can stand people up, shed, not give up ground, and play both gaps, right? Play the B gap and the C gap. So that's a challenge for them when they get into their base defense. Dejon Johnson, same thing. He's 6'2", 285. They just don't have a lot of beef at the 5 technique to play the 3-4, and then you factor that with the linebackers behind him. Troy Reeder plays hard. He does. He's been in the league. He's a 6-year veteran. Roseboom, another guy that plays hard. But when you look at their linebacking core, there's 5 inside linebackers on this roster. They're all undrafted. That doesn't mean undrafted players can't be. I mean, we've seen a lot of really good players that were undrafted. But they have challenges getting off blocks, and they can get consumed by big offensive linemen that get out there and get on them. So I love the run game between the tackles. I'm impressed watching Jared Verse, the rookie out of Florida State as well, the first-round pick. He's got good power rush, doesn't have a lot of slip to him. He's not going to swipe the hands like Bosa and get by you and all that kind of stuff. But he is, to me, more of a power player. Wants to take you down the V of the neck, get your hands down, work hard. He'll set an edge in the run game in terms of the power game. He'll come down and smash that puller in the face and have a big collision. So highly respect all that. But he'll also at times jump around blocks, try to backdoor blocks. So to me, it's going to be kind of a feast or famine run game. They'll make some plays on defense, but there's going to be a lot of creases downhill in between the tackles to be able to run it. And I'd love to see the 49ers get 40 runs in this game. I just think it's there if they want it. And I think and keep themselves in the third and under 6. To the passing game, they play a lot of zone. And again, they're gonna bend but not break. They're gonna give stuff underneath. There's gonna be holes underneath. They'll mix it up, shoot a little rush 3, drop 8, try to invert looks and get quarterbacks thinking a little bit. Now with John Johnson out, that's gonna stress them even more because he's the third safety and they play nickel with 3 safeties. Their nickel is a 3 safety look with Quentin Lake. The other safety, the starter who's in there playing nickel. I love the matchup out on the perimeter in the passing game with Ayuk versus Tre'Davious White. Tre'Davious White in year 4 as a young player in Buffalo was a really, really good player. Unfortunately for him, he had some catastrophic injuries. I think an ACL, right, Pop, and then an Achilles.
Yeah, both, yeah.
2 years in a row.
Yeah.
And watching him on tape, it just doesn't look to me like he's not the biggest guy anyway, but he doesn't have a lot of transition, change of direction. Against a guy like Brandon Ayuk, I think you're playing with fire. Excuse the pun. But we got to see him catch fire again. And I think this is the week that he could certainly do it. Because I think the other thing about Tre'Davious White, and you watch their defense, at least from what I've seen and watching the first 2 games, is he's almost always the boundary corner. So you know where he's going to be. You know where to scheme things up. You know how to attack him. But I think when, you never look past an opponent. The Rams, this is their home opener. They're 0-2 for the first time since 11 or something. It's been a long time.
They were in St. Louis.
Yeah, it's been a long time. So they're going to be fired up to come out. And anytime you get walloped, like they got walloped in Arizona 41-10, that game was over at halftime. And give Kyler Murray and James Conner and that offense a lot of credit. And defensively, they were able to get after him, no question. But they're going to get the Rams' best this week on both sides of the ball. To me, I think one of the bigger shots in the arm for this 49er offense is to start fast. They have not started fast this year. They've got a field goal in the first quarter in 2 games.
When was the last time they scored a first drive touchdown?
9 games ago. And I think Brock is 14-2 or 15-1 as the quarterback of the 49ers when they score first. So I think it's a double whammy if they can have a hot start, get on the scoreboard early. You and I both know the Sea of Red will come alive at SoFi, and they'll turn it into a home game rather quickly in terms of the crowd noise, which and again, credit to all the 49er fans that were in Minnesota. There was a lot of red in that place, but that state, that crowd noise in that venue had an impact on the offensive side of the ball. I don't think there's any question about it. But at the end of the day, I think if the 49ers just do their thing, even without Deebo Samuel, even without Christian McCaffrey, if they just play ball like they know how to play ball and that they've put on tape for the last several years, with Brock for the last year and a half, they should be able to have a get-right game on both sides of the ball.
All right, injuries versus injuries. We'll discuss that. The Rams got a ton of them. 49ers have their share as well, with the latest being Deebo, plus how Tim Ryan saved Papa on Sunday.
He did.
Lee Sports Leader.
Hey, I got a question for you. What's the best way to deal with triple-digit and then below freezing temperatures? Don't let them in. It's Greg Papa to let you know the experienced staff at Golden State Window and Door are dedicated to understanding the vast range in temperatures across the Bay Area, the microclimate we call it. Thankfully, technology and style are ever-changing when it comes to windows and doors. With assistance from Golden State Window and Door, homeowners can live comfortably year-round while lowering your energy bills. You'll find modern options and energy-efficient performance in a wide range of popular designs from All Weather, Anderson, Milgard, Marvin, Weather Shield, and others, or Weather Shield and others. So get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit GoldenStateLumber.com and click on virtual tours, then call and make an appointment with your builder or designer to see how you can gain control over your high energy bills. Serving the Bay Area for over 70 years, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Now back to Papa and Lund and Tim Ryan's Bull Rush.
Oh, my goodness. You talk about a tidal wave rush?
This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Thank you so much for hanging out, doing Tim on a Wednesday. We got Giants baseball tomorrow, so it's great to talk to Tim as we're live from Levi Stadium. Let's get into a little bit more in the Rams and then how you saved Papa on Sunday before you get out of here. But
that's what a good partner does.
Tons.
Never let equipment beat you.
God,
and I happen to have a piece of equipment in my bag that was
that you always have
right on time.
He does. Yeah, it's very nice. We'll get into that conversation in a minute. But lots of injuries for the Rams. They did not put Cooper Kupp on IR because procedural things, because they already got a bunch of guys on there, but a bunch of offensive linemen missing. Jonah Jackson, the former Lion, being the latest. Joe Noteboom is out of there. Steve, is it Avila or Avila? He's out. He's out. So, and then you got Kupp and you got Nakua out. So the 49ers defense versus
and
a
Higbee.
beat up, and Higbee's already out. So versus this beat up offense, how do the
Jimmy's back,
handle
though.
that?
Yeah, Jimmy G, here we
Speaking
go.
of hair.
I see all we need is an ankle tweak, and we'll see number 11.
Oh, number 11.
Yeah.
Well, their O-line, obviously, and here's where they're different. And we all know them from last year. And I remember the game at the end of the year when Carson Wentz, and it was all the QB runs and all that stuff. This team was 10-8. They were one game away, 10-7 in the regular season, 1 point away from advancing. In the playoffs, lost to Detroit by 1 point, couldn't score in the red zone a couple times. This team, and this is what I talked about all summer when we'd be in the preseason and doing games, talk about the Rams, is these guys have changed their mentality. These guys want to bully you at the line of scrimmage. They want to run the football, and they want to run it tough and get tough yards out of Kyren Williams. Kyren Williams is the real deal. I mean, for a fifth-round pick out of Notre Dame, I think this is his third year. Last year, he exploded onto the scene. And most of his runs are between the tackles. They want to run the double crunch play where they double off both defensive tackles. He's very good with his vision and finding the right hole. He's got good feet. He runs strong. All their backs are built exactly the same. All four of their running backs are between 5'8" and 5'9", 200 pounds, and they're just little bowling balls of muscle.
Schrader's on there.
Cody Schrader, same thing. Blake Corum, same thing. Ronnie Rivers, Fresno State. They're all the same guy from a skill set standpoint. But this cat is different with his contact balance and how he runs tough. He finishes runs. He's a major weapon in the passing game. I would be shocked if they didn't get him 25 touches in this game, both in the run and you combine the run and the pass opportunities. But it's been a rough year because of the offensive line and the injuries up front. And it's been a musical chair offensive line. I mean, week one, they were full strength, looked good at the Lions. Jonah Jackson was the center. I thought that was a big move for them, getting him over from Detroit last year to play center for them because they lost their center. Well, when Avila went down, they had to move him to guard, and then they put Bo Limmer in there at center, who's a rookie 6th-round pick out of Arkansas. Havenstein, it's Havenstein, right?
Yeah.
All these years.
Rob.
Yeah.
He's been there forever.
He's a 10-year guy. He's he's a massive, massive human being. He didn't play week one. Got out there last week against Arizona. Alaric Jackson was suspended the first 2 games of the season. Warren McClendon filled in for him against Arizona. The guy gave up 3 sacks in the first half. Gardeck was just killing him. Whoever was lining up on him was really getting after him. So they'll be upgraded with Alaric Jackson, but now with Jonah Jackson out, it's probably going to be Logan Bruss, who was 3rd-round pick. I think their top pick a couple of years ago, but tore his ACL right out of the gate when he came out of Wisconsin. So they've had challenges. Higbee, not a great blocker, but certainly willing. He's not out there. Colby Parkinson is their tight end. He's willing, but not a great blocker, and he's a 6'7" guy. It's hard to get his pads down. So the defensive end should destroy the edges and keep everything in between the tackles. But Kyren Williams is their difference maker, and he's going to set it up for everybody, especially with Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua out. Stafford can still rip it. Stafford can still window shop as good as anybody. If you sit in zones and he can get you moved, and probably, his arm talent is his best skill set. But the way he can move defenders with his eyes, and whether it's just looking one way, knowing he's coming back the other, or throwing some of those no-look passes that we've seen him do over the years, he has still got all of that talent, and he will let it rip now in the middle of the field in some of those zone windows. But Kyren Williams, if they shut him down early, and again, back to last year, they became a ground and pound play action offense. And that's what they wanted to do. Protect their young defense, pound the rock, win time of possession. I don't know how many, won 8 of their last 9 games or something. It was really good. So that element, they're gonna try to stick with that. It's going to be harder with their O-line and without, their big primetime players in the passing game. But the D tackles for the 49ers have to play better. And Malik Collins and Javon Hargrave in particular have got to play better. That's all there is to it, because the crunch play's coming. The double crunch duo, whatever you want to call it, where they double both of those guys off. Corners, because the way they're 11 personnel all the time. They're not going to get into a lot of 2 tight end sets. They don't have a fullback, so there won't be any pro set. 2 running backs, 1 tight end, and two receivers. There's 3 wide receivers on the field all the time, and they count on those guys to block. So Charvarius Ward on the corner at times by structure. Diamondor Lenore at nickel, safeties sometimes. Watch Budda Baker and Arizona last week and watch him trigger the run game. There's so many plays on defense where you don't anticipate the corner is going to be a B or a C gap player in the line of scrimmage. They are quite a bit. So those guys are going to have to be on their game, seeing it, triggering downhill, getting in their gaps. They got to take away that inside run game. And then I think the biggest thing on Matthew Stafford, and again, back to the defensive tackles, you got to get gut pressure on him. Otherwise, he's going to see everything. He's going to be able to look you off. He's going to be able to use that arm talent, and he's going to thread the needle into the tight windows. If you can get guys in his face, and it might even be just bowling a guy right back into his lap, whatever it is, you got to have rushers in front of him to distort his vision. He will serve some takeaway opportunities, and he will take hits. He'll hang in the pocket, and he's gotten hit a lot this year. They sacked him, I think, 5 times last week. Detroit got after him. He's going to take some hits. He's in year 16 or whatever it is. He's not going to have a whole bunch of escapability, but he can throw from any platform. His feet don't need to be set. He can drop the arm and throw it sideways. So to me, the biggest key is the D tackle play and getting it, being there in the run game versus the crunch, and then getting in his face up the gut in the passing game.
Make him chuck and duck. And we've seen him when they tag him, he will. One thing about Brock, he'll stand in there and take a hit. Nobody wants to get hit, especially a quarterback.
Well, what made Kurt Warner a Hall of Famer? Nobody stood in there as long as he did, waiting for that 16-yard dig to clear up.
You mentioned their wide receivers, and Cooper Kupp, for his size, blocks his ass off. DeMarcus Robinson doesn't block quite like that, but not having Puka and Cooper.
Huge.
So DeMarcus Robinson's a veteran. Tyler Johnson played well in their first game. They got Tutu Atwell's a little guy, more of a return guy, dropped a ball against Arizona. Obviously it was Justin Jefferson last week, minus Puka and Cooper. Who do you have to be worried about?
DeMarcus Robinson's a pro. He's been in the league a long time. He had the big, 50-50 extension play last week. I think it was a 45-yard hookup he was able to get against Arizona. Atwell is really fast, and he's quick. They like to get him in those cheater motions, and when he's already on the run and get him those free releases. Tyler Johnson, another guy that can pass through those zone windows and catch the ball and keep going. But none of them are even close to Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua, and both in skill sets and both in the mentality and the mindset to block and the physicality to be able to block. So I think if you're not quick in your triggers and you're not quick in getting into your gap and seeing, okay, boom, you're down, you're firing your gun, you're getting into the gap in the run game, they'll be able to get a body on you and screen you off. But if the 49ers are quick and they are anticipating it and they know where they fit in the run game and they get downhill quick, they should be able to shut the run game down and get Stafford into those 3rd and longs and then get after him.
It would seem to me, too, that just as a general rule, they haven't run the ball. They ran for 83 against Detroit, but it was 3.6 a carry, and then they ran for 53 last week, and Arizona ran for 231. So it seems pretty simple to me that 24 is going to get another heavy load this weekend because, like I said, they're just not that good up front. And we haven't even mentioned the fact that 99 is gone.
Right.
Which is huge.
Yeah, and maybe the best ever to play when you go back and factor in. Now, they can still rush the passer. Byron Young's a good young player. He's got real speed. He's 4.4 coming off the corner. Talked about Verse being a power player. Kobe Turner and his 9 sacks, that guy can get to the edge. He's undersized, but he can rip. He plays with great leverage, and he can finish on the quarterback. Fisk is still trying to figure it out. So they should be able to protect, not a lot of pressure. So you'll have 5 and 6 guys blocking 4 or 5 most of the time. And they should be able to excel at that. I think the biggest thing is, again, like last week, because we knew yards were going to be tough to get against Minnesota. But I knew they would be able to get them with all the soft coverage and all the holes, and they give you stuff in front, and then they rally up and make tackles. You got to score touchdowns in the red zone. And you can run it between the 20s all you want. You can have 200 yards rushing, and you can ground and pound, and you can win time of possession. But if you're kicking field goals, you're keeping them in the game. So to me, that's the biggest stat in this one is red zone touchdown production when they get down in the money zone. They got to be able to finish. Were they 4-9 this year?
Last year they were number 1 in the NFL.
Number 1 in pro
the other
football.
Stat, they dominated the time of possession, not the same degree as the Jet game, but still. And they were 2 for 10 on 3rd down and 1 for 3 on 4th down, Tim, and they couldn't get off the field. Conversely, I don't know how they won the time of possession.
Yeah, well, they're doing good on 1st and 2nd down. And Mason Madness picking up, God, I love the way he runs. I can't believe he hasn't got an angry run yet. I could name like 50 of them already with how he's just trucking guys.
He'll get the scepter. He will.
Yeah.
Are you concerned at all about the depth there? Because 28 carries, 20 carries. Can he keep doing this week in and week out? Because it's going to be a heavy load against the Rams. Guerrero maybe not ready. Do they need to bring somebody in, or is there somebody in the practice squad, or what can they do?
No, I think they are what they are right now. I'll look forward to watching Patrick Taylor run the rock a little bit. He's a different body type now. At 6'2", 220, he's bigger. He's had a lot of pro carries when he was with the Packers, but I think you just keep feeding the beast. Jordan Mason, I mean, he's built for it, man. He's in great condition. He's not Josh Jacobs in Green Bay, but when you got backs like that are built like that and low center of gravity and wide and running with that mentality, and he's always been relatively healthy despite, and hasn't had a huge workload other than to start this season. You can put Debo back there and do some different things, but this is the bell cow until McCaffrey gets back. I think they keep riding that horse.
You don't have Debo for a couple of weeks. I go back to when pre-McCaffrey, obviously, and Debo was here, but Jeff Wilson Jr.
Right.
That kind of offense. J.P. Mason's different than Jeff Wilson Jr., but he has some commonalities to his running style.
Absolutely. I mean, they run hard. They see it. They know where to cut. There's a lot of precision in this run game in terms of when you hit the cut back, when you keep it front side, when you're running some scheme runs where everything looks like you're going one way, but they're blocking it for coming back the other. So there's definitely a lot to it from the neck up, and JP has read that book more than once, and I think has it memorized. So I think if you're a 49er fan, this has been the best case scenario, his emergence as a quality runner, because, most guys on the outside looking in, look at that depth chart, and when CMC went down, they went, oh, there it goes. CMC was the NFL's leading rusher last year by 300 yards and missed a game, and wasn't right for a few of those games with the oblique. Where CMC is really missed is in the passing game. And nobody wanted to play man coverage on 3rd down against the 49ers because you were getting smoked by Christian McCaffrey on an option route on whoever he was. And nobody can run those routes like that. I like Debo in those matchups, but Debo running, and he's not going to be there for the next 2 games, but running those option routes like McCaffrey, nobody runs them like him. They don't know which way. I don't even know if he knows which way he's going with that little skip and that little bound as he gets into his cut. It's ridiculous, and that's where he's going to be missed until he gets back.
As they say, when you go on the road in the NFL, you have to pack your running game.
Right.
You have to pack your defense. And you have to pack your hair gel.
You better have your products.
Which I did not.
They're all products.
So 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm in the hotel in Minneapolis, John.
Awesome.
I wake up in a cold sweat, and I thought, I don't think I brought my Bumble and Bumble. What am I going to do? But since we're on the live stream, the pandemic taught us this, we just go with the lid. We go Mad Hatter. So I get on the bus with Tim. We always take the same bus together.
I don't think you've ever wore a hat.
Not on game day.
No.
Not on game day.
I got on the bus. I saw her. I go, what is wrong with you?
We're on the bus about a 10
got a
minutes.
hat? You're wearing a
and
hat?
all of a sudden, he hits me in the shoulder and goes, yo, bro, you going hat today? And I'm like, well, I don't have my hair
First
product.
time ever, right?
So
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it.
Well, here's what I thought. I thought I'll
Tough
wear the
prep
hat.
week.
I'll wear the hat. I wear the hat pre-game, and I'm fine because people, I wear hats a lot more than I used to now that we're live streaming. And the hair's not.
And they're always flat brim too, by the way. Have you noticed?
No. I can't wear the Shanahan. Anyway, but we get in the dome, and I got a sweater there. I'm thinking, you don't know what the weather's going to be like.
They opened the windows and the heat came in, bro.
It's hot
The
as hell in
humidity
there.
came in.
I can't wear a hat over the headsets.
Right.
So for the pregame show, I take the hat off, put the headsets on, and right before game, he goes, "Yo, bro, your hair. What are you going to do?"
Well, I know how he is about his hair. He is very particular
everything.
about
It's
his
everything.
hair.
It's like this.
Oh, there you go. Oh.
I said no. I got some product. I told you I had product. You got it with you? I go, I got it with me.
Oh, you always have the activator,
So I thought I
right?
could do
You have
this.
it.
So I said, "Help me out." So what did you do? This guy's a teammate. What is it?
Looks like
the
a
Brandon-
prescription.
It was years ago.
Yeah.
It's the Brandon Crawford special.
Yeah, so it's the
So I'll
Brandon
do it
Crawford
right now.
stuff.
Give me a couple fingers. It smells good. Much better. As far as cleaning the nostrils, so I took, how do I take
cleans-
this? Do a little bit.
Just a little dabble, do
stings
you?
the
A
nostrils,
little
but it's
dabble,
good.
do you?
Real cream. And then I went,
Yep.
how's that?
Yep.
that
Better.
better?
You,
Is that
it's
it?
like
You
last
saved
week.
them?
You need
Is
a
that-
little bit more.
See, that's what you're telling him too,
Yeah,
right?
so you
I don't
need
want to
more.
use up too much
You
on a
need another
non-game
dab.
day.
Oh,
I'll give
yeah.
it back. Now, you told me this was the Crawford?
It's the
the
Crawford
I didn't know what he
special.
meant.
Yeah,
What,
it's
you're
Brandon-
talking
that's-
Brandon
Well,
Crawford?
Brandon Crawford.
I had my wife look up online like what his hair products are, and she goes, "This is the one." And she said, "I forget the name. I'm not like you. I don't." And she said, "Wait for it. I
do you
could.
think,
I'll
Jen?
figure out
Oh,
the
much
name
better.
and
Do I
I'll get
look
it
like
to you."
Brandon
But
Crawford?
it's in a big old jug like this. So I said, I got to get a little road version. So I filled this up.
I think I need that.
You can never let equipment beat you, Pop.
Because
You got to
Brandon
be ready.
Crawford, of
You
all-
need a what if list.
Of
Yeah.
all the long-haired guys we've had,
Yeah.
his hair is perfect.
Yeah.
Now, you're wearing a hat today.
Yeah.
Have you Crawforded up today?
I have not Crawforded
He's not
up
gonna
today.
show it.
That's why the bottle's full. I'm just saving. I'm saving it for you,
No,
bro.
I'm going to be all right for LA.
We're going to have Mark Sanchez on later.
Now, whose hair's longer?
Former USC,
You or
USC guy like
Trojan
you.
to Trojan.
I will pull it down when we leave here, and then you can let him show you. And I promise you,
All right, we'll
I've
take
got
a
a big
picture.
head start on him.
Yeah.
So
And
yours
he
is-
can grow some hair fast. There's
Yeah.
no doubt.
His hair's long.
But I'm pretty sure I'm his mentor with the long hair. When he saw me a couple of years ago. But yeah,
Oh, you think that's when he got the idea? Like, I got to grow it like Tim?
all Trojans
He
think alike.
idolizes him. He
All
idolizes.
Trojans think alike.
How many
Tell him
times
I said hello.
How many times he call you this week to get ready for the game?
Does he have our game this week?
He does. He does.
Oh, I'm surprised I haven't gotten a text.
You will.
Speaking of which, I think the big bad wolf's coming back, isn't he? We're going to see Taylor.
I hope so. I mean, we'll know more this week at practice. But if he's really close and he's been out there moving around, and I think with him, obviously physically cleared to go a couple of weeks ago. But you know, it's the mindset of getting the mind to match the body, and especially the way that he moves and processes. And I think he feels good that he can be out there and not be a physical liability on himself. So. I think if he does play, I don't think it'll be a full complement in terms of the game, but he'll definitely get some game reps. I hope he does.
All right, great stuff from Tim Ryan. We appreciate you. Thanks
Johnny
very much.
Lund, I like your brim and your cap.
How's the hair look, by the way? Am I back?
Fantastic.
Put the hat on or no?
Fantastic.
Rest of the show, I'm good?
Absolutely.
What a teammate.
Crawford special.
Seriously, 4 o'clock in the morning, I woke up and I went, damn. I don't have my hair brought.
That's real anxiety,
What
isn't
do I
it?
do?
That's real anxiety for Pop.
I'm not worried about blocking Van Ginkel. I'm worried about my hair.
All right,
Put the Van Ginkel on it.
Tim Ryan, we will hear from Mark Sanchez. A little hair off with Mark Sanchez a little bit later. That is the Tim Ryan Football Hour. It's Pop and Lund live from Levi's and the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Yesterday morning said he's ready for a heavier workload with the injuries to Debo and CMC. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials. Oh, hey there. Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. That's right. They have a thing coming up. But let me tell you something first about the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. You've heard Papa and I talk about it quite a bit, in which our eyesight is so much better. That is absolutely true, and it is life-changing. Now, people come up to me all the time. Well, sometimes. And they say, wait a minute, man, like a marriage is life-changing, or divorce is life-changing, or birth of a child is life-changing. Yeah, but when you can see, it is life-changing. When you don't have to walk around the house and go, where are my readers? Like an old man, like I was having to do, that is life-changing. It's a Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, and they have a free live CLR webinar, and it's coming up this Friday at noon. So I can tell you all about it from my experience, which was absolutely great, but the doctors really know what they're talking about. Over 10,000 procedures, so you can absolutely trust them. Dr. Craig Bindi, Dr. Joseph Ling, who did my procedure, and you're going to find out Friday. What's the difference between CLR and LASIK? Am I a good candidate? What's the cost? Is there financing? How long does a procedure take? Only minutes. And why can't you get cataracts after CLR? I don't know, but they do. So here's what you do. You find that permanent solution to readers, bifocals, contact glasses, and cataracts. It's the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley's free CLR webinar. Free this Friday at noon, but space is limited, so it doesn't cost you anything, but you got to sign up. So do it now. It's Wednesday, so let's do it. Register at lasereyeclr.com. Register right now, lasereyeclr.com.
Laser.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
Gonna find my baby, gonna hold her tight, gonna grab some afternoon delight. My motto's always been, when it's right, why wait until the middle of a cold, dark night? Thinking of you's working up my appetite, looking forward to a little afternoon delight. Rubbing sticks and stones together, making sparks ignite, and the thought of loving you is getting so exciting. Sky rockets in flight. Afternoon delight. You guys have it, I think. Afternoon delight. Gonna find my baby, gonna
at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It's sexy time with Papa.
We're going double afternoon delight.
Live
I don't know if I can
from
do
Levi's
that.
Stadium. Yeah, I'm no Barry White.
My hair's looking good. Maybe I can.
By the way, that was a first for you to remove the hat and put the product in live on cam.
Maybe you've been. I don't know.
Man, I don't think you've done that before. That's
very the Crawford.
defensive.
He kept calling it the Crawford. I didn't know that's Brandon Crawford's ointment there.
I like that he had it in a little prescription.
Well, it's smart because the few times that I've not had my Bumble and Bumble on road trips is flying commercial, and they'll confiscate when you have too much liquid. So I remember one time my scissors and the length of the blade and how
Like,
many
sir?
ounces of Bumble and Bumble I have. You got to make sure as you fly commercial. But T-Rock is
You got to be like
T-Rock.
me. I know where to put the illegal stuff. You know what I mean?
Right in the caboose pistol.
I get it through. It comes through. Although one time I had something illegal and it was your fault, but I forgot it was in there. But
I don't know
got
what you're
through.
talking about.
I got through.
No idea.
All right.
Don't blame it on me. I had nothing to do with it.
All right. We'll get back to the latest on Farhan and dueling insiders. Not really, but we want to make it sound like there's something going on here. But the bottom of the hour, we'll get back to that. But this is an interesting one. Now, this doesn't mean these guys are going in, but a really interesting list of the 16 players nominated for the Hall of Fame class in the NFL in 2025.
First time.
Yeah, the first time. I want to make that clear.
Feels like the first time.
First time. And that's rare in the NFL because there's guys waiting and you got to wait your turn in certain positions.
It's very rare to be a
Yeah.
first ballot Hall of Famer.
But there's some interesting names on here that I'll just take based on their first name, I guess is how this is. But Adam Vinatieri, who you have a relationship with. In fact, I remember when we were covering Super Bowl 50, and both of us probably weren't feeling so good that day because I looked back on this picture and I did a selfie with Adam Vinatieri and said, "Hey, look who I just ran into." And
No,
then I
the
think,
one is when we went when the Raiders played in New England and we went to the Patriots Hall of Fame.
God, it's all it is.
And you could simulate the Vinatieri 46 or 48?
And they have a ball
snow.
there that you actually kick, and it's so weird.
He is certainly going to be a Hall of Famer. I don't know if they're going to make a kicker a first ballot Hall of Famer, but Adam Vinatieri will be a Hall of Famer in time. There's no doubt.
But and then, you know, it goes down to guys like this, and we'll get to some of the 49ers, but Eli Manning is an interesting case. Now, I think he's going to get in just like Kurt Warner and Terrell Davis did because of some of their post-career stuff. People like
in
him.
New York.
And in New York, and I don't think that should matter, but it does. And so, well, I think Eli is a borderline Hall of Famer in the Hall of Very Good. I don't know if he's a Hall of Famer, but he's going to get in.
Well, I think it's New York more than anything.
And
The
he's
power
related to
of
Peyton, and I don't know.
I mean, it's
weird stuff.
And he won 2 Super Bowls over Tom Brady. I think he will be a Hall of Famer when he does make the Hall of Fame. I'm hoping that will be the impetus to get our guy Jim Plunkett into the Hall of Fame. I mean, Jim never was a Pro Bowl player, but he won 2 Super Bowls. He was a Super Bowl MVP. You don't have the college dynamic. It's not like the Basketball Hall of Fame or college. If this was the basketball dynamic in Springfield, Massachusetts, not Ohio, he'd be in. So I think Eli, because of the popularity of New York, those 2 Super Bowl wins over Tom Brady in New England, the playoff win at Lambeau, when his head coach, had frostbite and turned orange.
God, that was
but
scary.
if he does get, he's not a first ballot Hall of Famer. I will not endorse that. To me, there's a real line there. But when he does go in, and I think Eli will go in because of the power of the New York Giants, then you got to put Jim Plunkett in and do it before Jim passes away, please.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. This one's interesting. I think at some point he'll get in. He's not a first ballot guy, but we love him. I'm just here so I don't get fined. I'm just wearing a
Marshawn?
white, yellow jacket so I don't get fined. I think he'll eventually get in. He's not a first ballot guy.
Yeah, I'm not sure. No, he's not a first ballot guy at all.
But the thing that's interesting is, again, this shouldn't matter, but it does. People like Marshawn. He's on TV. I think he's going to get in eventually. Not first ballot, but I think he's going to get in eventually.
Yeah, I think he's borderline, honestly. Certainly not a first ballot Hall of Famer. Did you see his bit where he went to Havana, Cuba?
No.
On the pregame show last week?
I recorded. I got to go back and watch.
It was hilarious.
Was it?
They were in Miami, so I guess they were in close proximity to Havana.
Kinda.
I don't know. Well, I mean, you think they would send him to Miami, South Beach, or something? They sent him to Cuba. What do you mean?
I just think that's so wild that
they sent him to. I mean,
Cuba. We're in Miami. Let's send Marshawn to Cuba.
I mean, it worked. I mean, it's the one time you could do it. I don't know why they did it, but Marshawn was funny. The car he was driving around down there, it was hilarious. But we'll get into it more.
Yeah, but
he's had a long and winding road.
I think he's good. I think he was a big part of those Seattle teams. Our friend Joe Staley, he's getting in.
Yes.
Maybe not first ballot, but our buddy Joe Staley. He's
honestly, of this class, who is going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer?
Not Luke Kuechly. I mean, I think Kuechly's really good, but I don't think he's a first ballot.
That guy, he's a great player.
It took Patrick Willis a while.
I understand. There's a process here. I think the one thing you look at with this, it's certainly all pros and Pro Bowls, but when you make an all-decades team in the NFL,
Joe did
in 2010. That's what I'm saying. So I think Joe Staley will be a Hall of Famer. I think as far as the Niners go, this is the big bit of news, and it came a couple of weeks ago, is that the senior category for the 2025 Pro Football Hall of Fame class, and that's where a lot of these guys are getting in that just fell through the crack. Kenny Anderson of the Bengals, their great quarterback. Art Powell, who I know the Raiders pushed hard for last year, was a real Al Davis favorite. What a dominant. He was probably T.O. and Randy Moss rolled into one in the 60s, and they got him via trade. Al loved the guy, and then he wound up trading him to get LaMonica to Buffalo. Anyway, and Roger Craig. Roger Craig has been turned aside, and Roger's angry. I think he feels like he should be a Hall of Famer. I think because there's so much star power on those Niners teams of the 80s and 90s, he's being overlooked. But just keep in mind, because typically the senior category, John, you're going to get in. I don't know how many they can take. Maybe it's just one of the three. But those three now are Roger Craig, Ken Anderson, and Art Powell among the players nominated for the senior category. So maybe this is the year that high knees, and I'm not talking about Nick Bosa, but the original high knees, Roger Craig, finally gets in.
I hope so, because I don't know that this is official, but he doesn't do a whole lot anymore. He used to come on our show all the time, and he doesn't anymore because he doesn't want to talk about it because he's pissed. And so I hope that he gets in, because it not only are we missing out, everybody's missing out that's a 49ers fan, because Roger Craig is relentlessly positive, and we don't get to hear from him because he's upset about this.
Now, I remember doing a Q&A with him and John Taylor and Patrick Willis. It was a Saturday afternoon. It was great. And Patrick, he told the story of why he retired, and he saw these old players, and he said, I don't want to be limping like these guys. And he had the bad toe, and Patrick's in. But Roger was out there until he got turned aside too many times. We invited him on. He's been a friend. Breece Hall is a third cousin of Roger Craig. So when the Niners were playing the Jets, we reached out to Roger to come on and talk about Breece Hall, and he respectfully declined. He's not like he's gone underground, but I think, to your point, he's miffed. The system has turned him aside, so maybe this is the year. But one thing Matt Mayoko has told me, it does not pertain to the seniors category. That's its own separate category. And a lot of baseball Hall of Famers got in on the seniors committee, like Harold Baines and others. As far as the guys that are first-year eligibility and the guys that are up for the Hall of Fame more conventionally, Matt Mayoko's pointed it out, and we'll get into it more with our Friday Talks with Matt. They're going to be a lot more strict on Hall of Famers. They feel like they're taking too many in. They want to restrict it. So the voting is going to be a little more discerning in years. So I think that seniors category, where a lot of guys just didn't make it, and a lot of it is they want to go back and right the wrongs of the guys in the 30s and the 40s and the 50s that just never got in. But it's going to be harder to get in. But I think, Ken Anderson's a good candidate. Art Powell, a hell of a player. I think eventually they'll all go in. But hopefully this is the year that the original 1,000 and Roger Craig goes in.
I agree with it. I don't. There are levels of the Hall of Fame. Like you said, a first ballot is different than a guy getting in. I think in all the sports, I think it's too easy to get into these Hall of Fames. But in Roger Craig's case, the thing that seems to be holding him back, like the Steelers and the Cowboys and some of these great teams for years and years and years, they almost put a limit on, okay, that's enough from that team. And you can't stop with Roger Craig. That's just, you look at anything. When I saw, like, for example, when Drew Pearson got in from those Cowboys teams, I'm like, come on. And nothing against Drew Pearson. It's just that he had been bitching forever about it, and he finally got in. Roger Craig deserves to be in it. I'm not saying that because we're sitting here. It's just look at it. And I think what happened was they capped the 49ers and said, that's it. And that shouldn't be the case. It shouldn't matter about the team. It should matter about the individual. And Roger Craig, to this point, it's wrong that he's not in. That's how I think. And especially when you start to see other guys get in like that in the senior committees, like a Drew Pearson. Look, he made some great plays, was great on those Cowboys teams, but they didn't want him like the 49ers.
Yeah, I know, but he was the original 88. Drew Pearson was a great player.
All right, there you go. There's the latest on that. We will reset Farhan. Big story of the day is what is his future. We'll explain the latest. Got a foreplay coming up at the top of the hour. Mark Sanchez in an hour. Not only we will talk about the game as he's doing it this weekend, the 49ers and the Rams, but also we might have to play some of that Tim stuff about the hair off, because you and he have a hair off, but he and Mark Sanchez, former USC Trojan as well, have a hair off as well. We'll get into all that. It's Bob and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Greg Papa here. Today, you need to call O'Donnell Financial Group, because having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want, and when you don't want to do whatever you want to do, and potentially for the rest of your life and go into retirement, you've worked hard. So you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes in retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. Reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocketbook, especially for those who have saved a lot. So don't wait any longer. Call O'Donnell Financial Group today at 866-496-2300. Learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Call 866-496-2300. You can learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300. Also online at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
Wherever you are, we're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What's happening? Papa and Lund on a Wednesday. We're live at Levi's Stadium. We thought we'd sleep here except for the game is in L.A., which, by the way, you got to love that. You know the short trips down to L.A., you have to go to Minnesota and do all that kind of stuff. Quick hitter. Maybe hit the beach, do a little run on the beach or something.
4-hour flight versus a 40-minute flight.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Big difference.
All right, Kyle Shanahan's going to speak at about 12:40. We will have it for you here, so don't go anywhere. As far as the Giants, we'll get more into Farhan as the show progresses because we got a little bit more from Andrew Bagley. We had Susan Slusser on the show yesterday, so the future of Farhan is a big topic. But real quick, with the way that Blake Snell pitched last night, by the way, Craig Kimbrell, who's been a great reliever for a long time and a bad reliever for a little bit of time here lately, after last night's meltdown, got released by the Orioles today. I don't know that we'll see him again, but Blake Snell pitches another dynamic game. So since July 9th, his ERA is 1.33. I heard that's pretty good. What do you think here? Boris signed a uncharacteristically allowed Matt Chapman.
Buster, why don't you do another deal with Blake Snell?
Give him a no trade, all that kind of stuff.
Go right to Blake and bypass the player and the agent as well.
Would you give him because
I don't know.
They were talking like 6 years for Snell.
Yeah,
Would you do 6 years on Snell?
He was great last night. He had a slider right away, threw his changeup left on left, which is really unusual. I remember Jamie Moyer, who had a great changeup years ago, just never threw it to a lefty. And Blake doesn't throw his lefty changeup, but he threw it against Gunnar Henderson a couple of times to punch him out. I mean, he's had some outings where he's nibbled a lot, had a 39-pitch first inning or second inning and a 42-pitch inning, and he was out. I like Blake Snell. I think he's a dominant pitcher. I'm sure a lot of people that watched him pitch last night in the Beltway of Baltimore were wondering why didn't we trade for him, and whether the Dodgers could really use him. He's going to have his suitors in the offseason. He's not going to take it like Chapman and sign. Obviously, the season's almost over. In less than 2 weeks, it'll be over, and then you'll have to wait till after the World Series. But, yes, how high do you want to go? With pitchers, you worry about injury. He's still a guy that does not get deep into games. I thought he changed after the no-hitter, and he would try to, get into the 8th and 9th inning more consistently. And last year he did this, from May on in San Diego with Brian Price and Bomel. And Brian wasn't the pitching coach there, but he supervised it. He went 6 solid every single outing. That's where he's at. He's got great stuff. He's going to get paid. There's no doubt. I like him. There's no doubt. I think he'll have suitors. I'm not sure how they're going to handle this because he is a starting pitcher. It's different than Matt Chapman, who, by the way, is officially on the paternity list, and Casey Schmidt is up. So I don't know if he became a daddy again or not, if he's going to come back and play in this game with Hayden Birdsong on the mound. But I think that one's going to be a little more difficult to get done, and we'll see who does the deal. Will it be Scott Boras from the Boras Corporation? Will they go right to Blake Snell? Will Buster have to step in and do the deal? And we got our thoughts on that, or will it be Farhan? But yeah, I like Blake Snell, but I thought he would evolve a little bit after the no-hitter and try to pitch to Case. He's a strikeout guy because he got great stuff. And last night he had a great slider and his changeup he threw really well. Still has the curveball and the fastball. The guy's got great stuff, there's no doubt. You'd like to have him start from opening day all the way through, and I think he would be your opening day starter even over in Logan Webb. But we'll see what kind of number. He's going to get paid a lot of money in the offseason. I think the market still with the RSN situation hasn't improved a lot in baseball, but I think he's followed up. And last year was this year very uneven with his start, John. But I think the way he's been able to turn his season around in the middle of the year has been impressive. But still, part of me thinks just challenge, man. Just let them hit the ball and put the ball in play. Do what you said you were going to do. And last night, he gave up one hit. He had no hit stuff. He was that good. But he went 6 innings, and the bullpen was great. When he left the game, what was the score? 4-0? They wound up winning 10-0. I'd still like to see him evolve and do what he said he was going to do, get hitters out quicker and get deeper into game. If I'm going to pay you all that money, $1 million plus a start, I'd like you to get into the 8th inning.
We'll get more to Blake Snell. Pitches great last night as he got a 10-zip win over the Orioles and the future of Farhan. But coming up next, Kyle Shanahan speaks ahead of the Rams. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and I got great news for homeowners. Mortgage rates are tanking currently, and my friends at Loan Pronto have rates that start with a 4. This is the best rate in years. If your current rate is over 6%, you could dump it and lower your house payment big time. Loan Pronto was locked in, folks, recently at 4.99% APR. Whether you got your loan last week, last month, or last year, it's time to call Loan Pronto. If you're in the process with another lender, stop now and call Loan Pronto. Ask about their zero-cost rate reduction home loan. You can lock in a lower rate with no closing costs in a matter of days with almost no paperwork and usually no appraisal. And if you act now, you can even skip your next 2 house payments. So call now. Loan Pronto can give you a rate quote in minutes with no hard credit pull and no upfront fees like those other guys. Call 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com, 415-808-5721.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Mayoko, he joined Murph and Marcus this morning and discussed the injuries to CMC and Debo and how the 49ers can sustain in their absence. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund, on a Wednesday. I had to think about it for a minute. Jesus. There we go. Oh, that's me. I'm screwing everything up. I don't know what's going on here. All right, here's what we got coming up. We got the Deebo Samuel cleats and combos, the debut edition. Hang on. There we go. I think that's a little bit better. Maybe it's not. Maybe
What
it's
is
worse.
going on?
I don't know. I'll
Turn
have to fix
open.
this. Hang on. Maybe that's better. There we go. I think that's better.
We are experiencing technical difficulties. Please stand by. Your mic is feeding back.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
Tim's isn't open. I closed it. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe I'll have to move or something like that. But we'll give you the cleats and combos with Deebo, Matt Mayoko this morning on that trade possibility that you talked about. Plus, got a little Blake Snell, and Bags was on this morning, as we have had two different articles, basically the same. A couple of different details, but saying that, hey, is Farhan's job in jeopardy?
I mean, that's the gist of it. But Susan and John Shea's article was a pushback from Scott Boros. And Scott read what Bags wrote over the weekend and either called Susan directly or Susan called him for clarification. A lot of those quotes in there are, backing Scott and how they did most of the deal and gave dates to when they did everything. They're trying to, give their side of the story. So we have them both on. We love Susan. We love Bags. We'll have Bags on, I guess, on Friday. We just had Susan on yesterday, and she also was in Sacramento to see Bryce Eldridge. But the one thing that, and we'll hear from Kyle Shanahan in a minute, but just one point of the Giants, since you brought it up, is the, Farhan's health. I didn't know he was hospitalized. Right. And the line that Susan wrote, and there's no quotes there, but it's had to have come from Scott Boros or from Farhan. I don't know. But she wrote that Zaidi cannot legally speak with a player during negotiations, while a player is the authority to speak with members of the organization. And I said that on the air, and a prominent member, a baseball agent, reached out to me and said that's inaccurate. There is no rule whatsoever that says that. GMs, president of the baseball op guys, do it all the time. So I don't know why that was floated out there, but that's just, when I first read that, I was like, what? Farhan Zaidi cannot talk to his own player as he's doing a contract renegotiation? Then why would you do it in the middle of a year or towards the end of the year? You'd wait till the year is over. And I don't know what the rule is that says that or where it was written or something, but it's not the case. So in any event, that's just flat out wrong. I don't know who's sending out misinformation or disinformation. I'm not sure Susan, she didn't put quotes to anybody or where she got that from. So that needs to be cleared up. And then, we're going to find out where this is all going in less than a couple of weeks, John. They had a nice win last night. They need more of them. I'm not sure what the last road trip and the last three against St. Louis will prove, but something's going on with Farhan Zaidi, whether the health situation, and maybe they spin it in light of his health, he needs to have a diminished role, or we need more baseball people around him. We keep mentioning Billy Owens with the A's because Farhan knows him. Bob Melvin knows him. He's well respected in the marketplace in baseball. So I don't know where it's going, but there's been a lot of leaks, counter leaks, or stories written by one organization and then a retort from the other. And then meanwhile, very quiet. Greg Johnson doesn't have any quotes. Larry Baer does not have any quotes. It just
nobody's defending him.
No one's defending him at all, or saying, "Yeah, we're going to fire him in 2 weeks." They're not saying that. Well, so it's all quiet, eerily quiet. So we'll have, when it was going to happen the day after the season is over on September the 30th on that Black Monday. They typically have an exit interview with Farhan and the manager on that Tuesday. If that's just Bob Melvin by himself and maybe Greg Johnson, there'll be a lot of probably more reporting on this before then, but something's going on.
Yeah, my instincts tell me that he's gone because of what you just said right there is we're getting a lot of leaks and there's no defending. It's pretty easy nowadays. If you want to just turn your phone on or do anything, there's a lot of different ways that you can defend somebody and say they're coming back. We haven't heard that. And I think for the second consecutive year, we're going to have a major shakeup in this way. I think they're going to go in a different direction. It's just everything points that way. And, like I said, the main defense, and I said this before, the main defense is he's developed players. He hasn't developed those players. There's still prospects, You know, you look at everything, even Elliot Ramos. There is not one player that they have brought up this year that you say they are 100% in the bank to be a contributing member. Ramos' second half has not been good. Fitzgerald did it all in July. Harrison and Birdsong are not sure things. Even go back to Jung Hoo Lee. Everybody's assuming that. He had a 641 OPS. That's far below average in Major League Baseball. There's not one player that you say 100%. And this is going back to Ramos. He made the All-Star team. In the second half, he's hitting in the 220s with a 666. That's not good. OPS. So I don't look at all this development. I think that's why they're rushing Eldridge. Look at this guy. He's the next hope. I mean, it's not a fantasy team, and that's how the team right now is being treated. And I think it's laughable. Honestly,
well, I mean, obviously something's going on. It's obvious, but they could. Owners do not like to eat salary, so there could be a shuffling of the organization. Does he keep the title still of president of the baseball operations? What happens to Pete Patella? Dusty's kind of lurking out there a little bit. We're talking about Buster, but Dusty Baker was there last night watching Bryce Eldridge play. I think as far as the other thing is, there's going to be changes to the coaching staff, and Bob may not like it all. I don't know if it'll be the guys he brought in, the hitting coaches. There's 3 of them. You have to readdress that. I think Ron Wotus is taking on more of a role with the infield. I mean, not only the meeting that Bob Melvin had after the game Saturday, Sunday morning for a day game, they had like a full-blown, spring training kind of drill on cutoffs, and a lot of it is they have new pieces here and there. The middle infield, and, Wisely and Marco Luciano, and now Tyler Fitzgerald's back. They haven't played a lot together, so simple cutoff. Who goes out to take the cut? Who covers second base? How do you hit the cutoff man from the outfield? This is stuff that's, it should be worked out.
At the major league level.
They do it every day. And when the guy, I see Matt Williams basics. When I'm watching in studio, a lot of teams don't take infield and outfield anymore. I see Matt Williams out there hitting fungos all the time. So they're putting the effort in. You got to drill it into them. And if you don't practice it, you forget it. PFPs. How many times has Logan Webb, when Wilmer was over at first base, they couldn't execute breaking for the bag and feeding a 3-1 play at the bag. They didn't do it over and over and over again. So I think, Farhan's certainly going to be the big issue as far as, the headlines and what they do with him, or do they bring in somebody that's more of a scout to look it over? But I think there's going to be changes to the coaching staff that they've got to work out here. And will Bob, frankly, a lot of, what was going on in San Diego, he didn't want to make those changes to his coaching staff. So he wound up leaving there. He's not going to leave after one and done. He'll have more say. But there's going to be changes. When you have a season like this, which is a great disappointment, especially the last 5-6 weeks of the year when you were making a push to challenge Atlanta and the Mets, and now you're just so far behind they don't even put you on the board. There's going to be a point here. They've already been eliminated from the National League West, obviously, where I haven't even looked at it, what the tragic number is. They're going to be eliminated from the playoffs. It's felt like that a long time, but mathematically it's coming. I haven't even looked at it, but it's already there. It doesn't matter. But there are going to be changes, not only in the front office, there's going to be changes on this coaching staff coming in the next couple of weeks.
Before we get to Kyle Shanahan, we want you to get 2 tickets to see the Deftones with Mars Volta. That is coming up on March 4th at Chase Center. So give us a call right now and be the 10th caller into the studio at 415-896-KNBR. That's the only number to use, 415-896-5627. And you're wearing a pair of those tickets furnished by our good friends at Live Nation. Find official rules at KNBR.com. Again, livenation.com, official rules at KNBR.com. And that show is at Chase on March 4th, 2025. Best of luck. Caller 10 right now. All right, we're waiting on Kyle. I'm sure he'll give us a little update. I do not like when the most anticipated thing of the presser is injury talk. That always seems to be the case lately.
Well, I don't think there's anything. I mean, Debo's out. He already did that on Monday. McCaffrey's gone on the IR. He's already addressed all this. I think this would be more about guys coming back and just talking to Talanoa on the flight home. And they didn't put him on IR. So when you don't put a player on IR, you're expecting him to come back week 3 or 4. But I think it's this game, just watching him. And the key thing, and we'll see what they, they're not going to say he's playing Sunday, but what would be the designation with Talanoa Hufanga when they go out to practice at 150 today in an hour? Is he going to be limited in practice, which he's been, or would he jump in with the ones now? If you're going to start playing NFL football, you'd like to elevate from limited in practice to he's with the one. So your secondary, your deep secondary is Jair Brown and Talanoa Hufanga. And I think it's trending that way. I think his change of direction, it's an ACL tear. So that's going to be the thing. Can he, COD, can he hit his back foot and change direction and drive on that? So I think that's where we're at. We'll see what other injuries crop up, from the game that we get an update as far as, practice availability, John. I think they're pretty healthy beyond that. I think it's getting positive outside of Debo, obviously, and what's going on with Christian McCaffrey. But I think the news that we most want to hear is Talanoa Hufanga, and would he be able to, make a progression today and be a full-blown participant in practice and not be limited.
So that's what we're waiting for a little bit of Kyle Shanahan as we get ready for the Rams. If you missed the Tim Ryan football hour, by the way, we had him for a half hour, which was nice, but discussed a lot of things going into the Minnesota game and then looking at the Rams. And again, it's injuries versus injuries. And the Niners have a ton of them. There's no doubt about it. But you look at the Rams, 3 offensive linemen, starting offensive linemen missing both of their receivers. They had some injuries, too, in the preseason. They lost a corner. They lost Tyler Higbee. So this is the most banged-up team in the NFL. Having said that, it's still Sean McVay. It's still Matthew Stafford. But there's a lot of opportunities for the 49ers in this game. In the first 2 games, the Lions and the Cardinals ran all over the Rams. I know that's going to be the viewpoint with Jordan Mason. Are you cool? I asked him this very question. He's got 48 carries in the first 2 games of the year. He's the second leading rusher in the NFL. He's been great. Do you need somebody more than Garendo behind him for this game? Because I got to imagine they're going to run a lot.
Yeah, I think he can handle it. And that's just, Kyle does do that. I think with Garendo, first of all, with Debo being out, you've lost your kick returner. So, I think Garendo takes that job. They could put other people back there. I think Trent Taylor is a guy that could be involved as far as practicing more. Kyle Shanahan talking to the media right now in Santa Clara.
What's Talanoa's situation? Do you expect him to get a full week of practice and get right back to the starting lineup?
He's full.
What just not having him out there for the past year and a half, what has that done for the defense as far as the adjustments that had to be made? Where are you losing?
It got Tig a lot of reps last year. He had to step in the middle of the year, and it got him a lot better. But obviously, always miss Huff out there. The big play capability, how well he communicates, flying sideline to sideline. We're going to be pumped. He should get back this week if everything goes right, and we've missed him.
When guys are out, is it kind of a thing where you don't want the quarterback to feel he has to try to do too much? And is Brock pretty good about that?
Yeah. We never asked Brock to really do too much. We asked him to do the play that's called. If nothing's there, what are your options after that? You scramble, you throw things away. Sometimes you take a sack. Things you always try to do is not turn it over, but nothing really changes when you're missing guys. Game plan can sometimes change, but not what you ask the quarterback to do.
On Garendo's carry on Sunday, it seemed like if he had waited and a little longer, something would have opened up. Is that the right read by me on that? And B, is that, if it is it common for young running backs in your system not to have the patience initially to let plays develop?
I think it's common in all systems. JP had one like that in the game too. With the remote in our hands, we all slow it down and see that, and but I don't think there was a big one there. If he would have kept pressing, I think he would have got 1 to 3 yards and tackled and cut back a little early, so he got 3 guys who hit him for -1 yard. But there's a very fine line in that. It wasn't like that was going to be a big play or anything. The nose had us a little bit. The backers fell back with him not pressing it, but I was hoping for 1 yard on the look. We lost 1, so.
Do you have a lot fewer plays at your disposal without Debo and McCaffrey, or you just have the same amount of plays with running them with different guys?
Yeah, I'd say. We still have the same amount of plays, just somewhat different styles of plays, different people in different spots. You eliminate some special things that you would only do for those guys, but the number doesn't change. Just there's things those guys do very well, nothing the other guys can't do. But there's kind of different percentages on how much you call them and things like that.
It seems like you're calling play action passes less frequently than you have in the past. Is there something defenses are showing you that leads you to call more drop back passes?
Just schematic reasons, who we were going against, what's good versus these teams. Sometimes, play action doesn't do much for 6 on the line, doesn't do much for a lot of blitzes, things like that. So that had a little factor to do with it last week, and say the week before, running it 38 times limits everything a little bit.
What do you think of Renardo Green and Malik Mustafa? They're young players. Do you see them getting some more run in the weeks ahead here?
Possibly. I mean, they got to be ready always in case of an injury. I mean, I could say they don't have any plans to play and or to go in, and then one play happens and they're in the rest of the game. It was nice to mix Malik in last week. I thought he did well with his reps. Renardo came in a couple of dime packages, and he did well with his reps too. So possibly with the scheme, whatever that is this week, we can keep building off that. But if not, they're always one play away from playing the rest of the game.
How many fewer complications are there game planning against a Rams defense that doesn't have Aaron Donald?
It's definitely a little different. I mean, that's been 99% of our brain power for a number of years, and it's kind of weird just not thinking that way. But schematically, I know Raheem's not there and stuff, but they're still running the same fronts and same coverages and things. And but it's different.
Any roster moves this week?
Not right now.
What is your assessment of the Rams, Kyle? They come into this game, you would think, pretty desperate.
Yeah, I mean, anytime that you lose like they did, I mean, and being 0-2, I mean, I know that feeling. And in the NFL, whether you lose 2 in a row after winning 10 in a row or you start 0-2, if you lose 2 in a row in the NFL, it's always a kind of an Armageddon feeling in a building, especially when you lose lopsided like that. So, you know how teams come out the week after that. It's such a fine line in those things. I mean, we were a couple of plays away from the game going like that in Minnesota. So it can happen so fast. And all you got to do is watch the Detroit game the week before to see how good of a team this team can be. I mean, they'd taken it to overtime in the 5th quarter to get a chance to win, and how they had to come back to do that there at the end. So last week got out of hand a little bit early, especially the 4 plays they had on offense and just not getting started quick. But by no means was that an indication of what this team's going to be going through the rest of the year.
Schematically, is the Rams offense compared to the Vikings offense you just said?
It's similar. I mean, it all comes from the same foundation.
The muff punt give you pause about Jacob Cowing back there, or going to stick with him?
No, I mean, it's one muff punt. I mean, just when it comes to catching stuff, he's been as natural of a catcher as we've had in our 8 years here, just in practice, how he's been in the games. I know that one got away from him, which we can't have those, but, everyone muffs one here and there, and you just hope that was the end of it.
Is there any Achilles involvement in Debo's injury?
No.
What went wrong when you would watch the punt block there? What was the situation?
We were late off the ball on the right side, which made one guy a little bit behind, and then the guy outside of him was a little bit too wide. He could have been a little tighter to save him. We had a snap count that tried to surprise them and surprise one of our guys who was just, he missed half a second on the road and stuff, and that guy split us and should have kept it tighter on the outside, but we gave him too quick of a lane.
Mitch was a little slow, it seemed like, to react to the ball being thrown. Was it just like he was surprised, or did you get a sense?
No, we just did a silent cadence, and he just one guy just hesitated. It'd probably be hard for you guys to see. I mean, it's that slow, but when you do that, a guy gets an edge, and then if this guy outside him's kicking out too far, just like in protection, he's got a clean path. We've just got to tighten it up and come off the ball at the same time.
Kyle, tune into the Debo Samuel show on Bleacher Report with Brandon Ayuk last night?
No, I didn't. I turn into that I do that every day. So that's my 20-minute break, or however long it lasts. Nothing else? All right.
How important is the atmosphere for this game? You talk about losing 2 in a row. Obviously, you guys don't want to do that. The Rams don't want to drop a third. You talk about Levi South. How important is that specifically in a game like this?
I mean, you always want to give teams no light. I mean, when teams are back or against the wall, which both teams in that situation, both teams want to come out aggressive and hard and give neither side of the ball any light. When you do have a situation like we do when we go there and how we have so many fans show up, that's only cool if you play real well. If you play real well and can kind of control the game, then it gets real fun. If not, then it's twice as disappointing. All right, thanks, guys.
Short and sweet from Kyle Shanahan. It's Papa Lund here on the Sports Leader. The best news to come out of that thing, we're talking about injuries and guys who aren't going to play for the first time in a while. We're going to see Talanoa Hufanga. He's quoted as saying he's a full go and we've missed him. We can go through the rest in a minute, but let's stop there. What do you think?
Yeah, I got a feeling just talking to him and watching him that this would be the game. They didn't put him on IR, so he'd have to miss the first 4, so it was going to be this game or the New England game, and it's good to get him back. He is from USC, obviously, going back to Southern California, and they've missed him. George Odom's a good player, and before he got beat over the top by Justin Jefferson, he had a couple of really nice plays. One curl route on JJ that he drove back on the ball, and then one in the end zone on a third down that he batted away after the block punt. He was involved in the block punt, and I mentioned it when we did the playbook yesterday. He's the personal protector, so typically he's the one that stands right in front of Mitch Wishnowsky. The Niners are changing a little bit how they do that, where George used to be further back, closer to Mitch, and he was the only guy. Now they've got two. They got Curtis Robinson right next to him, and George and Curtis are up a little bit closer to the line of scrimmage, where if one guy breaks through, I kind of like him back for closer to the punter, where if one guy like C.J. Ham busts through, he can pick him up and then release for whatever reason, and they're kind of loading up on Mitch's right foot where they're coming off that side to block. So it's just trying to fortify it. He was talking about, getting off the ball late. Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles made an error, blocking out when he needed to block in for a beat, then release, go out, and they kind of picked on the rookie Robert Beal. So the point is also when you get Odom, and George can play from scrimmage, he's done well. He had many practices where he had 2-3 interceptions. I'm like, what's gotten into George? He's so much better. But it does have a trickle down on your special teams. So this is your best team. To get Talanoa out there with Jair Brown, have some packages where Malik Mustafa comes in as a third safety, Renardo Green as a fourth corner in the dime, which they used for 4 snaps on Sunday in Minneapolis. But and then Odom could be better on special teams, which you need. And then, get back to Talanoa Hufanga. So the one thing we'll look at with him, and like Jair Brown, they're not straight line fast guys. So the Rams will test the speed to get behind them. But they're instinctive players. We'll see how they play it together with Jair being, up and back, and they can both kind of interchange there. But it's good to get him back. Obviously, he tore that ACL on November the 19th against Tampa Bay. So for him to come back, today is September the 18th. So we're looking at, a 10-month recovery from an ACL. The other one is Dre Greenlaw. And, he tore his Achilles on February the 11th, and the Super Bowl had the surgery on February the 15th. Just watching him, when he's eligible to come back, which I think is the Seattle game, maybe the week at Kansas City or the Seattle game, one of those games. I think I was looking at like mid-October for him or even later. I think he could come back the moment he's eligible to come back. So to get Talanoa Hufanga, they just recover quicker. Everything that and not just, there's just so many medicinals you can turn to and around-the-clock rehab. To get Talanoa Hufanga back in 10 months' time from a torn ACL is really encouraging. But I think the next one to look at is Big Play Dre. And they picked on, Devondre a little bit in this game. You'd like him to be on the field. And then, if when Dre comes back, then you move to Devondre to that third linebacker spot and Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles. So you're playing, with the injury to Dre and to Talanoa, 2 core special teams players are playing from scrimmage now in the base. George Odom, that won't be the case anymore. And then Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles, they were both kind of involved, less so Odom, in the block punt, and so it helps your special teams as well. So obviously great to get the big bad wolf back, especially going to the Rams' house so he can huff and puff and blow down their house. And probably his biggest play in the NFL came in that Monday night game a couple of years ago in Stafford when he had the pick 6 and he became an All-Pro. But I think Dre Greenlaw has got a chance to come back sooner than we thought as well from the Achilles.
The thing about Hufanga is, he was named All-Pro. Maybe that wasn't exactly right, but the reality is he makes a ton of plays. The run game started to struggle. When he went out, the run game, those alleys that were wide open, so I think he's going to help in that way. And then just to have some experience back there, because does Justin Jefferson make that play against Hufanga? Now, look, I know he's really aggressive. I know he's more of a run than a pass guy. But he's seen enough back there. We have Jair Brown, who I really like, and I love his confidence, and we talked to him from training camp, but still, he's in his second year. He hasn't started that many games. And then George Odom's been a special teams guy. So just to get Hufanga back there as another guy who, with an inexperienced safety core, and he's good against the run, and he'll come up, he'll blow up some plays, he'll screw some things up because he's so aggressive. But to have him back, and then like you said, Dre Greenlaw. So as we're assessing the defense and saying, where are they? Well, you're going to get a guy at the second and third levels here. This looks like Hufanga this weekend, like you said, maybe Dre Greenlaw in a couple of weeks, where now your defense is full and you can assess things. because Drake Greenlaw was having a hell of a Super Bowl, and we've talked about a million things in there, but if he's still, if he's in that game, a lot of us have said that maybe they win that thing. I mean, that's how good he was playing.
Well, right after he went out, I mean, they attacked Oren Burks. There's no doubt, and I go back to you can't keep everybody. Aziz Alshire was a guy that if he's on the roster and he's your third linebacker, then the loss of Drake Greenlaw is not as profound. And we love, who's the linebacker we got? Oren Burks. They just attacked him. And Devondre played well. His movement skill is better than I thought it would be. But the Vikings know him so well from playing in that division for 3 years, and he knows Aaron Jones and his kids go to school together. They kind of went at Devondre a little bit in this game. And Leonard Floyd's another guy. He just did not hold up in the run. So I think you're going to see more of Gross Matos in this game. So you may have a couple lineup changes. I think Gross Matos may start the game in the base, and Floyd will sub in when they go to the turbo, and then obviously Talanoa Hufanga in for George Odom. And it sounds like if things go well, and he's got to get through today and tomorrow and, Friday red zone, and then, walk through on Saturday and fly to L.A. on Saturday afternoon, he'll be in the lineup. But, I think the one thing with Talanoa, they're gonna press those safeties, John. When you just look at their 40 times, and, neither guy was a day one pick, and Jair was a day two, and Huff was a day three. They both basically run the same 40 times. And we'll see who the Rams have. They don't have Puka and they don't have Cooper. But they got straight line fast guys that can, Tutu Atwell can run. So they're going to see what the Vikings did and take some of those concepts. So it's good to get Talanoa Hufanga back. He will definitely help in the run game. As you pointed out, the 49er run defense got leaky, and I'm being kind. They got gashed at the end of last year, and it all coincided with Talanoa Hufanga tearing his ACL on November the 19th.
All right, because we had Kyle speaking, we didn't have a foreplay. We will fit in a few with a little bit of Niners, a little bit of Giants as well. And at the bottom of the hour, Mark Sanchez is going to join us. He's got the call this weekend, and we'll have a little hair-off between him and Tim Ryan. We'll do it all coming up next on the Sports Leader.
Billion.
John Lund here, your old friend. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area. Some are not even based in the entire state of California. Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they've been here. They've been in the Bay Area for nearly 30 years. 30 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. If you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. You see them, but do you really see them? Please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident you're in great hands. With the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, that's the Dolan Law Firm, they've secured more than a billion. Yes, $1 billion. That's with a B, if I wasn't abundantly clear there. In verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but somehow you pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Susan Slusser, our Giants insider from the Chronicle. She co-authored a piece with John Shea, and she joined the show yesterday with us and discussed Farhan's future with the Giants. Check out that podcast and more in the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Papa and Lund Show now continues. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund. We have Mark Sanchez in 10 minutes. He will be on the call. Adam Amin will be on the call.
He is really good.
And Christina Pink. They will be the three on the call for the 49ers and the Rams from L.A. and Levi South. So we'll talk to Mark Sanchez all about that. But let's try to get you a late foreplay. We'll get as much as we can. I don't know that we're going to get through 4 because you and I like to talk. So we'll get
always stay quiet, John. We will do it. We can do it. Oh, we got less than 10 minutes?
Yeah, we probably got about 7 minutes.
We can try to do it.
We'll try to do it. We'll try to do it. If you missed it, the award-winning new podcast of Deebo Samuel and his first...
What award did it win? The Deebo?
I'm not sure. Deebo's podcast on Bleacher Report, and his first guest was easy. Just, hey, Ayuk, you're coming on the podcast.
You know, it'd be great if Ayuk said, I'm holding in. I'm not doing your podcast.
It's a good day, Ayuk.
I only do it for guys that are actually active and on the roster. You're hurt.
Liv Moods is the woman's name that you'll hear. She is asking some of the questions of the boys. It's more like an interview. But she asks Deebo about this season. And I guess this was after the injury, but Deebo says it's now or never to win that elusive Super Bowl.
What is the mentality coming off of last year into this season? Was there any type of change from last year to this year? I mean, I would assume you obviously get hungrier for it every year. The end all be all, the Super Bowl. What would you guys say your mentality was coming into?
I mean, if I'm looking at it like you just said, for as hungry, I'm full at this point. I'm full at this point. Like, I mean, it's time to really clean the plate. Like, it's either now or never. Like,
right.
That's how I kind of look at it. Like, with the guys that we have, like, we didn't. Like, I've been a part of, the best team in the NFL for the past going on 6 years.
Yeah.
And so, like, we always there. Like, we got to get it done.
He says we got to get it done, and he says it's now or never. Do you look at it like that?
The Super Bowl's not till February the 9th.
Thank goodness.
There's a long way to go between that. I wish we woke up and it was Super Bowl Sunday and the Niners were in the game. There's a process to getting there. I think we're getting way ahead of ourselves. I know what he's saying. Ever since Deebo was drafted and Nick Bosa was drafted, this team has been in 4 NFC Championship games and 2 Super Bowls, and they feel like they should win multiple rings. They should have 3, but it's a little like the Warriors, where the league got, we're kind of tired of them. Just assuming they're going to wake up on Father's Day and be playing in Game 7 of the finals every year if they have to go that long. So let's just try to get there and see what. I mean, every year is different, John. You'll be 5-0, 8-0, and you're 1-1, and you got some injuries. You can go 3-4, 3-5, and take a laborious route there. So a little presumptuous to think all of a sudden you're going to be in the Super Bowl.
Here is Matt Mayoko, of course, our 49ers insider, and he looked lovely. I was in here this morning looking at him on the live stream. We got a lot of the guys doing the YouTube and Twitch thing, so make sure you're tuning in. But Matty Mayoko was asked, we talked about this a little bit earlier, Matt Barrows was talking about it, if it would be possible. Could Josh Dobbs be flipped to Miami for one of their running backs who are both former 49ers in either Raheem Mostert or Jeff Wilson Jr.?
Yeah, I mean, I don't, I could see it. I know help me out here, the Dolphins just signed Snoop Hundley, I believe.
Did they?
So that was something, right, I think, or, a couple days ago, and so with Tua being out for at least 4 games, that was one of the things I kind of thought of was like, oh man, Joshua Dobbs would be a really good trade piece to have because he's the 49ers' number 3. They have, 49ers have a 4th quarterback on the practice squad, Tanner Mordecai. And so with Dobbs' history of, obviously a bright guy, he knows what it's like to step into another team and immediately pick up the system. And there's so much overlap from the 49ers to the Dolphins. That would have been something to me that would have made tons of sense to be able to do a player-for-player trade like that. But I don't know if that ship has sailed. But, hey, that's certainly something to keep an eye on.
He talked about Snoop. He wasn't talking about Dog. He was talking about Tyler Huntley, who was the Ravens' backup quarterback for a long time. Yeah, he made the Pro Bowl, which was pretty laughable. But anyway, that's what he's talking about.
So they want Josh Dobbs in Miami? We'll take the Mosterati back. Done
I don't know
deal.
if they're doing that. Sounds. If I was a GM, I would not do that deal.
A-Chain?
If I was the Dolphins. No.
The waddle? I can learn to do the waddle.
I wouldn't do that either.
I didn't even get presumptuous and ask for the cheetah.
I mean, you might be able to get Jeff Wilson Jr., but you're not getting Mostert back. Led the NFL in touchdowns last year.
He tied. He tied.
Yeah, but still, I mean, you're not getting that for
He
Josh
led the NFL
Dobbs.
in rushing touchdowns.
Yeah, but you're not getting that for Josh Dobbs.
All right, Mike McDaniel, and you play Skylar Thompson and Snoop Doggy Dog Huntley.
Against the Seahawks of all teams. Don't want that. All right, we'll save these other ones. Andrew Baggerly and
We can't do
Blake
them?
Snell.
Oh, we got Mark Sanchez.
It's going to be the conversation afterwards because that's not a short conversation. Farhan's
We tried to do
future
it.
is
We
not a
tried
short
to do it.
conversation, but that's not bad.
By the way, we are going to have a hair off. Mark Sanchez is wearing his hair really long, but is he?
Let me see.
It's not like that.
We got to get Sanchez we got to get that to Walter here and see if he can.
That
send
is
that
our
to Tim
guy.
Sanchez.
That is Tim Ryan's hair.
We got to ask Mark Sanchez if his hair
Sanchez
is that
goes
long in the
shoulder
back.
length because I just saw Mark when he came
Pretty
in for the
long.
preseason. Not like that.
No, it's not that.
Tim's is definitely longer.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And it's curly at the bottom.
There was a time in my life when having Mark Sanchez on, I would eat a hot dog during the interview.
Wow.
And disrespect him like
He's
he did
good.
the Raiders,
He's
but
a
we
good
moved
analyst.
on. He's pop culture references are really funny. Holy smokes, Batman. He loves the holy smokes.
All right, let's talk to Mark Sanchez.
He's doing the Niner game
Yeah.
Sunday in L.A., and he had the Rams last week in Arizona.
Let's get into that conversation next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund, on a Wednesdays. We're live at Levi's Stadium. We won't be here tomorrow. We're normally here, but we got
I
Giants
will
baseball.
be here tomorrow.
Giants baseball, too. A short show there. Let's talk about the game. We'll look back at game number 2 for the 49ers against Minnesota, but Mark Sanchez is going to be calling the game against the Rams from Levi's South, better known as SoFi Stadium. Adam Amin, Mark Sanchez, Christina Pink. You know that, Mark. I know you're a SoCal guy, but come on,
Tell
man.
Stafford to use the silent count at
Levi's
home,
South,
Marky.
isn't it? It's going to be loud there with Niner fans.
Shots fired.
No.
Wow.
I'm just looking at Vivid Seats, Mark. 62% will be 49ers fans. So just give me your thoughts on the Rams. And I this one's disappointing to me. I want everybody to be healthy. Obviously, the Niners are not going to have Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel. The Rams, I don't even know who's playing on their old line, but their passing game, how do they get it done minus Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp, do you think, on Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, you nailed it right there. But number one, thanks for having me. Number two, I'm fired up about the game no matter who's playing. Any Sunday football game is fine by me.
Totally. And
I'm excited to be in the booth. But, we're going to be right down the street from Hollywood, and all the stars are out. I feel like they're still on strike or something. And with all these players sidelined, it's this next man up mentality, right? This cliche, this coach speak that everybody talks about. But who are we talking about? And where's the real depth on these rosters? I think that's where, these last 5 years of drafts and acquiring talent over the past few years is really going to pay off for San Francisco. And you look at specifically without Christian McCaffrey, I mean, this team has been in 2 games easily. They had chances in that 49er, in the Vikings game. It's not like they just got blown off the map. They were competitive. And so I think there's plenty of depth there to rely on. And so you look at the Rams defense right now, I mean, they're giving up almost 200 yards a game. That's not a winning formula, especially if you're only running under 70 a game. I mean, that's a real glaring issue that has to get fixed and fixed fast. Because Aaron Donald ain't showing up on Sunday. The cavalry ain't coming. You got guys in that locker room that are young players in Kobe Turner and Braden Fisk and Jared Verse and Byron Young. These are first and second year players that really need to turn it on against one of the best rushing attacks in football over the past 5 to 7 years. So you also can't lose sight of the fact that the 49ers have done this, and this is no slight on Christian McCaffrey. I think he's the top back in the game, and if they had him, he'd be as dynamic as ever. But before Christian McCaffrey showed up in a 49er uniform, they were doing this with 3 to 4 different backs every single year. This is normal for them. Last year was abnormal for them, in my opinion. So they're doing it with Mostert, Elijah Mitchell, a ton of other guys that became household names because of the system.
It's great stuff. Mark Sanchez joining us. He'll be in the call for Fox. Oh, sorry, we lost you there for a second, Mark.
You're back.
Oh, sorry. I was saying they did it with Mostert and Elijah Mitchell, and these guys are getting, massive holes to run through because of George Kittle, because of Juszczyk. You know what I mean? So these backs are the beneficiaries of that talent around them. And I don't want to say it's completely plug and play and discredit Jordan Mason, but he's a tough back, man. He's hard to bring down to the turf, and he runs hard. He runs angry. So I think the 49ers are in pretty good position here.
Well, just to back up what you're saying there, they were obviously 231 yards against the Cardinals. Now you got Kyler Murray doing that kind of stuff, but Detroit had their way, especially late in that game where it just looked like the Rams were gassed, and Montgomery ran right over them in overtime. And I got to believe, like you said, 24, who reminds us of another 24 beast mode there, they're going to be running on the Rams. That's going to be priority number one, isn't it?
Oh, 100%. I mean, until that well dries up, I'd keep going back to it. And, take the pressure off of Brock Purdy. I know you're without Deebo Samuel, but listen, they got plenty in Ayuk, Trent Williams. Trent Williams and Ayuk haven't played their best ball. I think it's obvious. I think they'd admit it. I don't think they've gotten a game ball in weeks 1 or week 2. At least I wouldn't give them one. And that's because we know what their standard is. Well, they missed all the training camp, so they're still getting their legs under them. They're still getting back in football shape. So, for those other guys who need to step up, and who do you turn to in the pass game? Juwan Jennings, man. This guy's a clutch receiver, and he gets overshadowed by the other talent they have and the other 3 or 4 receiving targets that seem to get all the catches. But this dude's legit, man. I mean, he went up over the middle multiple times, elevator, second floor, exposing his body, making catches for Brock Purdy in Minnesota last week. And I was just in awe of his ability to, 1, to do it athletically, and 2, I mean, he's got no regard for his body. He's completely sold out for the squad. And I love that. That stuff fires me up.
Yeah, I mean, Juwan Jennings, the 4th and 3 when he caught the 25-yarder you're talking about, and the way he blocks in the run game. So let's get a little more into the Niners, because they, up until the last game of the year last year when we didn't play our guys and Carson Wentz played, but the Rams won. The Niners had beaten the Rams 9 straight times in the regular season, Mark, as you know. And they just trucked them. They ran all over them. And the Rams did a curious thing. They traded Ernest Jones, their inside linebacker, to Tennessee, and ran Carthon right before the season started. And I'm trying to figure out, and you detailed it when James Conner, the Terminator, Concrete Conner, was running all over him, how, the Rams went to a nickel defense, and they've got all these different nickel. I can't figure out what it is. 51 nickel when Troy Reader's on. They got a different, safety playing nickel, and they're all over the place. The bottom line, do you think they're going to get away from that nickel against the 49ers when the Niners go either 21 or 12 and Juszczyk is out there? If they're going to shut the Niner running game down on Sunday, Mark, they got to play big, don't they? I think we lost Mark Sanchez.
Okay, he dropped out.
Yeah, let us know when he comes back. I mean, that's the thing. Why'd they trade Ernest Jones to Tennessee to save money? What was going on there? They realized they couldn't sign him? Mark, I don't know how much you heard of the question, but you detailed it during the broadcast when Arizona ran all over them. The Rams have got to play their bigger personnel to shut down the Shanahan running game, don't they, on Sunday?
No, 100%. I think it was interesting what the Cardinals tried to do, and essentially they're running 12 personnel, 1 back, 2 tight ends, and 2 receivers, and they were just playing this back-and-forth cat-and-mouse game with the Rams, and every time the Rams seemed to line up with a smaller body type, that nickel defender in the box, they'd run it right at him with James Conner. And that dude can really tote the rock. Concrete Conner, that's what I kept calling him, man. He runs hard.
Yeah.
So once that happened, they said, all right, let's throw another linebacker in there. Well, when they put the other linebacker in there, they threw the ball out of 12 because they have 2 serviceable tight ends. One I really like in McBride, who you guys will face a couple times, but I like that kid. He's a Mackey Award winner for the best tight end out of Colorado State. Couple years ago, going into his 3rd year, coming into his own. So they just started to exploit them in the pass game. And so that back and forth chess match was the game within the game, and the Cardinals seemed to get the better of the Rams in that matchup. So I'm curious with the Niners. I mean, they have plenty of that. They can do it with Juszczyk and Kittle. They can do it with their multiple tight ends, especially with Deebo Samuel out. There's nothing wrong with putting a bigger body in there and seeing if the Rams want to go, they want to put everybody in the box, get in a phone booth and duke it out, or if they want to spread everybody out, put some smaller body types in there and see what happens. So I think they'll put that same kind of pressure on this Rams defense who's searching for ways to get stops and turnovers. That's the other thing. They haven't generated a ton of turnovers where, the Niners, that's their calling card, man. Fred Warner and those guys, they got ball hawks on that defense. So somehow they end up either punching the ball out like we saw on Monday night, opening game of the season with Fred Warner, or somehow he gets his hands on a football in the air and just plucks it out of the air.
It's great to talk to Mark Sanchez, Adam Amin, Mark Sanchez, Christina Fink. They'll call the game on Fox, 49ers and Rams from SoFi Stadium. Mark, on the other side of it, I'm sure you've been in these situations where Matthew Stafford is. He's missing 3 offensive linemen, his top 2 receivers. We saw a bunch of injuries in that Detroit game, but at least he had Kupp to go to who he trusted. What is he going to do in this game where the 49ers likely heat him up and he doesn't have his top targets?
Yeah, I mean, any other quarterback, this guy's a first ballot Hall of Famer in my book, and I don't care what anybody else says. But if you go watch that opening game that he had at Detroit, dropping back 49 times with only 3 starters, sometimes 2 starters that you projected as your starters to start the year, and this guy's completing that many balls and willing this team to win, pushing the game into overtime. I mean, that was just a master class on playing the position when you're down personnel. It was incredible. So if anybody can do it, it's Matthew Stafford. It's just becoming more and more difficult and challenging for this guy because of the lack of players that they have to catch the football. And so now you're leaning on guys like Demarcus Robinson, Whittington, the rookie, Johnson, Tyler Johnson. They got a couple guys out of the backfield. I don't know if it makes more sense to put in Blake Corum and Kyron Williams. Like, when you're down players, just give me my best 11. And if we're talking 7-on-7, give me my best 5 targets when we're going to throw the ball. I don't care who it is. Put out 5 running backs if those are your best guys. And that's kind of the situation there. But these are those moments during a season, and usually it's like a small, short stretch during week 12 to week 15, where you really got to burn the midnight oil, get in the lab, and design a bunch of plays for players that aren't your superstars because guys are nicked up, right? That's when coaches really make their money and really, come into their own and display their genius. It's not when everybody's healthy and you're calling basic ball plays and they just go out execute everybody else. It's now. And so he's going to have to dial up some of these plays in his Sean McVay mad scientist lab and figure out how to get guys in open positions. And my man's going to be up for quite a bit. He ain't sleeping much this week against that defense.
Now, they're going to be a desperate football team. They don't want to lose this game. It's their home opener and fall to 0-3. But they started slow last year, and they rallied, and they were a playoff team and almost beat the Lions in that playoff game. Conversely,
and I think they do get the benefit of that early bye week.
Yeah. And
I think they're like a week 5, week 6 bye or something like that. So that'll really help them, especially when they need to get guys back bad. And namely those 2 receivers in Nakua and Kupp.
And when week 5 rolls around, the Arizona Cardinals are coming to Levi's. Just the other side of it, watching your game back, not just Concrete Connor, but the rookie Marvin Harrison Jr., you mentioned McBride, the tight end. And Kyler Murray looks like a different guy. We saw him at the end off the ACL, but he looks just so poised. They ran all over them. Their defense attacked him. Murray was so efficient. Are the Arizona Cardinals a sleeper in the NFC West this year, Mark?
Well, I think with the way the Rams are decimated, it's still early in the season, so anybody can turn it around. Guys get healthy and things flip fast. You know how fast things can change in this league. But with that being said, I was impressed with what I saw from Kyler. And I said before the broadcast, I said, this is his prime time, his prime of his career, where he's still athletic enough to make these wild plays, these, top 10 Sports Center type plays every week. But He's been around the block now. He's had 67 starts. He's thrown a lot of footballs in this league. He knows exactly what wins and what loses in this league. So there's no excuse for him not to make great decisions with the football. And he did exactly that. So he's athletic enough and smart enough. Now it's time for him to really take over in his second year in the system, really speaking the language. Healthy offseason, knowing what's going on. They get him a playmaker early in the draft. They finally use him and move him around last week instead of all the static formations of week one. They moved Marvin Harrison into the slot. They motioned him across the ball just to get him some access, to gain leverage, to get him open, to scheme him open. And it really showed. And then when it came time for him to extend plays, break the pocket, move around, I mean, it's so hard. It's like trying to catch a jackrabbit, man. You can't grab that guy. You can't get him to the turf. He's still too quick. He looks completely healthy, confident in his knee. And when he's throwing the ball like that, and more importantly, taking care of the ball like that, that's going to be really tough. That could be a great matchup for you guys.
Talking ball, 49ers and Rams with Mark Sanchez, Adam Amin, and Christina Pink on Fox for 49ers and Rams. Before we let you go, you got to have a few extra minutes because Tim Ryan, your fellow Trojan, is going to be down there. He wants to have a hair off with you. He's adamant that his hair is better, longer. Oh yeah, he was on with us this morning from the studio here at Levi Stadium, and he's adamant that his hair is better,
So I got to pick a T-Rock's hair. His is way below shoulder length. Last time I saw you before the Saints preseason, are you beyond shoulder length? How low are you going?
I mean, we're close. It depends on the humidity and the amount of product that I have in it, you know? So it just really depends. I can't, nail that down.
Yeah.
However, I am happy to have a hair off with Tim Ryan, and we'll come up with some sort of bet. Losers got to shave their head.
Oh, wow. Good call right
How
there.
about the USC Trojans, since you're all USC, and he's coming back to play in this game, I think he'll start. Talanoa Hufanga. We got to get him in the hair off as well.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I love it. What a stud player. I really like that kid. I'm so happy he's getting healthy and hopefully back on the field soon. That's going to be fun.
I think he's starting on Sunday, Mike. I think he's back.
Oh, yeah.
He's back.
I'll have a whole rollout for that guy. I'm going to get his warm-up, walkout music ready to go. I'm going to hire the band. They'll be there on the field warming him up.
That's awesome, man. Hey, Mark, it was great catching up, man. You're doing great work on Fox. Really appreciate it, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Awesome. We'll catch up down the road.
See
Thanks,
you Sunday, brother. Thank you.
That was fun. Mark Sanchez doing a great job. Again, Adam Amin on the call. He's very, very good. Christina Pink on the sidelines, and they'll have it from Levi South, which he enjoyed. He enjoyed the Levi South.
By the way, Kyler Murray, what is a perfect quarterback rating in the NFL, John?
158.3.
Kyler Murray had a 158.3.
He, in fact, for that, and there was some other record he set, his jersey's going to the Hall. That jersey that he wore on Sunday is going to the Hall. Yeah, because it was something like, it was a perfect quarterback rating, and there was something else. It had never been done before. And so they're putting his jersey in the Hall.
50 yards rushing, maybe, or more?
It was, yeah.
He was
like
17 of 21, 266, 3 tugs. The one to Harrison, and Harrison came alive. The one he threw.
I think you're right. It was something rushing.
The one he
plus
threw to Higgins, though, that was incredible.
Yeah.
Jared Verse had him sacked a couple of times. He got out of it. He did a cut, and then he did, phew. That's the guy I saw at Oklahoma win the Heisman Trophy. He's a little scared of the Arizona Cardinals this year, a little bit.
Yeah, he looks good. All right, we'll come back. We'll give you some remnants before we get out of here at the top of the hour. And I think Tolbert is back. He was back yesterday. So the boys are back together. If you missed it yesterday, you'll get that at the top of the hour. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Is your home ready for kickoff? Everybody knows that hosting friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy a football Sunday, so get ready for an elevated game day by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. Football and painting season are now in full swing, so now is the perfect time to tackle your indoor and outdoor paint projects. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals. Update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint. for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. So change your luck with a fresh coat of paint. Whether you're calling it audible or following the playbook, find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. And we are playing 17 games and have for many years now. So let Benjamin Moore help you extend the life of your home for many years to come. Support your team and your local, independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Take us back to the day, Ayuk, that you signed your contract extension, okay?
When they gave you that huge signing bonus.
How long's that thing?
Ayuk.
Man. Take us back, Ayuk.
See, I'm not the only one that didn't watch that. Kyle Shanahan didn't watch it either. He never even watched Receivers on Netflix.
He didn't?
Kyle did not watch it. John Lynch did not watch it.
Well, I can't watch it now. It's too. I mean,
You're in season.
They're
now.
in season.
They're
It's going to take a while, but I am a little bit surprised. I thought it was pretty good.
They take July off.
Yeah, I guess so.
They
You can't be
decompress.
football all the time.
They decompress.
Although we never go too far away from it. I enjoy it.
I got away from it a little bit. I
Yeah,
did
you
like-
have to, too.
I did watch that. All I'm concerned about right now, John, is the weather in Baltimore, Maryland.
Do you have an update there?
I will
Yeah.
give you it rained during the game
Yes,
last night,
sir.
and they played right through the rain. My Wi-Fi's not working. Right
Okay.
now.
In the meantime, you'll find it at some point. Our annual "when it doesn't rain for a while" conversation. It's okay.
it's a
The
bad-
rain is not the snow. It's not that big of a deal.
No, but it impacts our,
I'm
our
saying,
day tomorrow.
Oh, exactly. But what I'm saying is, in driving down here today, we hadn't had rain in quite a long time, and there was a just a smattering, I would say, but it was it was on the road. My God, man, you don't have to slow down 20 miles an hour. Just
I
drive.
understand. They don't know. Well,
Just, you know,
the difference
just drive.
is it rain or is it just Carl? I've had a lot of days the last 2 months where the fog and Carl coming
Yeah.
off the bay feels like rain. My windshield shows that it's rain. That's not actually rain. Today it rained.
It rained. It rained, but it was
All right,
just
today.
And I try to chill. I don't.
30% chance of rain today. I think we're okay. The real issue is tomorrow because we have a day game in
Yeah.
Baltimore. I think
We're gonna
we're-
have to
I
do
think
rain
we're
delay
fine.
theater tomorrow.
No, I think we're good. I'm looking at cloudy weather, high of 80, but no rain. I think we're good.
That's good.
What time is the game tomorrow? Is
Time to
that
start?
right when our show starts?
Oh, it does?
I'll get it. So we got a game tonight that starts 2:30, Giants pregame. Tolbert's coming back from 2 weeks vacation to do a 30-minute show?
No, he was back yesterday.
Oh, he was.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's a 10:05 first pitch. Oh, boy.
Tomorrow?
So
What's the weather?
No, it's not going to rain tomorrow.
Oh, good.
We're good. But we're not going to have with this pitch clock, which I do like
I
most days, but we're having a day game tomorrow, so I don't know.
means I have to
Because I'm
sit-
going to be here
I sit in
tomorrow.
my studio.
Tomorrow's a regular day for us. I'll be here for practice, so let me know if I...
Yeah, I'll just text you.
I may take that hour off. We'll
I'm
see.
just gonna hang out. I just sit in my studio and I just watch the game, and we might have to come on. And then last time, it was a couple of weeks ago, I thought we were clear, so I ran to I had to do something at Home Depot or something. I run over to Home Depot because I'm a manly guy who fixes stuff around the house. And
you're just a Falcons fan.
so I
You're
run
running to Arthur
Oh,
Blank?
yeah, right. So I run over there to grab something, and all of a sudden I get this text from Walter and ask my car to read it. It says, "We might be going on," and I'm like, "What do you mean we might be
Because that
going
game
on?"
started at like 11 o'clock.
So I was
It's like,
hoping
how's
we
that
weren't,
gonna
because
possibly be
I'm
on?
walking around Home Depot going, oh, it's going to be tough
What
to
were you-
broadcast over here.
Were you buying some pipe, John? Gonna lay some pipe?
Yes, exactly. That's what I do. I just walk around. I just quiz them, just making sure you know. I would honestly be the worst Home Depot person ever. Somebody asks me something, I'm like, I have no idea. I can do the basics. I got a ladder, got a couple of screwdrivers at my house.
The screwdriver
A
you have
drill.
at your house is in your bar.
Right, exactly.
Your Belichick take a shot at Arthur Blank for
Oh,
coming
my
down the
God.
sideline when it was 28-3.
Think he's mad he didn't get hired? Oh, man.
He took a shot
dress-
at the owner.
He talked
He took a shot
ripped
at
the
the
whole
owner.
organization, but he talked about how he saw Arthur
He's
Blank.
so
and
glad he didn't take that job and that crippled quarterback.
Or he's mad he didn't get it. He was
No, he took a
mad.
shot at them being up 28-3.
Yeah.
And they were celebrating a game they didn't win.
And then the last thing, we discussed this early, but Woj is leaving. No more Woj bombs. St. Bonaventure. He's going to be, Schefter reportedly said, I don't know why Schefter's doing this, but he's the program's general manager. You're saying he's going to be the athletic director. Either way,
he is athletic
he's
director.
gone. So, and it just so happens that Shams has a contract that is running out. I'd imagine that we'll probably see Shams on ESPN. I don't know. Who knows? How many insiders do you need?
I'm
You
worried
need
about
one
the
in each
Bonnie's
sport.
basketball program.
Oh,
I
you
don't
are?
care about their insider. So what is Bob Myers going to do? Wojnarowski was the only guy on that show that was any semblance of credible.
He's leaving, isn't he?
And Bob's staying. He's not going anywhere.
Oh, he's. I thought he was going to be a one and doneer. I thought he was going to.
What
go
job
back
is he going to
basketball.
take?
Wasn't he going to be the GM of the Clippers or
Well,
something?
training camp starts in 2 weeks. I don't think that's happening.
I can't believe he's going to go back. I don't want to speak for Bob, but I'm going to say something that I think is obvious. He doesn't like Stephen A. He doesn't like being
That's
on
part
that
of the
set.
bit. He likes that. Well, now he's not going to have Woj in the middle, so.
I don't know. He just looks at him sometimes like, what in the hell are you talking? Like, what is wrong with you?
He does it all the time. He does it every
What
show.
is wrong with you?
You realize the Warriors are in Hawaii in 2 weeks from now? Training camp is underway.
Can we go?
Unbelievable.
Can we hang out?
You want to go?
Yeah, kidding me? Oh, yeah, you got stuff to do.
You're not going to
You're
Maui, John. You're going to the Big Island.
That's where my mom is. We'll just hang out. I
There you
know
go.
places. I know people. But you always have something to do.
Well, I
You
got
always ruin
the Arizona
everything.
Cardinals coming in.
You have a real job. It always ruins everything.
A little busy. Check with me in late October. I'm free on a bye week by
What
then.
about, can't you just call it from an iPad like you used to do in the good old days?
Raheem Mostert with a toss sweep.
All right, that'll do it for us today. Thanks to Mark Sanchez, who was a lot of fun to talk to today, and he'll be on the call for Fox this weekend. Tim Ryan in the Activator. They're going to have a hair off in that whole thing and how he saved you. Thanks to those guys. If we've missed anything, just go to knbr.com. Thanks to Danny. Thanks to Walter. We even heard from Holler today. That was nice, the big boss. 2-minute meeting, and that's it from Levi's Stadium. We'll be back at Levi's Stadium. We got a short show tomorrow with Giants, but they are back together. They were yesterday. It's Tolbert and Copes on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. We'll be with you for about 25 minutes. 30 minutes. We'll get you ready for the Orioles and the Giants. Resounding win last night to get him within 5 games of 500. What's up, Copes?
Resounding win. Tough deal. Tough deal.
Just to give, I'm gonna let everybody know before we get into what we're gonna get into. We're gonna talk a little bit about Farhan Zaidi here for a second. But when we switch over to the stream, a couple of things. I don't know how long I'm gonna be, but I got to get into a couple of things. I know I asked you guys. I told you guys you should watch this. I don't know if you have or not. If anybody's watched the Bronx Zoo, I think it's on Prime. And I told you guys to watch the second episode, the Mel Hall episode.
I've not gotten into it yet. No, I forgot, actually.
Well, I'm going to get into that a little bit. It's too good. It's like, it's horrifying, and you're laughing at the same time. Like, how is this even possible? How is it, how is it, what? Like, that's what it was. And then another thing I was going to get into, have you seen the 30 for 30 stolen gold?
I don't think so. Which one is that? Is it new?
It's about the Spanish Paralympic basketball team.
No, I've not seen that one.
Okay.
No. Stolen gold. Hold on.
You want to
Paralympic basketball team stolen gold?
You want to talk about like immediate just a one-way ticket to hell? There were some people on there that are going to get their one-way ticket. I mean, it's just, you're watching. That's, again, another one where it's like you're disgusted, laughing, and almost crying at the same time. You're laughing at the absurdity. You're disgusted by what happened, and you're crying like it's some of the ramifications that happened because of decisions made by others.
So here's what it is. It delves into the incredible true story of Ramon Torres and the Spanish intellectually disabled basketball team's dramatic journey to the gold medal at the Sydney Paralympics in 2000. The documentary exposes the shocking aftermath of their victory, where Ramon discovers that some of his teammates are not what they seem. Oh, my God. No way.
Dude, not some. 10.
Among them is an undercover journalist intent on revealing an outrageous scandal. This is insane,
bro.
I'm watching this today. This is
one of the guys. I'll just give you a little tidbit, but I'll get into a little bit more. One of the guys played for one of the guys played for a Spanish professional team.
Tom defended him, right?
It was literally the worst thing I've ever, one of the worst things I've ever seen. I could not believe what I was watching. I just couldn't. It was like, no way, no how did this happen? And how did I not know about it? It happened 25 years ago. I think it's 2000. How did this not get reported more? How did I, oh my God.
How did I not know about this?
Dude,
This
you're
is
going to watch
incredible.
this. I was telling Tim before he came out, I go, literally, you're upset, you're laughing, and you're crying too.
Because you can't believe it. It sounds shocking.
Yeah, because some of the ramifications that happened because of their decisions to the intellectually challenged athlete.
I can't wait. I'm stoked to watch this.
Dude, you're just gonna be again, you laugh. You're not laughing at it, you're laughing at the absurdity. You gotta be kidding me.
You think I'm funny? It's not funny like a clown. No, it's funny like I can't believe this.
Give me my damn gold medal.
Dude, by the way, you better win gold. You know what I mean? Can you imagine? Finished fourth. It was a fourth place finish. We lost the bronze medal game.
Oh God, it was unbelievable. So we'll get into that just a little bit.
We'll get into that.
Let's get into these stories, these dueling Farhan Zaidi stories.
We can do that next. We got a lot of time.
Okay.
We don't have a lot of time. We'll talk more about that. But since we have a brief amount of time here, just real quick, how about the news from Adrian Wojnarowski today?
That was the ultimate Woj bomb, wasn't it?
That's a Woj nuke, dude. He's just retired. He's done.
The Woj bomb. I'm done.
And the best is that the funniest thing to me is it was one of the first things I saw this morning to where I still had the sleep in my eyes. And I was like, what am I looking at here? What's this? He's going to take the GM job at what team? Oh no, not
the
team.
Bonnies.
At St. Bonaventure.
The Bonnies,
the
baby.
Bonnies, dude. These teams all have GMs now. Remember we talked about this with a couple college football guys because you got NIL stuff, and they even pointed out that it's going to include NIL deals and negotiation stuff. Anyway. Who should be the new NBA insider for ESPN? Is it Shams now? He's the best guy going. Shams can sleep
where's
easy
he at?
now.
The Athletic?
He's all over. He does I think he's technically the Athletic, but he works for other publications as well.
My buddy texted me because I texted because we have a 10-person text thread, and I call my buddy the celebrity. One of my other buddies the celebrity Grim Reaper because if somebody dies, it's like R.I.P. so and so, they will be missed. R.I.P. so and so, they will be missed. And about half the time, I actually go, really? Will they? Are they really going to be missed? Because he comes up with the dumbest guys. He's Mr. He 70s TV, knows all the actors and they were a guest star in one episode. He'd know. I go, are they really going to be missed?
I'm going to miss you.
By their family, yes. But so I did the RIP.
2-episode arc he had on Mork and Mindy. I'll never forget it.
Exactly. So I dropped the RIP Woj bombs on there, and one of my other buddies hit me back. He goes, that opens the door for Tolbert's torpedoes. I go, no, it doesn't.
Yeah, you're going to be the guy.
Yeah, I'm going to be the guy breaking news. Yeah, that's probably not going to happen. But I had to check around just to make sure that was real. I was like, somebody pulling my leg on this one? No, sure enough. Taking the GM job, and you mentioned the GM job. Jay Wright was the first one that kind of clued me into that. The former Villanova coach. When I was talking to him last year, he goes, "Yeah," because he was just talking casually about the Villanova GM. They got to do the GM, and I go, "Hold on, wait, what? Did you just say GM? You guys have a GM?" He goes, "Oh yeah." He goes, "Yeah, the GMs handle the NIL and all the portals. Just everything that the coaches don't have time to handle or don't want to handle." And I was like, God dang. And then we read the story not that long ago about Bama, signing a GM to a pretty big time contract.
Well, remember who was telling us a couple weeks ago that wait till, I think it was, I can't remember who was telling us this, leading up to some college football. Maybe it was Dr. Bob, who we were saying each school next year is going to get an allotment of money, for all of their sports teams where they can pay a salary. So then we said, so if your school gets $20 million, and that's for baseball, basketball, football, if he says, let's just say that's the number, then you've got to determine, okay, how much of that is going to go to football players? Then you've got to determine who on the football team is getting paid higher than other players on the team. You don't have to believe, I don't think pay anybody, but they have the ability and the option now. We mentioned yesterday on the YouTube stream after when we were on KNBR off air, Tennessee is upping their ticket prices so that they can pay the players more next year, which I'm like, it's unbelievable. They're going to put this on the fans to do that, too.
Yeah,
like, you haven't had the money. We don't want to mess with our bottom line. We just want to add to it here. But no,
how does it affect you guys? Not much. It's going to affect the fans, but we're about the same. We'll be good.
You need a GM now almost, right? Like you need to have, yeah.
Isn't it crazy? Like I was just kidding when I said it like a year or so ago when I knew all this stuff was coming, but I didn't know the GM stuff was coming. I was like, this is basically NFL Junior now.
Yep.
And it is. It's exactly what it is. I mean, it's so far away. Like, I know we've been so far away from amateurism for a long, long time now, ever since the TV contracts exploded. But, I mean, now it's just, I don't even think they're making any pretenses anymore. It's just like, look, this is the NFL. You know, it's the NFL. It's a junior NFL. We got GMs now. We got coaches. I don't really care one way or the other. It doesn't affect me. I'm not one of those guys that says, oh, man, I can't wait. We should get back to amateurism. Whatever. Bite me. You don't need to get back to amateurism at all. It is what it is. We love big-time college football. Those of us that love college football, this is what it's been for a while now, and it's been heading toward this direction. I'm telling you, you're going to get a Super Bowl. You're going to get a massive Big Ten and a massive SEC. They're going to play each other, and then they're going to have their own separate playoffs, and then the winner of the Big Ten will play the winner of the SEC for like the collegiate Super Bowl or whatever they want to call it. And that's cool by me. That's just the way it is. I wish everybody would be honest about it and then not try to tell us, it's still about school, it's still about, the student athlete. Don't say that. It's like when you go to live, just tell us you went for the money. Don't lie to us. Oh, I like playing the shorts and the 3 rounds and the fans. It's going to be just tell us. Look, you see how much money they paid me. That's why I went.
Right.
I think we'd all go, cool. Hey, I would too. That much money. Why wouldn't you go? But I hate when people try to dance around it because they know exactly why they're doing it, and yet they don't want to tell you why they're doing it. But of course, we all know.
Take a page out of Shane McMahon's book, dude. It's all about the money, man. Shane McMahon told you exactly what he and Simmons told you.
Money, about the money.
That's not the song. That wasn't where I was going. Adam, totally different song. Adam Copeland and Tom Tolbert with you. Another short one. We got Giants pregame at 2:35 after a win yesterday against the Orioles behind Blake Snell. And we'll talk more about this Farhan and Giants front office stories related to Matt Chapman's future and getting that deal done. But first, I got to tell you how you can win 2 tickets to go see Sebastian Maniscalco February 1st, 2025 at the SAP Center in San Jose. Tune in between 2 and, 2:12 now and 2:35. We'll give you the cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win those tickets to see Sebastian Maniscalco February 1st at SAP, furnished by Live Nation. Grab the rules at knbr.com. Tim, what's the cue to call?
The Seahawks blocked a 48-yard field goal with 4 minutes left, which would have put the Pats up 6. That was a big play in this game. Smith played well, and his receivers, Metcalf caught 10, Jackson Smith Nagujuba, the kid from Ohio State, he caught...
Stop. God dang it, dog.
Oh, dude. Jackson Nagujuba. So bad, dude. Not even close. It's not even close. Telford and Combs. When you hear that sound, we call her 10-415-896-KNBR. We've got battling stories on Farhan's involvement in Matt Chapman's future between Andy Baggerly and Susan Slusser. We'll tell you what Sluss said yesterday relative to what Bags had to say over the weekend, and whether or not we figured out anything about whether or not Farhan is going to return beyond this season. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader. Both our Giants insiders, Andy Baggerly and Susan Slusser, joined KNBR after having differing articles on what exactly went down on Matt Chapman's contract. Listen to both podcasts up now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team. If you're feeling overwhelmed by IRS tax problems, no worries. Alex Kugelman's got you. It happens to all of us. Sometimes you just need the money for family expenses. An emergency happens and it's like, well, sorry, Sammy. You're just going to have to wait this time. But Sammy doesn't wait forever. They do not forget. So if you have any issues whatsoever, whether it be a late filing and you're not sure how to handle it anymore, how to file your crypto, even criminal charges, they can deal with those as well. They deal with it all. That's what they do. You shouldn't have to do it yourself. Tax law is complicated enough. You don't want to have to go through it. Give them the bag of stress. Let them worry about it. Set up a consultation. They'll walk you through it, give you a game plan, and then they will handle it. They'll deal with the IRS, and you can start breathing easier. Now look, I mean, you're going to have to pay, but there are avenues that they may be able to present to you that you wouldn't think of yourself. Again, complicated stuff. Sometimes you just don't get them in on time, and if that's ever happened to you, set up a consultation with Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team. They're personable, they're knowledgeable, they know what they're talking about, and they can get it done. They've done my taxes for a few years now. I love it. Just send it in. I know it's done. I know it's done right the first time. I don't have to worry about it, and you shouldn't have to worry about it either. So, consultation, let them set you up with a game plan. They'll be transparent about pricing. Then you decide what road you want to go down. All you have to do is reach out at sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com. Kugelman Law, your tax, crypto, and estate planning attorneys. Alex Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. They're Tolbert and Coates, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. And we had this news last week about the Matt Chapman contract getting hammered out. And then the news coming out per Andy Baggerly of The Athletic that Buster Posey was the one who got this deal done per ownership. Here's what happened on Sunday. Baggerly wrote a piece in The Athletic that Farhan Zaidi was not really involved in Matt Chapman's new deal, or was not the one who got the deal done. Not that he wasn't involved. Quote, it was an ownership group that viewed re-signing Chapman as a slam dunk and did not trust Zaidi and Boris to finish at the rim. Then, Susan Slesser followed that for the Chronicle with John Shea. They had another article together in the Chronicle that said, Scott Boras was quoted as saying, quote, any report that suggests that Farhan and I did not negotiate the final package is inaccurate. That's a quote from Scott Boras. Regardless of the differing details of each story, both say the Giants will take a long, hard look at Farhan's future with the organization. Susan even suggested on Pop Unland yesterday that Farhan could take a demotion title this offseason and stay within the organization. So last week, Tom, Farhan joined us while you were off, and he answered questions about his future with the team. And he basically, every answer he gave was about the expectation to be back next year. What he also confirmed, and I think you were out when this story came out as well from John Shea, is that there was a report about Farhan's contract that he's actually only signed, along with Bob Melvin, through next year. We originally believed it was 2 more years. It's through next year with an option for both of them, and Farhan confirmed to me last week on our show that what was reported is accurate. It's a lot to digest, but what do you make out of all this and how it's played out over the last week or so?
Oh, well, look, I think you got to take anything that Scott Boras says with a grain of salt, because if he says, yeah, those reports are accurate, then that makes him look like he wasn't even involved in the contracts, right? That it was just Chapman and Posey getting it done. And Baggs' story basically said the Giants ownership group was frustrated that Zaidi and Boras couldn't get this done.
Not that they weren't working on it; they hadn't finished yet. But I mean, I was wondering.
Well, I think they were frustrated that it wasn't coming closer to like they wanted.
They wanted it done, and they thought it was a slam dunk. Okay,
exactly. Yeah. So, look, to go back and forth, like I completely trust what Baggs right. I completely trust what Susan and John Shea right. So it's just where they're getting their information from. And as soon as I read that Boras was the one saying that it was false, then I'm like, oh, of course he's going to say that. If you're an agent and you're not doing anything, then what are you getting paid for? So that wouldn't look good for him.
Well, don't forget, Jordan Montgomery fired Scott Boras after the way his offseason went. So, I mean, you wonder what the frustration level is on a player side of this. Blake Snell obviously got a deal and is probably going to get a whole lot more. I don't think he's going to have a problem with suitors this offseason, but when Scott Boras says something like that, I don't think it detracts necessarily from what Andy Baggerly is saying. I just think it gives more context to the way the negotiations were going. Like, I don't know that these are complete differing stories, more that we're getting more details and that it seems like ownership tabbed Buster Posey to come finish this thing because they were frustrated. I imagine they've been frustrated numerous times in the last few years with Scott Boras. Yeah. But, I don't know that it changes a whole lot.
I also think it was interesting when Chapman signed just because he's a Boras client. And I think it was in Bag's story where I think, I don't know if it was inferred or I don't think it's something Boras said, but it was something that was in the article that Boras said they could use what the Giants offered as the floor for going into the offseason in free agency. And I think Chapman was like, no, I just want to get it done. I want to be here. This is where I want to be. And I remember Jared Weaver signed with the Angels. He was a Boras client. Right. He didn't go to free agency. And I thought, wow. Like, I always think, wow, when a Boris client doesn't go to free agency, because he always wants his guys to go to free agency because he figures he can get the most money. Mostly, last offseason did not work out. How I think this relates to Zaidi is that it changes things that 2 years aren't guaranteed. Next year is the only year that's guaranteed. And it's such a weird thing because I think in reading both articles, you get the feeling the ownership group feels – I don't want to say the same way I feel, but I've always felt like, look, this guy's really smart, and I think he can figure this out, and I think he can get it done. But I don't know he can get it done, and he hasn't gotten it done. And in this sport, in professional sports, this is big boy stuff. I mean, you got to win games at some point. Just because you're smart, and just because you know how to finagle this and get this done and do that. Like, at the bottom line, no one cares. Like, where are the wins? And I could almost feel like in reading, I think it was Bag's article, you could feel Posey. I could almost feel him just thinking, what have we done, like, with the Giants? Like, we won 3 championships when I was here. I get the feeling that Posey doesn't think this is a place you can win. I think he feels like this is a place you should win. Like, this should be a team that's up there with the Dodgers and the Yankees and the Astros over the past few years. Like, the elite teams. Like, it should be one of the elite teams. And it sure as hell shouldn't be behind the Diamondbacks and the Padres. So I think he's probably frustrated with that. I think if Farhan wasn't as smart as he is, then I think he would have been gone probably before now. But you just think like, okay, because we've talked to him plenty, and I like talking to him, and I learned something when I talked to him, and he's well thought out. I read Tim Kawakami's piece today, and he thought he hit on something that was really, really cool, where he said, you know, he doesn't buy into the romanticism of baseball. Like, he's going to do it analytically and what makes sense. And sometimes maybe you have to buy into it.
How can you not be analytic about baseball? That's the new saying, you know?
Maybe you have to sometimes.
Everybody mentions
it. Yeah. Maybe you have to and just say, you know what? I know this doesn't make sense, but I'm going to do it anyway. Because I think this is best for our ball club. I think this is something that people will get behind. I think that for ancillary reasons, it can help the ball club. It's not all about the numbers. So I like I think with Chapman, it's not just about the numbers, although the numbers are really good. And I think I was surprised. I think most people would be surprised. I think they call it B-WAR or whatever that factors in defense. He's like second in the National League behind Ohtani. Like his WAR because of his defense is a lot higher than you think it might be. But he's a pro. He's well liked in the clubhouse. He's a guy that I think commands respect. And there's something there's an intangible there that you can't plug into a computer and say, okay, what's this worth? But you know it's worth something. And I think that's what Posey saw. I think Posey saw somebody that, like, I'd love to play with this guy. Like, this is my type of guy. I'd like to play with somebody like this guy. No nonsense, gets his work done, good clubhouse guy, plays the game the right way, busts his ass. Let's get this done. Because he's not a guy that's like you build around, but he's a guy that you need on a team, like if you're going to have a winning team. So, yeah, I would say if I would guess right now, I'd say 50-50. Like, I don't have a good feel one way or the other. If he's back, I wouldn't be shocked. If he is let go, wouldn't be shocked. If they brought him back, I don't think he's even guaranteed to get through the season if the season doesn't go well. So I think everything's on the table for him right now.
And I said this last week. We're going to talk more about this, but I wonder if at any point Buster Posey becomes one of the focal points of that search, being that he moved back here with his family and is clearly now more involved. We can talk more about that as we get into the offseason. Larry Berry is going to join us tomorrow. We'll talk to him about McCovey Cove Dave and that punk ass, whatever he's doing. And then Farhan is going to join us for the last time this season coming up next week. Like, give the ball up, Dave. Quit being a punk ass.
What happened?
I will tell you about it later.
Oh, not the Ramos. Not the Ramos.
Dude, he won't give the ball back. It's unbelievable. He said, quote, I earned this. We got to take a quick break. We get you ready. Yeah, what an ass. We'll talk to you. We got Giants pregame coming up at 2:35. It's Auburn and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Metcalf caught 10. Jackson Smith Nagujuba, the kid from Ohio State.
All right, let's get you ready for the Orioles and the Giants. I want to thank everybody. All right.
Good,
thank you very
work,
much,
Jeff.
Derek. Great job today. Well done. Well done. Tim, good hustle. I like to see it. We're going to switch over in a little bit. Copes is going to... You got a softball game tonight?
No, we opened on Monday night. Got a big win against Beans and Rice. That's the name of their team. I'm just saying. We whoop them regularly, and we did so again Monday. Just back to the drawing board, you know.
Oh, on that note, take it away, Dirk.
Oh, my God! Oh! Shut it down! Let's go
Welcome to Camden Yards in downtown Baltimore. It's the Giants and the Orioles. Game 2 of the series. A great night for the Giants last night. Back of Blake Snell, who was extraordinarily good. 12 strikeouts in 6 one-hit innings and a 10-0 win for the Giants. Now Hayden Birdsong goes for the Giants tonight against the right-hander Dean Kramer. I'm John Miller. Dave Fleming will be along in the middle innings, and a full pregame show is next.
Hey, everybody. It is September 18th in Giants history, and we're going to go back 5 years. And if you remember, the Giants at Fenway on September 18, 2019, and Bruce Bochy, this was pretty cool. I was really lucky to be there. KNBR, the morning show, we had made a trip out to Fenway Park, and Bruce Bochy was sitting on 1,999 career wins. So it was going to be pretty special to see if he could get to 2,000, and of course, spoiler alert, he did. Rolling, too. The Giants were winning 11-2 in the bottom of the ninth on this September night at Fenway Park. Stephen Vogt, the current Cleveland Guardians manager, hit a home run, drove in 4. Kevin Pillar, who would win the Willie Mack Award, and Christian Adames. Do you guys remember him? That's a deep pull for your immaculate grid. They each had 3 hits. And Jeff Samardzija, good dude, threw 6 solid innings. So now the story's Bochy to close this thing out, trying to get win number 2,000. A guy named Anderson Franco was pitching. I wonder if Bochy even remembers that name. He gave up a 2-out home run to Jackie Bradley to stall the party, 11-3. was the score. But up next was Marco Hernandez, and Anderson Franco is going to get Boch to the 2K level.
He delivers. There's a swing and a fly ball into center. Drifting back, Pilar. He's under it, and he's got it, and that is the victory. Number 2,000 in the brilliant managerial career of Bruce Bochy. He is the 11th manager in the entire history of Major League Baseball to reach that plateau. He's getting saluted from the Boston dugout. He takes his hat off and points over toward Alex Cora and those Red Sox who were applauding his 2,000th career win.
Ready for this? He was only the 11th manager in Major League history to reach 2,000 wins. Wow, what a club. And there was a good pack of Giants fans behind the third base dugout chanting his name and everything. Boch with a lot of hat tips and finger points and claps. It was a really, really special night. September 18th, 2019. Hey, before we go, September 18th, we continue to remember Willie Mays. And on 1961, he only went 1 for 4, but the Giants won against the Milwaukee Braves because his teammate Orlando Cepeda hit a walk-off 2-run homer that turned a 2-1 deficit into a 3-2 Giants win. That was September 18th, 1961. And this has been Brian Murphy with this date in Giants history.
All right, time to get ready for the O's and the Giants after the Giants bludgeoned the Orioles last night 10-0. We'll see what young Hayden Birdsong has in store tonight. Hello, John.
Hey, John.
Hello, Copes and Tolbert. Yeah. Or Tolbert and Copes.
Either or.
I'm trying to
whatever.
play up to both of you. There we go. Yeah.
Whatever.
I wish you were here in Baltimore because I just went up with Andy Baggerly, and the press food here it used to be great in Baltimore because in the press room, for the writers and the broadcasters and whatnot, I mean, you had to pay for it, but you could get a Baltimore crab cake in the press room. That was immediately made it the best press dining room in the whole game. They don't do that anymore, and it's kind of I don't want to say too much, but apparently if they have chicken and fish, you could have one or the other, and whichever one you pick is the size of a 50-cent piece, and and don't ask for the other one. It's like because that's offensive. But so we went up today to the next level and found a place that actually sells crab cakes here, and we got ourselves some Baltimore crab cakes. And so anyway, and you just caught me right in the middle of my second crab cake. So pretty good. That's why they call Maryland the land of pleasant living. And Baltimore, one of the nicknames is Charm City. So, yeah.
I always thought they called Maryland the Crab City. or the crab state.
Yeah, I never heard that.
That's why I always got a shot before I went to Maryland, just in case.
So I feel like I would have heard
What are we
that
doing?
at some point in the 16 years I lived here. But anyway, maybe that happened since I left. But anyway,
my goodness gracious.
So, and I saw Cal Ripken this morning.
Nice.
And,
Oh, really?
Yeah, up in way up north. Ron Shapiro, a long time, my lawyer, my agent, and whatnot, and he's still going strong. And he has this big business conference called the Butler Conference of Leadership, and so a lot of CEOs and people like that. They bring in. There was a woman who came in, I think Karen Silverman, maybe from San Francisco, one of the foremost authorities on AI and what's up with that, and where we're going with that, and the benefits of it, and some of the things that might not be benefits, things to watch out, pitfalls perhaps.
You mean like robots killing us?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Oh no, that's a movie from with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Just because it's a movie, John, doesn't mean it's not going to happen.
Hasta la vista, baby. And the what was that called? The whatever, I can't remember the name.
Terminator? Is that what we're talking about?
Oh, there you go, Terminator. Yeah. Yeah.
Kindergarten Cop? No, it wasn't that one.
Yeah.
Oh, wasn't that one.
Coming back.
It's
from
not
the
a tumor. It's not. Anyway, I don't know what the hell.
So
hey,
anyway, and Cal Ripken was up there too. So I got to see
Nice.
Cal and a lot of.
I got his
cool
autograph
people
back in the day.
You did?
Got a ball signed by Cal Ripken. Yeah, when I was playing for the Warriors, I used to go through the tunnel that connected the basketball arena and the baseball stadium. Go over there and watch baseball games, free of charge, of course. And then I knew the our ball boy with the Warriors used to also work as I don't know if he's a club out attendant or what his title was, but he worked over there too. So he'd go, yeah, who do you want to get autographs from? I'll get you some balls. So big baseball fan. I always told he got me Nolan Ryan, got me some Angels, and then Cal Ripken was there. I got to meet him. I just shook his hand. So that was pretty cool. I was always a big Cal Ripken fan, being that he was a shortstop and a big shortstop, and I like big shortstops.
He was almost as tall as you. He was.
Yeah.
And everybody kept saying, "Oh, he can't play short. He's too tall." But he played it pretty well, I think.
I think he played it really well.
Yeah. So that interestingly, Cal here at Camden Yards, either the night that he tied Lou Gehrig's consecutive games record, or the night that he was going to break it, the first ball ceremony, Earl Weaver, who was Cal's first manager and in the big leagues. And so Cal went out to catch Earl's first pitch, and then big ovation for Earl. He throws the pitch, and then Cal goes out to Earl, and he says to Earl, they're the only ones that could hear this. He says, "Earl, do you want me to sign that?" And he says, "Cal, come on, let's go." He says, "Oh, no, a lot of times people like you to sign." He says, yeah. And so he says, "Do you want me to put to Earl?" And he says, "Just sign the damn ball, Cal." And so he just signed it, and he said, "Okay, there you go." But so Earl was a gruff sort of personality.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
I'm guessing, knowing what I know of Earl Weaver, he probably said it a little more gruffly than you're allowed to say it on the radio. All right, coming up more with John Miller. Can you ready for the Orioles?
He always thought Cal should have hit more home runs.
Of course he did, like Terry Crowley. Coming up more of the Orioles and Giants pregame here on the Sports Leader.
Back here with John Miller ahead of Game 2 of this 3-game series between the Giants and the Orioles. We mentioned Hayden Birdsong getting the start tonight. What can you tell us about Dean Kramer, the righty for the Orioles? Comes in at 7-9 with a 4.10, John.
Throws hard, and he's got some secondary pitches, so that can be difficult to pick up. So we'll see how they do. They have their plan against him. 118 and 2/3 innings, only 100 hits. I always like to check the hits to innings pitched ratio, so he's fewer hits than innings pitched. That means he's a little bit tough to hit, and only 15 home runs. So that's 1 homer every 8 innings. That's pretty good. And he can be a little bit wild at times. He's over 4 walks per 9 innings, 49 walks and 3 hit batsmen. So patience can be a real virtue against him. And he's got 7 wins, 9 losses, and a 4.1 earned run average for a team that came into this series with the best team earned run average in the American League, for a team that had the second best offensive numbers in the American League. So he's had some good moments and bad. So we'll see. But I think the Giants are feeling pretty confident. By the way, I asked Yastrzemski, I thought his home run last night hit Utah Street, and they said, "Oh yeah, just by this much." And Yaz was wondering. He says, because I thought it definitely hit Utah Street. It bounced up to the warehouse, and but when you hit Utah Street, they put a little plaque in that spot with your name on it. And being as how he was a longtime Oriole farmhand who never got to the big leagues, never played in this ballpark until he was with the Giants, there's a feeling that maybe they just didn't want to put his name on that Utah Street corridor out there. So I'm outraged by that.
Yeah, well, maybe McCubby Cove Dave caught it and wouldn't give it back.
That's perfect.
Well, that Utah Street is kind of like McCubby Cove for our ballpark in San Francisco, except our ballpark is a cove and there are people in kayaks. This is an old time street that's been out there for a couple hundred years. It's between the ballpark and the big warehouse, and it's now a promenade inside the ballpark itself. And Boog's Barbecue is out there, which is pretty delicious, and a lot of other things. So that's a little bit of a difference right there. Only Ken Griffey Jr. has ever hit one that hit the warehouse on the fly, and that was in the Home Run Derby here in 1993. Nobody's ever done it in an actual game.
Well, John, have a great call tonight, and we will talk to you, I guess, probably in San Diego this weekend. Or Kansas City, pardon me, this weekend.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. Tomorrow's early, and you guys won't even be working yet.
No.
So, unless maybe we'll have a long rain delay tomorrow, so you never know. Hopefully not
maybe,
until
John,
Friday.
Wishing that into existence. All right, John, we'll talk to you later.
All the best. Thanks.
Good stuff. Award-winning Diamond Notes is next. Tom, we'll see you tomorrow.
Sounds good, Copes.
All right, Diamond Notes next on these.